You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Hello, I'm Greg Fordyce, and welcome to the next 26 episodes in the 1951 old-time radio espionage serial, Major Gregory Keen and Deadly Nightshade. If you listened to the first 26 episodes in my previous video, then by now you may have figured out that Felix Huberman, an official with Australian federal law enforcement, is actually the half-brother of Keen's evil nemesis from the first serial, Gregory Keen, Dossier On Dumetrius. He's also the chief lieutenant of the character Carlotta Mingione, who is also trying to get organized crime established in Sydney. Now, I don't want to spoil it by giving away the plot details of these 26 episodes, but by now you've also noted that, as I stated in the previous video, Keen's character is a lot more ruthless and darker than he was in Dossier on Dumetrius, and the story is a lot darker too, and I think it makes it more intriguing and more exciting than the previous one. Keen continues his investigation into the Deadly Nightshade ring, who's also trying to find him and eliminate him because they know that he realizes the true nature of Huberman and Carlotta and their purpose in Sydney. You'll also notice that Kesselring, the missing scientist, is not mentioned very often, even though finding him was Keen's original mission in Australia. But new clues about his whereabouts are revealed as the story progresses. Several new characters are introduced, and several subplots emerge that make the story take a lot of interesting twists and turns. As always, I have remastered each episode to bring them up to your high-quality audio standards. So sit back and enjoy these next 5 hours of Gregory Keen in Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from the apartment of Sherry Reed in the Cunningham Towers.
Well, things could be worse. 4 broken ribs, a face like pâte de foie gras, a broken finger, and about a square yard of good black bruises. At least I've contrived to vanish, by courtesy of a rather extraordinary young woman I think you've heard of before. I don't know why, but I've more or less been taken under her wing. Without her, I'd have had not a hope in the wide, wide world.
You're going to do as I say, Keen, and I won't argue with you.
Hang it all, Sherry, I can't let you stick your neck out.
If you didn't want me to get mixed up with this Nightshade gang, what did you come up here for in the first place?
I hadn't a feather to fly with, and I was silly as a headless hen. I had to find somewhere to go to roost, and I could think of no one but you.
I rallied round, didn't I?
What sort of a question is that?
Well, you owe me something, and I want to be paid. Turn your head. Are you beginning to get the idea now?
I could scarcely fail to.
When your face is slightly more human, you get some real kisses. Keen, don't be a fool. What do you take me for? Someone who'd do this if I didn't mean it?
You know, the Nightshade Ring is not just a collection of petty crooks. They've international connections, and they're working away at something enormous. You have to stay clear.
Oh, stop being so stagey. You're staying with me.
I can't possibly. I wish you'd understand.
Look, now the Nightshade people have made you Sammy Rice and you're running about loose. They have to kill you. And they can kill you.
Yes, well, they have to catch up with me first.
Be quiet. This Evelyn Channel person's no earthly use to you. She didn't ever actually see you, and they're passing someone else off as you. So what in the world can you do without me?
Not much, I admit.
You've only one string left to your bow. This commando sergeant, whoever he is.
Tommy Cutts.
And you can't even stand up properly yet. You can't even get a radiogram off to send for him. Keen, don't run round in circles.
If you come in with me, Sherry, neither of us can say where it will end.
How's anyone going to find out I'm with you?
The gang I'm after seem to have eyes and ears everywhere.
We'll cope.
What am I going to do about clothes?
I'll get you clothes.
I mean, need money. Lots of money.
Take a look round you. I have lots of money.
Well, what about that doctor chap of yours, Collins, or whatever his name is?
It's because of Gene Collins that I want to get you out of this apartment and hidden safely away. Look, we're wasting time, Keen. Are you coming with me, or are you going to argue and argue till Collins tells the police where to find you?
Will you send a radiogram to Tommy Cutts today?
I'll do anything.
Will you cable him £500 so he can get out on the first plane?
500 won't be enough. I'll send more.
Can you get me a Luger and about 100 rounds of 9mm parabellum?
Look, I don't know what 9mm parabellum is, but I'll bet I can get it. I know someone who runs a baccarat school.
Well, Miss Sherry Reed, it looks very much as though you've bought your way into some strife. What do you say to people at a time like this?
You shut up and you do as you're told.
What's the first move?
We get you downstairs and into my car.
Where are we going?
We're going to a weekend house I bought so I could take myself away from a crowd I get sick and tired of sometimes. It's miles away. I can show you as we go.
You're doing a lot for me. Would you care to do one thing more?
Such as what?
A good long whiskey soda, lots of whiskey and not much soda.
At 9:30 in the morning? Not on your life. Come on, up you get. You'll have to wear your own trousers, but I can fix you up with a trench coat someone left here. I hope it fits.
So, he's disappeared.
Yes, he's disappeared.
With lines into every underworld hideout, with 40 men of ours and the entire Metropolitan Police Force after him, Gregory Keen has disappeared without trace. While all you can do is fumble and fidget and make excuses.
Carlotta, do you mind not shrieking your head off?
In my own house, under these circumstances, I shall shriek to my heart's content.
Doing everything you can to help us find Major Keen, no doubt.
Where is he? He has no money, he has no clothes. Yet he leapt out of that police car and hasn't been seen since. He could only draw funds through you. He can't go near Evelyn Channel or that room he was living in as Sammy Rice. What has become of him, Felix?
Would you like me to peer into a crystal ball?
Talk sense to me.
We're doing everything we can.
And that is exactly nothing.
I've told you. Angus Dobie goes off tonight. Music and 2 of the men are waiting on him now.
Have you been to the police? Have you seen Murray?
Murray is as much in the dark as we are. Every cop in town's on his toes. If Keen so much as pokes his nose out of his bolt hole, they'll grab him.
And meanwhile, we have to wait and wait and wait. He is alive and free somewhere, with the knowledge that you and I are in league against him.
If you harp on that much longer, Carlotta, I'll strangle you. I swear it.
You'll what? After your utter failure, you'd take that tone with me, Felix?
You lift your hand to me again.
You have bungled this affair since the moment Keen stepped off his plane from Singapore.
I bungled nothing. Do you think I'm a magician? Do you expect me to pull Keen out of a hat for you? Sure he's at large right now, but what can he do? He's tied hand and foot.
He can get to Evelyn Channel.
He couldn't get to within 100 yards of her.
He could get at Angus Dobie.
In a few hours, Dobie won't even exist.
He could cable the state of affairs to London and call for more men from MI5.
We're keeping a stream of reports aimed straight at Milo Fentress in London. I tell you, Carlotta, every conceivable contingency is being taken care of. We only have to find Keen and make sure of him. Nick Barnes is looking after Evelyn. Want to talk to the chap yourself?
Yeah.
Barnes, get in here. Come on, shake it up.
Oh, all right.
Last night, what time did you leave Evelyn Channel?
Oh, 4, half past, something like that. I don't know.
Well, you ought to know. How was she? Happy about you?
She's happy about me being Gregory Keen, if that's what you mean.
What else would I mean? Did you pitch it good and strong about Kesselring having gone straight back to Singapore?
Oh, hour after hour. Listen, there wouldn't happen to be a drink handy, would there?
No, they would not. This house is not a tap room.
I only thought like a long, icy tankard of beer.
Shut up. Did Channel accept your story? Is she taking it for granted that Kesselring was heading for somewhere behind the curtain and chose this way to drop completely out of sight?
Oh, for Pete's sake, how the devil would I know what she takes for granted or ruddy well doesn't? What am I, a ruddy mind reader?
What's the matter with you, Barnes?
I'm doing my best with her. Why do I have to be nattered at every tick of the clock?
You wouldn't be suffering from a hangover, would you?
On what?
Did you get yourself high last night at Channel
Let
Flats?
go of me.
Did you?
No, I didn't. Ask her. What are you trying to do? Strangle a man? Take it easy on my tie.
You were told to go on the wagon till the job was over. I'm telling you straight, Barnes. You get tight and let anything drop, and so help me before the harbor sharks get you. You'll wish you'd never been born.
Would I let anything drop with my own neck at stake? For the love of Mike, Felix, lay off me.
Yes, Felix. You can always talk to Evelyn yourself.
Make no mistake about it, Barnes, old boy. I will. You want me to take it, Carlotta?
Yes, please.
Felix Superman speaking. Yes. Yes. Nice and smooth, Mike? That's my boy. Yes. Meet me at Fig Tree Bridge sharp at 8 and keep him out of sight till then, will you? Right.
Mike Guzik.
I've just taken Dobie. He played into our hands this morning by coming to work in his own car, a small sedan. Just perfect. Mike was waiting for him. He's keeping him company now.
So long as he's keeping him quiet.
We can rely on Mike. How's the time? I'd better be on my way.
Make sure of him, Felix.
What do you think I'm taking charge for? You wait here, Barnes. I'll be back as soon as the job's done. I'll say goodbye to Dobie for you both.
I'm glad I'm not Angus Dobie.
Well, then be a good boy, Nicky, so we won't have to arrange a similar accident for you. That would really be.
Mike?
Yeah.
Where are the others?
Couple of 100 yards up the road, Mr. Huberman. Little while they drive away. Drive around a bit, then come back. Better than just sitting waiting for someone to say, why are they waiting?
How's our friend Mr. Dobie?
He's in the back on the floor.
Cramped for the poor chap. He wanted to make trouble, I presume.
He's nervous, can you imagine? He's wanting to shout and call for cops. He doesn't want to come for a little ride, or me driving his nice, shiny little car. So I'm making him be sensible.
Where did you hit him?
Not too hard on the jaw. And not wanting any lumps on the back of his head, eh, Mr. Huberman?
He's coming around. That's better. How do you do, Mr. Dobie? I don't believe we've met before.
Help. Who are you?
Take it quietly, old chap. It's just what I'm here for. Do you know what I've got for you? A beautiful bottle of whiskey. Come along, have a snort. Have 2 or 3. Don't mind if I'm a little insistent, my dear fellow, but the sort of accidents you're going to have simply couldn't happen if you were sober. But there you are. We'll down the whole bottle between us. Your health, Mr. Dobie. Your very good health.
There was nothing for me to do but hide till Tom Cutts gets here. Till I'm back on my feet and ready to take the fight to the Nightshade ring instead of them dishing it out to me. And when we do get cracking again, the first call I pay is going to be on the airport fellow, Angus Dobie. I only hope he stays alive that long.
Does anyone prevent the murder of Angus Dobie? Listen to the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story at night from the moonlit terrace of a quiet house on a hillside.
24 hours ago, I was tied to a chair in that factory loft, having my brains beaten out by Stella Wilson's chum, the gangster Fegan. 12 hours ago, I was unconscious in the penthouse of the Cunningham Towers. And now I'm in Sherry Reed's house, miles and miles from anywhere, asking myself, how lucky can you be? If there was no Nightshade gang, no Bruno Kesselring, or mystery or murder, this would be rather fun.
Do you like it here?
I'd be an odd type if I didn't. Who knows about this house, Sherry?
Not even Dr. Eugene Collins. Do you think I'm childish?
Scarcely.
In lots of ways, I haven't been a very nice person. I've been by myself a long time, and I came into too much money. Now I'm 26, I'm just beginning to realize what I've missed by knowing too many men, not loving any of them enough, but pretending I did. I had a lot of playmates, Keen.
Well, they shouldn't have been terribly hard to find.
They weren't. This is my place to hide. And I said that about being childish. I meant liking a place of my own no one else knows about. Being here in secret.
Alone?
I said no one else knows about. Only you. The phone isn't listed. I even bought the place through my solicitors, and they don't count. There's no road to it, not even a path through the woods. The hill behind the house goes right up to a cliff.
What's the time?
Just on 8. Aren't you listening to me?
You know, I don't feel as bad as I should. Can I borrow your boat and your car and get back into town?
No, you cannot. You're not fit to move. What's the matter with you? What's on your mind?
Angus Doby is on my mind. I have to get hold of that chap before the Nightshade people decide he's too dangerous to be left alive. Every minute that ticks by while I sit here is a minute lost.
Oh, rubbish. You can't possibly move from here for days, so for heaven's sake, make up your mind to it. Angus Doby's as safe as a house. If they wanted to kill him, how on earth could they go about it?
All clear, Mike?
Yeah. No more cars coming.
Right, let him go. Now then, Mr. Doby, I hope you'll accept my most sincere apologies for putting you to all this inconvenience, but unfortunately we've no choice in the matter. By the way, my name's Huberman.
Where are we?
Parked by the side of the road in your car, my dear fellow, not very far from Fig Tree Bridge.
Let me go. Get out of my car and let me go.
Oh, come along, cheer up. Have a drink. Have several while I tell you what it's all about.
I don't want a drink. Who are you? This other man's armed. He assaulted me and stole my car. I was knocked unconscious.
Well, you're not unconscious now, so don't make so much fuss. Have a drink, Mr. Doby.
No.
Do you want my friend here to hold you while I pour the drink down your gullets? Well? Come on, a good long pull. That's right.
What's the idea of all this? This is the man who told me I wasn't to say a word about Major Keen or Bruno Kesselring.
You're quite right.
When the police came, I denied everything. I swear I did. Why don't you let me go? I swear I didn't say anything to the police.
We know you didn't.
Then why can't you let me alone? I didn't ask to be mixed up in anything.
Of course you didn't. And we're only offering you a bottle of whiskey to make amends, aren't we, Mike?
Yeah.
So let's go again.
I won't be able to drive home.
I shouldn't worry about driving home, old chap. Now do as you're told and have another snort. You should appreciate good whiskey, and it's so much more enjoyable when you down it of your own accord. Wind up all his windows, Mike, and lock the back doors. Then turn his car round so it's pointing back towards the bridge. We shouldn't have much longer to wait.
I can't help thinking you exaggerate this whole affair, Keen, darling. These people can't just go about blithely murdering all and sundry.
Look, get the idea into your head, Sherry. We're walking a tightrope. I shouldn't even be here.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't go on and on.
They were prepared to butcher Charlie Brett just to supply me with a murdered body. They'd do the same to anyone who got in their way, including you.
They're not even aware of my existence. And if they were, they couldn't find this house in 20 years, much less get to it.
Can't you get to it any other way at all? But the way we came?
No.
What's that stretch of water in front of us now?
Part of the Hawkesbury River.
Yes, it's the perfect retreat, I have to admit. It's almost impossible for anyone to follow you here. You've your garage and boathouse back there. What's the place called?
Newport.
You've the garage and boathouse at Newport. You run your car into the garage, go through the floor to the boathouse, hop into your speedboat, and come up the river to the landing down there below us. How far up the river are we?
About 5 miles. I could show you on the map.
So unless they had a boat, you could throw off any possible pursuit from Newport, eh?
That'll have to be fast. Mine'll do 45 knots.
Could I get another drink?
Oh, not again. You're going too hard. Look, Keen, do you realize you've never told me a thing about yourself personally? You don't seem to care tuppence whether you live or get killed. You've taken a most appalling risk since you arrived here. And you're as chilly as a glacier. I can feel you strung up tight as a bowstring. All you do is drink and drink and drink without turning a hair. What makes you tick?
That landing of yours is pretty well hidden, isn't it? From the river.
Didn't you hear what I said?
Yes. If I could get hold of Doby, could I bring him here? I can't imagine a better place to ask what makes him tick.
Keen, will you forget the thing you're mixed up in just for an hour? I've gone right out to the end of a limb for you. And I'd like to know just who you are and what you're made of.
There's nothing to tell.
You fend me off with an armor of indifference.
What other armor is there?
I'm not used to it, and I don't like it.
Well, you know, it should be a pleasant change. I get the impression you've had to beat most of the chums off of the club.
Most of what, chums?
You mentioned them yourself, I didn't.
Are we going to fight?
Not if we keep it strictly impersonal.
That's the first time I've ever been told straight to my face. You're quite prepared to make use of me, but I mustn't think you're to be bought, is that it?
Roughly.
You take too much for granted, old boy.
I must be careful not to make the same mistake again.
I'd like to fetch you one, Keen. If you hadn't been beaten up already, I would. What are you? Or are you in love with someone else? You're not married, are you?
No.
Are you in love?
Yes.
Who is she?
A corpse named Lady Bergner. Now, will you shut up or lend me your speedboat to get out of here?
You don't get the speedboat. You can have enough grog to drink yourself silly, and you're not getting out of here. Oh, Keen, talk to me.
I'd much rather map out a plan of action.
You don't get any action till you're fit to move about again, and that's going to be at least a week. Will you tell me about Lady Bergner sometime?
I suppose so.
Was she pretty?
She was a murderess.
Oh, I give up. I'm going to turn in. If you wake late in the morning and I'm not here, I'll have taken a boat to Newport to get the papers and lay in something to eat. I might even go back to town for some more clothes.
Perhaps I should come, too.
To look after me if Felix Huberman happened to be at the flat waiting? Oh, it's all right. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm only wishing you were slightly more human. Good night, Keen. Happy dreams.
It's Felix Huberman, Carlotta. I'm at the Poinsettia Club for a word with Evelyn Channel. Yes, sure, about Nicky Barnes last night. Derby? It went like clockwork. Mike's on his way to you. He'll give you the score. What? Oh, poor chap, he didn't like the local whiskey. Yes, but what a frightful waste of scotch.
Oh, there you are, Felix.
Yes, well, good night. Be seeing you soon. Goodbye. Hello, Evelyn.
I didn't expect you here tonight. Where's Major Keen?
Sit down, Evelyn.
I just as soon stand. No, Felix, keep away from me. No, I don't want to kiss you.
This is something new. Why not?
This is Leo's office. Anyone could come charging in.
That's never held you up before. What's on your mind?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Why on earth should there be?
There quite obviously is, and you better tell me about it. Keen stayed late at your flat last night? Long after 4 a.m.
I couldn't get rid of him.
Did you try? Very hard.
I used everything but dynamite to get him out of the place.
And having no dynamite, you decided to try gin.
Meaning?
Evelyn, tell me why you deliberately plied Keen with pink gin last night. And after you'd got him sodden, tell me what he had to say to you about himself.
If Sherry Reed can sleep tonight, then I can't. I'm too far out of touch right now, with Evelyn Channel and Huberman and the lot of them. I don't even know if Dobie is still alive, or what the Nightshade gang is going to do to find me. I only know that before I'm finished, I'm going to take them apart one by one, piece by piece, and limb from limb. I'm going to smash the Nightshade ring wide open, and I'm going to settle my private account with Felix Huberman.
Does Evelyn Channel betray herself to Huberman? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Here is Gregory Keen to continue with another chapter in the story of The Deadly Nightshade.
You know where I am, and you know how I came to be here. I took a long shot about Sherry Reed, and it paid longer odds than you'd get on a Percheron mare in the Grand National. This Sherry Reed is quite a girl, Early today we left the Cunningham Towers and came here to this hidden house of hers, sitting on a steep wooded hillside that looks over the river. You can only get to it by coming upstream in a boat, and Sherry has a fast one. So I'm safe for a while. But safety is not what I'm after. I can't sleep. I can't wait to get going again. The same questions are chasing each other through and through my head. How soon will Tom Cutts get here? Will I ever see Angus Doby alive? Where's Felix Huberman, and who is he passing off as me? And most important of all, what is Evelyn Channel doing, and has she been taken in by Huberman's imposter? That's what I'd like to know. Just where Evelyn Channel stands in this labyrinth of murder and intrigue.
You're an enormous asset to the Poinsettia Club, Evelyn. You look perfectly enchanting standing there like that. It's what you're not wearing that suits you so divinely.
I'm not sure I'm so terribly keen on your tone, Felix.
Right now, your appearance and your winsome hair are wasted on me. I'll ask you again. Why did you pour Major Keen full of gin and tonic last night?
I did not pour him full of gin and anything.
How do you account for his paralyzing hangover today?
I've no intention of accounting for his confounded hangover. What am I, the fellow's nursemaid or something?
Look here, Evelyn. Since the moment I brought Keen to the Poinsettia Club, you've behaved oddly about him. You started off by saying he wasn't the same chap who was in your flat the night Torres was shot.
Well, I honestly thought so at the time.
And last night you honestly thought you'd try him out while he was drunk. Was that the idea?
Try him out about what? Does it make sense if you tell me what the devil you're driving at, Felix? What's the matter with you?
Was Keen high at your flat last night?
You only had a couple. And what would it matter if he were?
Too many unaccountable things have been happening in this affair. Since Keen arrived here to trace Bruno Kesselring, we've had leaks. I'm trying to plug them up, and I can't afford to overlook even you.
But you can't possibly think I'd pass Keen's movements on to anyone else. Have you forgotten who I am?
I know. You're one of Milo Fentress's people, but I have to put the finger on my weak link.
Well, it's not me. I love you. You might remember that sometime.
Even after tonight.
As though this could make any difference.
I'm sorry. I expect I put my foot in it rather, but there's a job to be done, whether you're my girl or not.
Just so long as I am your girl. Where's Keen now?
Still suffering at my place.
Well, if you don't want him to get hangovers at my place, try taking me home yourself sometime.
Tonight?
Yes, please.
How long will it take you to change?
10 minutes.
I'll hang on down in the bar. Don't be any longer, darling. I can't wait.
Neither can I. Would you wait for me if you knew that a radiogram had gone to Milo Fentress 24 hours ago, Felix? Telling him your Major Gregory Keen's a man called Nicky Barnes. When I stopped to think that I loved you, and when I realized that I still do. Oh, where will this terrible business end?
Sherry Reed said last night if the house was empty in the morning, she'd have taken the speedboat and gone to Newport for supplies. Well, it's 10 in the morning now, and she isn't here, so there's not much I can do but mark time. And if she goes back to her penthouse in the Cunningham Towers, I hope there's no one waiting for her. How much longer do I have to hang about here, strapped up in this cocoon of adhesive tape?
How's the time? 11:45, and I still have
Hello,
to...
Sherry.
Well, well, well. Jean Collins.
Archie, the lift boy, let me in. I hope you don't mind. I was out on your terrace.
What? No patience this morning? What if I hadn't shown up?
I had an idea you would.
Here, at the Cunningham Towers?
Mm-hmm. I phoned about 20 times yesterday.
Let me guess why.
Hey, Sherry. Once upon a time, we used to be friends.
Who says we're not anymore?
You do, when you give me the marked manner. Well, let's get it over. Where is he?
Who?
Your criminal intruder, Sammy Rice.
If you mean Major Gregory Keen, I've not the faintest idea.
His name's Sammy Rice. He's wanted for murder. And you can't make me believe you don't know where he is.
Listen, Jean. I know just about all there is to be known about the man, and he's told me he's Gregory George Athelstan Keen.
I don't care if he told you he's Alibaba and the 40 Thieves.
The police want him for a cold-blooded killing. Now, where is he?
For the 10th time, I don't know.
When did he leave this apartment?
I went out yesterday morning. When I came back, he was gone.
I think you're hiding him out, Sherry.
Help yourself. The place is all yours. I think you're taking a poor view just because of me. Pure and simple.
Would I be jealous of a beaten-up crook? Talk sense, Sherry.
Makes sense to me.
All right, so what? I've been waiting 5 years for you to grow up. I could have been married 20 times. Lately I thought we were getting somewhere. Now you have to go over the hill for some character who comes straight out of the undergrowth and tells you a pack of evident lies. Oh, I should have you psychoed.
What are you going to do, Jean? You going to the police?
I'm a doctor of medicine. There are rules about these things, you know.
You'll put me in Dutch without getting yourself anywhere.
Well, I'm getting nowhere with you as I stand. What would I have to lose?
Would you like to be shown?
If I wasn't being taken for a ride.
If you go to the police, I'm finished with you. Just give me time, Jean. I'll get over this fellow Rice. I'm getting over him right now.
Why?
There's a lot of you, Jean. You're nice to look at. If I've been a fool, show me, now.
What would I have to do?
You've 2 arms, haven't you? That's right.
Oh, Sherry.
I can take a lot of this, Jean Collins. You're not going to the cops, are you?
No, darling, I won't go to anyone. Not now. Not with you, like this.
Yes? Well, what can you tell me, Dr. Collins?
Not very much, Inspector Murray. In a thing like this, do you keep the sources of your information to yourself?
At times.
To me, it's very important.
Rice is wanted for murder. That's important, too.
Yes, I'm aware of that, or I wouldn't be here.
Well, suppose you let us hear your story. We won't spread you about unless we have to.
Can I count on that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the night before last, I was called to an apartment in the Cunningham Towers by a Miss Sherry Reed.
Yes?
Rice was there, badly knocked about. I patched him up. Yesterday I called again. I drew a blank. Today Sherry Reed was there, but Rice wasn't.
I see. What did the girl have to say?
According to her, Rice walked out yesterday and disappeared.
This Miss Reed, you know her personally, do you?
Well, yes.
Is she the one we mustn't tell about you coming here?
Is there any reason why you should?
Oh, let it ride. You say you called to attend to Rice the night before last. Took your time coming here to us, didn't you, Dr. Collins?
Well, I've told you, he was in a mess. It was only this morning that I realized who the chap was, from his picture in the papers, of course.
You didn't happen to quarrel with Miss Reed this morning, did you?
Look here, I've told you all I can. If you're trying to make something of it...
let that ride, too. Well, thanks very much. We'll call at the Cunningham Towers and see what we can make of it. That's all.
And you won't mention him... You won't mention my name, will you?
No, we won't mention your name.
Well, thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. Collins. Nice, big, handsome, pink-cheeked guy who'd hate his girl to know he was ratting on her. Ah, they're all the same.
Hi, Sherry.
Hi, Keen. Help me unload. There's a darling. There's 3 times as many as these still down in the boat. Parcels everywhere. Here. Shirts, slacks, shoes. Hope you wear suedes. Ah, here's a corduroy jacket. You're going to be real pretty in all this stuff.
Was there any reply from Tom Cutts in London?
Not yet. Here, grab the morning papers.
No, thanks. Have you had a look at these yet, Cherry?
Haven't had time. Why, have I missed anything?
Yes, I'm afraid you have.
What?
Angus Doby crashed his car into the harbour last night.
Oh. Is he dead?
Yes. He's very dead. The newspapers say it was an accident, but the Nightshade ring doesn't wait for accidents to happen to people like Angus Doby. This chap makes 5. Maxim, Boys, Torres, Charlie Brett, now Doby. I'm asking myself the obvious question. Yes. Who's going to be next?
Huberman hears his first whisper of Sherry Reed in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from Sherry Reed's riverside house on the hill.
While I'm hidden here waiting for my face to get back to something like normal and for my ribs to knit, I'm hamstrung. Sherry just arrived back from town in a speedboat, without any particularly good news, but 2 more items of bad. There's still no reply from Tom Cutts in London, and the second item you'll find in the morning papers. Sherry's reading them now, and from the look of the girl, she's just beginning to realize what she's mixed up in.
Angus Doby's dead.
How right you are.
But it says here it was an accident.
Accidents don't happen this opportunely. Not for the Nightshade ring or anyone else, Sherry.
But it says he was drunk. Had been drinking heavily. Those are the words.
If I wanted to get rid of you, do you know what I'd do?
Don't talk like that, Keen.
I'd force you or trick you into drinking yourself silly. Then I'd put you behind the wheel of that open 2-seater of yours and head it into deep water, after giving you a clout on the front of the head to make sure the water didn't wake you up.
Do you think that's what happened to Angus Doby?
Sticks out like the jib on a crane.
But what had he done to be murdered so deliberately?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Who are they, Keen, and what's their motive?
Their motive for Doby, my dear girl, was me. Doby lied to the police about me and about Bruno Kesselring. From the Nightshade people's point of view, he could be persuaded to tell the truth if I got at him. So, the minute I escaped from the police car on the harbour bridge, Doby had to go. Well, he's gone.
It says here he had a wife and 2 children.
I can imagine the Nightshade crowd weeping their eyes out over that.
Well, tell me, who are they?
Felix Huberman is one. Carlotta Magnani could be another. Torres was one. And so is the fellow Mike who shot him.
Who else, Keen?
The chap who's impersonating me this minute, that's obvious.
Do you know, I'm scared.
It shouldn't have taken you so long.
Well, until now, none of it seemed real. But hearing you talk about Angus Doby and then reading about his dead body being hauled out of his car in 12 feet of water...
Did you see anyone you knew in town this morning?
Gene Collins. The doctor, you remember? He was waiting for me at the flat.
Oh.
I told him you'd just disappeared.
Did he believe you?
No.
That's wonderful.
But he won't go to the police.
Who says so?
I say so, Keen. Dr. Collins won't go to the police about you.
You'd better be sure of that, baby.
I am sure of it. Don't call me baby.
Collins couldn't fool you, is that it? Well, come on, how do you know he'll keep quiet for certain?
He wants me to marry him. This morning I let him think... Well, I know he'll do anything for me. Literally anything.
I see. The old story, eh?
You should be the last to complain. If I can get round Gene Collins with a few kisses and a certain look in my eye...
I'm not complaining.
You're not?
No.
Well, you should be, bother you. Don't you care 2 pins who I kiss and who I don't?
I don't own you. Well, where are you going now?
Back to town. I won't stay here. I'm going back to the flat. I'm going to throw a party, and I'm going to get as high as the Kenilworth building. And I'm going to drool over every man I can get inside my place, and that's plenty.
Have fun.
If you want anything, get on the phone. As soon as you're well enough to move, get out from under my skin.
That could be arranged right now.
You'll have a long swim, because I'm taking the boat and I'm going alone.
All right, if it'll make you happy, I'll be furious with you for holding hands with Gene Collins. Any takers?
Right now, nothing would make me happy about you. I wish I'd slammed the door in your face when you came up to my flat, Keen. And next time I will. I can at least get some response from Jean Collins. Goodbye. Listen, Peggy. I'm having a do tonight, 7 sharp. Bring any man you like. You're dead right, it's on the spur of the moment. I'm going to get lit up like a ferry boat. Well, there's someone at the door. I'll have to go. See you tonight. Bye. Oh, if this is Jean Collins again, I'll give him such a welcome he'll wonder what he struck.
Good afternoon. Miss Sherry Reed?
Yes?
I'm Detective Inspector Murray. This is Sergeant Elliot. I should like a word with you. May I come in?
Why not?
Thank you.
Press straight on through, out onto the terrace. Sit down.
Thank you.
What have I done? Forgotten to vote or something?
Were you here in this apartment the night before last?
Sure I was. I live here. Do you want a drink?
No, thank you.
Well, I do.
Miss Reed, we've been informed that you are harboring a wanted criminal.
Oh, I always do. Any time you call, you'll find dozens of them here. Who gave me away?
Young woman, this is a serious matter.
Not if you're looking for gangsters in my apartment, it's not.
I'm looking for a man who's wanted for murder. A man named Sammy Rice.
I don't know anyone called Sammy Rice. Hey, you! Whiz out to the kitchen and bring in some Coke.
Sergeant Elliot will get you your Coke in a moment. According to our information...
Who was it? Jean Collins?
It's beside the point.
Was it Jean Collins?
If it's all the same to you, I'll ask the questions.
I'll save you the trouble. 2 nights ago, a man calling himself Gregory Keen leaned on my buzzer till I opened the door. I called a doctor, and I had him looked after.
How often do you admit strangers in the middle of the night?
Just as often as they arrive in Keen's condition.
I see. What became of this man?
Well, I left him alone for a while. When I came back, he was gone.
I must warn you, Miss Reed. If you withhold any facts about Rice, or Keen, as you call him, you'll find yourself facing a serious charge.
Look, I can take whom I please into my own home by night or by day. Charge me with that.
It is an offense to harbor a criminal.
I'm not psychic. I didn't ask the chap if he was a criminal or St. Francis of Assisi. Look here, you're beginning to bore me. Why don't you run along?
Have you any knowledge of Rice's whereabouts at this moment?
No.
Have you any idea where he went when he left this flat?
No, I haven't. And it's not a flat, it's a penthouse.
My most abject apologies.
Oh, look, honestly, fellas, I suppose it was silly to take the man in the other night, but I did. And he's gone, and that's all I know about it. Now, stop scaring me to death. How was I to know he was a murderer?
Well, you know now. If he should come near you again, you're expected to get in touch with us at once.
Keen, come near me? You can bet your boots there's not much chance of that.
Oh? Why not?
Ask him yourself when you catch him. He'll probably tell you I'm not his type. I'm having a binge tonight, and so far only half of them are asked, so if you're not going to take me up on that drink, do you mind if I get back on the phone?
I have a warrant to search your premises.
Go right ahead.
Miss Reed, is this your only address?
Yes, of course.
Very well. We'll take no longer than we have to. I hope you realize we've no choice but to search your place.
How many more times do I have to tell you make yourself at home? And if you find Gregory Keen, can I have him for just a few minutes? Murderer or not, I thought he was kind of cute.
Elliot, take that room on the right first.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad to see you take the matter so lightly, Miss Reed, but I doubt if the man Rice murdered thought he was kind of cute at all.
So the angel said, "It wouldn't have done you any good, old chap. The joint coal board only took over last week." Here's Murray now.
Taking my chaps off their work with another of the Humour Man tales, eh? Sorry to keep you waiting, Felix. Come into my office.
Thanks. I had to drop in, old boy. I thought I'd hang around till you were free. Anything new on Sammy Rice?
It's odd that you should ask. Why do you?
Hang it, Murray, I'm interested in the fella. How in the world could I not be after those yarns he was spinning about Gregory Keen?
We'll have him in 24 hours.
Devil you will. Good work.
He's managed to cover quite a lot of ground.
Huh? Well, come along, let's have it.
A fellow called Eugene Collins, a doctor, came in here this morning.
Huh?
He didn't exactly say so, but I gathered that Sammy Rice was moving in on his girl.
Well, he's choosing an odd time to play.
And odder people to play with. The night before last, Sammy Rice was in this girl's apartment, badly beaten up.
Well, hanged 2 nights ago. Where is he now?
I've Paul Elliott and another fellow tailing the girl to find out.
Well, they better be good.
They are.
What is she, the tough type?
Living in the penthouse of the Cunningham Towers? I should say not.
You know, this Rice certainly gets around.
He won't be getting around much longer.
Well, you're doing fine, my old boy. Stay with it. Have you time for a quick Hague and Hague?
Sorry, Felix, not right now.
I'll get along then. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Keep me posted. I have a personal interest in friend Rice. Oh, by the way...
what is it?
This, baby in Cunningham Towers who's chumming with Rice. What's her name?
Didn't I tell you? Sherry Reed.
Sherry Reed, eh? It's a nice name. Well, so long.
I can't sit here alone with the telephone much longer. I must have some action. So why don't I call Sherry Reed? Yes, why don't I phone her and tell her to get back here with that speedboat? My old friends the gremlins are sitting on my shoulder again. One of them's whispering. He's telling me I'm not as safe here as I seem. Tonight.
Once again, the Nightshade ring is closing in on Gregory Keen. Listen to the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen introduces another chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
Do you play chess? Doesn't matter much, but the general idea of the game is to keep thinking about 10 moves ahead, and the thing applies not only to chess. It applies to me right now. So while I'm marking time in this riverside hideout of Sherry Reed's, I'm trying to figure out how the Nightshade people could possibly get onto me again. Dr. Eugene Collins knew I was in the Cunningham Towers. Sherry Reed says he'll keep his mouth shut. But suppose he went to the police anyway. And suppose Felix Huberman has a grapevine into the department and someone passed on a whisper. They didn't waste any time killing Angus Dobie. Would they hesitate to screw the truth out of Sherry Reed and then send her off in the same way? I doubt it. I'm too important to them.
There are times, Felix, darling, when I wouldn't exchange you for a choker of diamonds with a pendant as big as this. By Van Cleef & Arpels or Fifth Avenue in New York.
And show your appreciation by leaving that infernal piano alone.
Who are you, then? So, you have discovered that our indestructible Major Keen took refuge in the apartment of Miss Sherry Reed.
The night before last, Carlotta. Do you know her?
I know people who do, socially, of course.
Tell me.
Her parents were divorced when she was a child. Her father married again. He was killed in a motor car accident in the south of France in 1939. Her mother married again, too, but she, poor soul, took a man much younger than herself, who was passionately devoted to his wife's bank balance and other women.
All very gemütlich for the daughter.
She grew up much as you'd expect. I think they sent her to school in France or Switzerland or somewhere.
How's she off for money now?
She came into half a street in the center of town. I don't know how many tens of thousands of acres crawling with sheep, and blocks of flats literally all over the place.
Now she's inherited Gregory Keen. How do you come to know so much about her?
Oh, I am good copy. A discreet phone call to one of those women who write for the social columns, and I had everything but Sherry Reed's birthmarks, if any.
Well, the girl doesn't know it, but her circle of acquaintances is about to be considerably enlarged. Very soon now, I'm going to introduce her to Mike Cusick, even perhaps Leo.
No, there's a better way.
In this case, I don't see how we could improve on direct methods.
How direct, Felix?
Well, it should be perfectly simple to get hold of the girl, Should be even simpler for Mike Cusick to persuade her to talk.
Then we would have to dispose of her.
Naturally.
Felix, is your friend Inspector Murray such a baboon?
I seem to have lost track somewhere, my dear.
Angus Dobie was vitally important to Keen, so we killed him. Stella Wilson is important to Keen, and we're going to get rid of her, too. If this girl, Sherry Reed, were to go the same way, wouldn't it begin to be too much?
Accidents are happening every minute of the day, Carlotta.
But not exclusively to the people who could convince the police that Gregory Keen's story is true. We must not underestimate them, Felix. They must continue to believe that Keen is the murderer, Sammy Rice.
What do you want us to do? Sit about like shags on a rock till Keen steps up and makes us a present of himself?
Darling, do you think the girl took Keen in for a few hours and then threw him out again?
Of course not.
She's hiding him. If she's hiding him, she must have good reasons. So, instead of kidnapping her and going to such a lot of trouble, why don't we let her lead us to him?
Do you think she will?
How often is my judgment at fault? Go Guzik for me, then pour me a drink. It should only take a few hours for us to find all we need to know about this girl. The make of her car and all the rest of it. Then you may give Guzik his instructions yourself. And this time, when we close in on Gregory Keen, we'll make sure of him.
What's the matter with you tonight, Sherry? What am I supposed to have done?
You know perfectly well what you've done.
If you're taking such a poor view of something, why the deuce did you ask me to your infernal party?
I asked everyone. The more, the merrier.
What's it for, anyway?
Do I have to have an excuse to fill my house with drunks? Oh, go to the devil, Gene Collins. Go and find someone else's shoulder to drool on.
Come outside.
I'm staying right here.
Don't argue the point. Come out onto the terrace where I can get some sense out of you. Through you go. Now, let's have it. What's on your mind, Sherry?
2 men.
I'm one of them.
You certainly are.
Who's the other?
Never mind about the other. I trusted you. You fell all over me and promised to keep quiet and gibbered a lot of garbage about loving me. And the minute my back was turned, you ran to the police like a little boy blue and told them I'd been hiding Gregory Keen.
It was for your own safety and protection.
Oh, don't be such a driveling hypocrite. You were rank with drama. You couldn't bear the idea of the man being here under my roof. Well, I'll tell you what this party's for. It's so I can tell you to get out of my house and out of my life and stay out.
Well, I've never really been in your life, so that'll be easy. When do I withdraw? Right now?
Any time you like.
This is scarcely the cultivated heave-ho.
I've never had a veneer more than a millimeter thick anyway, and now it's off.
You had too much gin.
Watch me have some more.
You'll get over this, Sherry. And when you do, I'll be around.
Not for me, you won't.
Oh, look here, Sherry, you know as well as I do you're putting on an act. You're not giving me the heave for a murderer on the run, now or at any other time.
I'm just plain giving it to you. I'm not for Gregory Keen either. What's the matter? Don't you want to be convinced? Listen, since the moment I first saw that man, I've been throwing myself at him. I've done everything I could think of, and that's plenty.
I don't believe you.
Of course you don't. You couldn't take it if you did. Do you want to know what Gregory Keen does to me?
Shut up, Sherry. I won't listen.
He laughs in my face. But that doesn't stop me liking him. I like him more than any man I ever set eyes on.
Will you stop this?
Oh, guys, I hate to break this up, but you're wanted on the phone, Sheriff.
I'll be there in a second, Peggy.
No, Sherry, wait a minute.
Leave me alone. The subject's just about exhausted anyway. And if you want something else to pass on to your friends at police headquarters, I wouldn't tell them where to find Gregory Keen if they tore me limb from limb. Now run round to Phillip Street and tell them that.
Hello, Sherry. It's Keen here. What's all that racket?
I'm having a party. What do you want? You've just been under discussion.
Oh? Who with?
My dear friend, Dr. Eugene Collins. I've just put an end to a beautiful romance.
Oh. Well, if you're all cluttered up with guests, there's not much point in this call.
What was it for, Keen?
Well, actually, Sherry, I've been feeling rather a heel about this morning. I mean, I owe you such a deuce of a lot that...
If you ever come near me out of gratitude, Keen, I'll cut your throat from ear to ear.
Are you going to stay in town tonight?
Why?
I don't like you in town. I can't get rid of the idea that Huberman could somehow hear of you. They'd come after you like wolves, Sherry.
Keen, darling. Tell me honestly, for Pete's sake. Is that all?
No. Are you there?
Yes.
Well?
Sit tight, Keen. I'm on my way. Give me an hour. Bye.
Well, it's worth a lie to get her out here out of harm's way. Now I expect I'll have to live up to it. Why couldn't a chap be born with two heads?
Watch it, Mike. There's a car coming out of the garage now.
A lot of cars down there. Only people living in this kind of place having 1, 2 cars.
You picked this one yet?
Not yet. Wait till the light's not pointing straight at us, Mr. Huberman.
It's a motor gang, just in case. Here it comes. Drop that Daimler. Red and black. Ivory wheels. Come on, make up your mind, Gusick.
It's her car. Is Sherry Reed driving?
How do you know?
I'm seeing her this afternoon.
Well, get after her. If you lose her going through the cross, Mike, so help me, I'll flay you alive personally.
In this heap, Mr. Huberman, we don't lose that baby.
What do you think I buy fast cars for? Keep your lights on, park as much as you can. We don't want it to catch onto us.
There she goes. What do you make of it, Mr. Huberman?
I think Sherry Reed can only be described as well organized. A garage for a car on the Pittwater side of Newport, with the boathouse underneath.
Yeah. And a speedboat to lose us with. Is good.
Would you expect us to come after her in an amphibious jeep?
What do we do? Try again some other time?
No, we've come this far, we'll wait. We'll wait in the boathouse, Mike Gusick, and we'll present ourselves to Sherry Reed when she returns. Our luck's holding very well so far. Let's hope it holds a little longer. Who knows? She might come back with Major Gregory Keen.
What are we doing if she does?
Well, to avoid any noise, I suggest you strangle them both, Gusick, with your bare hand.
If you listen very quietly here on the terrace of this house by the river, you'll hear a speedboat coming fast upstream. I won't ever hear it again, because I'm leaving here tonight. With the girl or without her, I'm taking that boat and I'm going back to town. I'm not waiting any longer to renew my acquaintance with Huberman and Carlotta Magnani.
Huberman and Mike Gusick are waiting for Keen in the boathouse. Listen to the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a riverside landing as a speedboat approaches upstream.
She's right on time. When I phoned her at a party in the Cunningham Towers, Sherry said she'd be an hour. Listen. I've been here 3 days and I'm just about fit again. I can't waste any more time, so I told Sherry to get back here. I want her speedboat and I want her car. Oh, here she comes, flashing the light once to get her bearings.
Sherry?
Grab the line, will you, Keen? Coming right at you.
Got it! Hang on a minute. Right. Give me a hand and up you come.
Oh, thanks.
Well, everything all right?
Yes, I think so.
What have you got there in the parcel?
It's the new gun, 100 rounds of 9mm something or other. I told you I'd get them for you.
Oh, good show. Well done.
Anytime.
Did you see anything more of the police?
Neither hide nor hair.
Any other strangers?
Not that I noticed.
You're absolutely certain you weren't followed to the boathouse tonight?
I don't think so, but Well, hang it, Keen, I didn't watch out terribly much.
Well, let's get on up to the house. I want to charge this Luger, and then I want to talk to you.
Everything under control, Mike?
Yeah.
Where did you put our car?
20, maybe 30 yards further along, Mr. Huberman. This big bush, the car, she's half in the bush and not showing much.
Listen.
What?
That's all right. Thought I heard the speedboat coming back. Have you got your gloves on?
9.
Well, put them on and keep them on. How many times do I have to tell you not to leave prints all over the place? Now, pay attention. Sooner or later, the girl will be coming back here to this boathouse. If she has Keen with her, we'll kill them both. We'll put them back in the boat, find something heavy to weigh them with, and move them overboard well out in the river.
What do we do with the boat?
Tie it up here and forget about it. We'll take the girl's car, drive it about 50 miles in the opposite direction from town, and abandon it. Then we'll brush our hands together, report to Carlotta, and get back to the business of running the Nightshade ring. And about time, too.
He's fine, Mr. Huberman. But what if the Sherry Reed comes back without Major Keen? What if she's not with anyone? Just her.
Can't you imagine?
We're entertaining her a little while, huh?
We'll be very charming and persuasive. We'll assume our most persuasive manners, Cusick. And it shouldn't take long for Miss Reed and ourselves to see eye to eye.
She's telling us where to find him.
That's very bright of you, yes. She'll tell us where to lay hands on her friend Major Keen.
You're leaving her to me, Mr. Huberman?
Oh, I think we might indulge you to that extent.
Maybe we're saying, you tell us where Major Keen, we don't hurt you, we don't kill you even. She's telling us, then we kill her just the same, eh, Mr. Huberman?
What a case history you'd make, Cusick. They could devote a whole chapter to you in one of those books.
Maybe I don't understand.
Well, don't let it worry you. I offer cigarettes. This wait may be tiresome. But one way or another, we're not leaving this boathouse till we've settled our account with Keen. Heave over that collar rope, will you? Chap might as well make himself comfortable.
I'm sorry I had to drag you away from your party, Sherry. What did you do about the crowd?
Hang the crowd, I left them to it. How on earth do you get that pistol together again?
There's nothing simpler.
Is it all right, Keen?
Yes, it's perfect. I doubt if it's ever been fired. Now, we'll just put a drop of oil in here. There we are. Right. In with the magazine. Full. And one in the spout. There you are, Sherry. The best small arm there is.
Yeah. Now you've got a gun. What are you going to use it on?
I'll give you one guess.
But not tonight.
How's the speedboat off for petrol?
It's about half full.
What about your car?
They filled it for me tonight.
Sherry, I've been here long enough.
You want to take the boat and my car and go off and get yourself killed?
No. I want to see a few heads roll, but they're not going to be mine.
Nothing doing.
You know, you've done a lot for me already.
I saved your life, that's about all.
Then how about doing a few things more?
Look, I've got a vested interest in you. I'm not going to see you throw it away.
I'm on my way, Les. There's nothing you can do about it.
I can keep you here. Without the boat, you can't get away from the place.
Oh, but I have the boat.
Not on your life, you haven't. I hate to sound stuffy, Keen, old boy, but the boat happens to be mine.
Sherry, darling, I'm trying to put this as gently as I can. I'm leaving here now, tonight. And I'm using your boat whether you like it or not.
What is it? Some highly specialized way of saying thanks?
I'll make my thanks when I've cleaned up Felix Huberman and the Nightshade ring and seen them hang. Oh, use your head, there's a good girl. I can't go on being Sammy Rice with a murder charge over my head for the rest of my life. And no one can get me off the spot but myself. Surely you can see that.
I only know they'll kill you like Brett and Dobie and the rest. They'll cut you down without a shred of compunction, Keen. I'll find you lying dead in a back alley gutter.
I've had a lot of practice at staying alive, Sherry, and I'm going to keep it up.
Oh, you fool, you fool.
What are these people to you? Let the police catch them. It shouldn't be just one man's job to stalk and grope and be savaged by a gang of organized criminals.
But if I felt like pulling out now, I couldn't.
You're safe here for years.
I'll never be safe again anywhere. If I sit back and wait, one day I'll turn round and there they'll be. They can't ever give up. I'm the one cove they have to get rid of.
And they will. You won't have a chance against them.
And that's exactly why I have to fight back. No one can fight him but me. No, why do I have to beat my brains out trying to make you understand? This Nightshade ring works on its existence. They don't know what it is. I stumbled on it because I came after Bruno Kesselring. When I stand about flat-footed, I'll either hang for murder or be butchered one night when I'm not looking.
Keen, I'm pleading with you. Wait just a little longer.
Sorry, I can't wait.
Wait till Tommy Cutts gets here, and you'll have at least one man to back you up.
Yes, well, it's 4 days since you cabled him, and there's been no reply. Cutts isn't coming, I have to face it. I'm on my own.
Isn't there anything I can say to keep you here?
No, Sherry, nothing. I've no choice.
I might never see you again.
Oh, you'll see me.
No, I'll lose you. I'll sit here and wait for the telephone to ring, and it won't ring. I'll listen for the boat coming back. I'll wait for you every night at the landing, but it won't be you. I'll be afraid to turn on the radio because an announcer will say they found a man called Sammy Rice with a knife in his back or his throat cut. I won't let you go.
Where are the keys to your car, Sherry?
Why do you have to do it? Don't you want to stay alive?
That's why I'm going. I intend to stay alive.
I love you. Tell me it means something to you.
It means a lot. But I'm still going.
All right, I give up. You'll need some money. Just wait a moment and I'll see how much I have here. You promise to be back soon and keep me posted on the phone?
Of course.
Get your coat on then. I'll come down to the landing and see you off. There's no moon. I hope you don't run the boat aground.
Oh, you better get inside again quickly, Sherry, before you get a cold. I'll try to be back before dawn. If I can't, I'll sleep in the car during the day, and I'll see you tomorrow night, just after nightfall.
All right. Oh, darling, darling, do try not to take any more risks than you have to.
I only want to get my hands on Huberman. What are you doing?
Help me down into the boat. Give me a hand. I'll start the engine for you. It's tricky sometimes.
Oh, good girl. Steady. There you are.
Now, the starter switch is here on the right. You can cast off the line if you like.
Right. Well, that sounds healthy enough. Come on, up you come. I said the engine's all right, Sherry. I can handle it.
Have you cast off?
Yes, we're all set.
That's all I want to know. Goodbye, Keen. I'll see you sometime.
Sherry, come back here. Come back here, you little fool. Come back here. You blockheaded little idiot. Sherry! Come, found it.
How's the time? What's your watch say, Gusick?
5 minutes of 11 o'clock.
I'm mentally unequipped for waiting about hour after hour. Devil with his boathouse. I need to sit on the rope. If I get hold of Keen, I'll make a noose and string him up.
Mr. Huberman.
What is it?
I'm hearing a boat, maybe.
Shut up and listen. I hear nothing.
Yeah. Is a boat coming?
I believe you're right. Keep out of sight. Can you see it yet?
Moon's coming out. Yeah, he's coming this way. A speedboat with only one in it.
Is it Keen? Or the girl?
His good is very good. Now we have one of them. Soon we're having both. You think she's going to like my music, huh? It's the girl.
10 minutes ago, I'd have liked to wring Sherry's neck. But now I'm in luck. Out on the river, there's a craft of some sort chugging round and round in circles. After prawns, perhaps. I couldn't care less. Well, the fishermen in it don't know yet, but they're going to take me into Sherry Reed's boathouse. And we'll press on towards Huberman from there.
What happens at the boathouse? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a small boat landing on part of the Hawkesbury River.
They say that the shrewder you think you are, the easier you fall flat on your face for a simple trick. And that's what happened to me 5 minutes ago. I had a knockdown and drag-out argument with Sherry Reed tonight. I tried to make her see that I've no choice anymore. I have to take the Nightshade ring on single-handed or hang for the murder of Charlie Brick. She hammered away on the theme that I was safe so long as I kept out of sight at her riverside house, and I was going to stay here by hook or by crook. Well, after about an hour, she went through the motions of giving up. She put her arms around my neck and did it well. I was fooled completely. Down on the landing, she climbed into the boat and started the engine. I cast off the line to step into the boat myself, and you know what happened then. She opened the throttle and took off with a rush.
Now that I've left Keen on the landing and I'm alone, I'm beginning to wonder. With the moon out, anyone waiting at the boathouse could see me here, alone in the boat. Keen said 1,000 times we have to be so darn careful. Well, there couldn't be anyone at the boathouse, but what if there were? I admit it, I'm dead scared. I've been alone on Pittwater at night 12 times. But tonight I'm scared stiff. You can see the boathouse, there's no sign of life there. It's going to take all the nerve I've got to take the boat ride in. I can't sit out here till morning. I have to go in. Keen talks about his gremlins. I'm getting them too. There's Gene Collins. He's a doctor, bound by the rules of his profession to report Keen to the police. Felix Huberman has his grapevine into the police department. What if he's heard a whisper about a girl called Sherry Reed? What could I be letting myself in for? Racing away from Keen, heading into the boathouse, alone.
Yes, Cusick, you're right. It's the girl.
Is she coming in here to the boathouse?
Keep back out of sight. Taking it very slowly. Must be a sandbank out there. She doesn't want to use the light. Well, we can wait.
When she gets the boat riding, I'm grabbing her or you, Mr. Huberman.
You stay well back. She'll reach up with the line to make the boat fast. When she does, take a rest. I'll drop into the boat behind her and keep her quiet.
Listen. Someone's pulling up. There's someone outside with a car.
And keep absolutely quiet. Not a sound.
Hey, Jake. Join the spot over here. There's a car half in the bushes.
Okay.
GN 399. Not this one.
Right, let's go.
Hold it a while. It's empty. Motor swore. Maybe we should take a look round. There's a boathouse or something here. Anyone about? Anyone about here?
Listen, Cusick, keep out of sight. Get down on the water if you have to, but keep out of sight.
Hey, I've got a hunch, Jake. Let's have the spot on the door of this shed.
What about the girl?
Don't let her see you either. All right, I'm coming. Who are you? What's the idea? Trying to bang the door down?
Police here.
What about it? What's the matter?
That your car half in the bushes over there?
Yes, it is. Any objection?
We're looking for a stolen car. It was reported heading this way.
Well, my car's certainly not stolen. And get that spotlight out of my face. Hey, you, turn that light somewhere else. It's better. Well, do you want anything else?
Is this your boathouse?
No.
Might I ask whose it is?
Go, look, old chap. You have a boat idling about 50 or 60 yards out there. Well, there's a young lady in it. I'm waiting for her. She's not my wife. Do I have to say any more?
After your luck. Would you mind giving us your name?
Not if you keep it yourself.
Oh, I'll go further than the notebook. Not unless we find a corpse round here in the morning.
Yes. Well, my name's Norman Pickford.
Okay, Mr. Pickford. Good night.
Good night.
Look, next time, don't leave your car sticking out like that, will you? 10 yards further along, there's a little lane. You can get right out of sight.
Oh, thanks for the tip.
Righto, Jake. Let her go.
Music?
Yeah.
Up here at the double.
Okay. What are they doing now?
We get out of here at the double. They had their spotlight shining straight in my face. I told them I was Pickford. The car's registered to Pickford, but we can't hang about or touch the girl anywhere near this boat shed. Not tonight.
She doesn't come in. She's still out there in the speedboat.
She saw the lights and heard our voices, you fool. Of course she stayed out in the stream.
And rush out yet.
The patrol car trying to get well away.
Their lights are gone.
I can get to the main road. Right. Come on. You drive. Head straight for Carlotta's. Hang to find her. Gregory Keen must have a charmed life. Tonight we have them both cold.
I'm still here on the landing, alone with my personal gremlins. It's almost an hour since Sherry took her boat out from under my nose. I won't be alone much longer. There's another boat out on the river, chugging round and round in circles with a bright light hung over the side of a pole. Fishing for prawns, perhaps. I don't know and I don't care about that. I only know they're getting close enough to hail.
Ahoy there! Hey, you out there! Can you come into the landing? Can you come into shore a bit? Can you come into the landing?
Oh, good on them. Here they come. Well, let's hope they're not getting a good catch. For a fiver, they might just take me out of here. If there's any sort of luck, we'll catch up with Sherry tonight. Unless someone else catches up with her first.
I tell you, Carlotta, it was the foulest imaginable luck.
It was unmitigated stupidity on your part.
Listen to me.
I am utterly fed up with listening to you, Felix.
The girl wasn't 50 yards out from the boathouse in her launch. Gusick and I were perfectly placed to grab her as she came in. She couldn't have made a sound. What happened?
I know what happened. 2 policemen drove up in a patrol car, and you turned tail and ran.
Block-headed baboon started banging on her boathouse door, I tell you. I couldn't do it.
Then why didn't you keep quiet till they went away?
The girl on her way in the speedboat. Suppose we jumped on her. They'd have just gone on banging, and when she didn't open up, they'd have broken her door down.
You could have kept quiet, you and Gusick. Let them in a self and told them to go away.
Well, they asked her about the car. There's nowhere in the boat shed or garage to hide.
Was her car in the garage? Why didn't you hide in that?
I can see we should have had you with us, Carlotta.
I should never have bundled it so. And the eater I could have done better.
If it's not too much to ask, my dear. How?
I should have waited till the girl and the 2 policemen were all in the garage or boathouse together. I should have shot the 2 men and brought the girl here. Why didn't you do that, Felix?
It was out of the question.
Did you lose your nerve? Was the shooting of 2 policemen too much for you? We have based our Nightshade ring on ruthlessness and terror. The moment we weaken, we crumble to nothing. Why did the police know nothing about us? Why are we spoken of in whispers? Hundreds and hundreds of people know about us and pay us their tribute. But how many of them are prepared to go to the authorities? None. None, Felix.
If you scream any louder, you'll have a seizure.
I should have a seizure. I should have 10 seizures. I'm surrounded by weaklings and fools. Oh, what couldn't I do with one? Just one good Gestapo man. A man like Otto Skorseny or Wolfgang Baur.
Wolfgang Baur was hanged.
And what couldn't I do with a man like this Gregory Keen? From now on, I am taking charge. I have sat here in the center of the web, spinning like a black widow. Well, Felix, there are times when the black widow comes out of her web, and the time has come for me now. I am tired of your everlasting failures.
Keen has only been in the country 7 days.
If I had attended to him myself, he would not have lasted 7 hours. Get out of here. I don't want to have to look at your face tonight.
I don't know why you have to work yourself into such a frenzy. We'll have 20 more chances to get at the girl, and through her, Keen.
Every minute counts. 7 days and 7 nights we've had. Yet he slipped through our fingers time and time again. Where is Keen now? Where is the girl? You don't know? You have completely lost control.
Have I, Carlotta?
Yes.
How wrong you are.
Well, tell me, don't stand there.
We have someone waiting for Sherry Reed now.
Where?
At the Cunningham Towers. And this time, Carlotta, we do it my way. We're not waiting again for her to lead us anywhere. This time she talks.
Oh, I can't bear to be alone here tonight. What's Furness's number? Sorry, and JB1001. Hello? It's Sherry Reed here, Frenzy. Could you and Titus come over and spend the night with me? I'm terrified. What? Wrong number.
You don't want any more company, miss? You've already got company.
Who are you? No!
It's just after midnight, and I'm not on the riverside landing anymore. Those fishermen put me ashore without asking too many questions. So I'm on the way to my first port of call, Sherry Reed's apartment. I've plenty of money to keep me going. I have a nice oily Luger with a pocket full of rounds. I'm looking for trouble, and I'm going to make lots of it. The Nightshade ring is going to remember me.
Who was waiting for Sherry Reed in her penthouse apartment? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Here is Gregory Keen to continue the story of the Deadly Nightshade.
A couple of hours ago, I was left on the landing below Sherry Reed's house when she took the speedboat from under my nose and headed back towards Newport. She thought she was doing the right thing, I suppose. But I have to go after the Nightshade people to keep my neck out of a noose. Well, I'm after them now. Some fishermen landed me at Sherry's boathouse and garage, and that's when I started wondering. There was no sign of the speedboat. There was no sign of Sherry herself, but her car was still there. It's not now. I'm driving it, and I'm making for the Cunningham Towers as hard as I can go. Something happened to that girl tonight on my account. Before I run into any more trouble, I have to find out what.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't make such an awful noise, miss. You'll have half the block of ruddy flats knocking at your door. Now, you keep quiet, Nobody's going to hurt you, see?
Who are you?
We'll come to that. First of all, are you Miss Sherry Reed?
Yes.
Did you expect to find anyone here when you walked in?
No, of course not. How did you get in?
It's the thing I'm pretty good at. Having had a lot of practice, as you might say. You're sure you thought your apartment was empty?
Yes.
Well, now, you come with me. Through this door here.
No, I won't. Who are you? What do you want?
Miss, nobody's going to hurt you. I've told you once. Now, just walk in front of me. Open that door. Now, look. Well, do you know him?
I've never seen him before in my life.
What you'd call an ugly-looking customer. When I came in, there he was. He sprung out from behind your hangings. He had a gun. So I took it away from him and gave him a couple of biffs to teach him better manners. Tied him up and gagged him. He'll wake up in about 10 minutes.
Now I know who you are.
The Major told you the colour of me bonny blue eyes, did he?
You're Tommy Cutts. That's who you are. You're the man he talks about.
Pleased to meet you, miss.
Oh, you're not one of the others. You're Tom Cutts. When did you get here? Keen's at my house on the Hawkesbury. Oh, Cutts, I thought that... Keen says they could cut you in halves and you'd come up fighting. Tonight there were men waiting for me at the boathouse. I didn't know what to do. If they get Keen, they'll kill him. He's been half killed already. I thought you were one of them.
Oh, here, this won't do. Now, come along, miss. No need to cry your eyes out.
Days and days I've been trying to hang on to him, but all he wants to do is get himself killed.
Major Keen?
I'm sorry to bawl at you, Cutts, but I've been scared stiff. The police have been here looking for him. They think he's someone called Sammy Rice, and he killed a man.
All right. Now, you start at the beginning and tell me all about it. Then you take me along with you to see the Major. When us two get together, all your troubles will be over. Yeah. You want to answer it, miss?
Oh, yes, I'd better. Yes?
Sherry, are you all right?
Yes, Keen. Where are you?
The phone box not far from your flat. Mr.
goes, Claire?
Oh, get here quickly. Go down into the basement garage and come up in the lift from there.
I'm on my way.
Don't hang up. I've simply wonderful news for you, Keen. Tommy Cutts is here.
What? Do you mean to say
He's actually with me now.
Hold the fort, Sherry. I'll be with you in 3 minutes flat. And if you want to know what to do with yourself till I get there, give the blighter the biggest kiss you've got for me.
I might even do that. Just hurry, that's all.
I can't understand it. Music and I saw the girl approaching her boathouse in the launch. Stephen saw her arrive at the Cunningham Towers 20 minutes ago in a car. He saw her go inside, and Alexis was waiting for her. So we should have heard from him.
Did she arrive alone, Felix?
Yes.
Is Stephen sure there's no police watch on her apartment?
Stephen's not certain. I am. Henry Murray and his detectives are leaving her alone.
How do they expect to catch Keen or Semi-Rice without following Sherry Reed?
Well, Murray says she's hiding Keen out at some other place of hers. We happen to know he's right. Murray's confident he'll run them both down at the hideout together.
But how does he propose to find it?
You're not in Nazi Germany or fascist Italy now, Carlotta. You can't own property in this country without there being a record of it. You can conceal your ownership, but a little patient research will turn it up. That's what Murray's doing.
If Murray's men can search records, why can't you?
I can't afford to show too much interest in the girl, or for that matter, Semi-Rice either. Are you going to probe and natter all night?
What should I do? Sit in stunned silence while I wait for your man Alexis to report to us?
Well, give him half an hour and then phone the penthouse. If someone else answers, it'll give us an idea what's happened, and Stephen will have to carry the ball.
But will Alexis answer the telephone, if he's still there?
He has his instructions. Of course he will. If the phone goes, and it's the friend of Sherry Reed's, all he has to do is say wrong number and drop the phone.
All this move and counter move is driving me insane. We've never had to walk a tightrope like this before.
We've never had a character like Keen to cope with before. Look, why don't you drink some absinthe and calm down? We're closing in hour by hour.
You must seize that girl quickly and bring her here. Oh, I was wrong last night, I admit it.
I can do little more than raise one eyebrow at that, Carlotta, dear, unless you'd like me to say I told you so.
Please, do not gloat. Last night it seemed better by far to let the Sherry Reed lead us to Keen and not involve her at all. But we cannot wait.
We're waiting half an hour now. We can afford to give Alexis that long.
But no longer. I don't care what risk we run, Felix. No hazards we take in getting the Sherry Reed and forcing her to betray Keen are as bad as having Keen alive.
You want her brought here to this house, do you?
Yes.
Why?
If she is stubborn, even my Guzik's heart might soften. But mine won't. And I think I shall take you up on that absinthe, Felix. Arrange it for me. I want to dip slowly through a loaf of sugar. Oh, I detest about the way these people swallow their Pernod.
So that's my story, cut chapter and verse. Now let's hear from you.
Well, first there was a signal to London from Evelyn Channel. They've a bloke in your shoes called Nicholas Barnes, and he's a bad at. We looked him up. Right on top of the first message, we get a second one at my home address.
I sent it.
That's right, miss. Well, Major, Colonel Fentress and me, we put our heads together at my place. We didn't know what to do because this bloke Huberman's a big boy and we didn't know where anyone stood, not even you. So, here I am. Not working for anyone. Just a private individual like.
Yes, well, that clears up Evelyn Channel. What did she have to say about Huberman?
Nothing.
Can't understand that.
I brought a copy of her message with me. Mostly it says this Barnes was being run in and she hadn't any idea what they'd done with you. But I can tell you this. They don't know yet that Evelyn Channel's onto this Barnes.
She wouldn't be alive if they did.
No, sir. And it's been funny. You ought to have seen the screeds Huberman and Barnes have been feeding us in London. About how you're busy running down Bruno Kesselring and how you found out he went straight back to Singapore.
Yes, funny. Now you know.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's hear from you, Sherry. What happened to you tonight?
I was just going into the boathouse, taking it quietly over the sandbank. I saw the lights of a car pulling up, so I stayed well out and waited. Then there were voices, some from the car, some from the boathouse. Then the first car drove away, and soon after another one. I gathered someone was waiting for me, and the first car frightened them away.
So they're onto the boathouse, eh? You've been followed that far. Where's the boat now?
I tied it up at a fishing pier right round Pittwater. I came into town in a bus and took the risk of coming here because I had to get in touch with you.
Are there plenty of landings up and down the river that we can use?
Oh, for small craft, hundreds of them.
Good. That means we can still use your house as a base of operations. If we never use the same landing twice, and if you don't mind leaving a car in the open, we'll be untraceable.
That's unless they manage to tail us one night.
Oh, I can't be followed without knowing it, and neither can you. Now, look here, Tom. What were Colonel Fentress's last instructions to you?
Well, if you were alive and kicking, you ought to go ahead under your own steam. You're the skipper. If you were dead, then we're going to start off to Kesselring again from a different direction.
Well, that's all I want to know. Leave a free hand. So here's where we lay down the first drill. From now on, Sherry will spend most of her time at the Hawkesbury house. When she's out of it, she'll never drive alone. Either you or me must be with her. Got that, Cutts?
Yes, sir.
Now, Sherry, that car of yours isn't fast enough, and it's too noticeable. How far will you back us?
Oh, to the limit, you know that.
Well, we want a late model, of a popular make, English or American doesn't matter, so long as there are hundreds like it on the road. We have to be mobile, and we must have a fast but ordinary car.
You practically got one.
Good. Now, I want you to lock this penthouse up when we leave tonight. We won't be back. We'll work from the river house, the three of us. That's if I'm not taking too much for granted.
Don't talk like an idiot, Keen. Of course Tom Cutts comes with us.
Uh-huh. Then our only unfinished business before we get going is the fellow in the corner that you knocked out, Cutts. I wish I knew whether he was just an ordinary burglar or one of Huberman's boys. Yes, it's quite a problem. No, Sherry. I'll take that. Yeah?
Is that you, Alexis?
Yeah, this is Alexis. Hello. Hello, you there? Hello. Oh.
What was that, sir?
Wake him up, Cutts. He's not such a problem after all. His name's Alexis, and he does work for Huberman. Cutts didn't double my strength. He backed it up 10 times. He was my rook and my knight and my bishop, and the instant I heard Sherry say Tom Cutts was here, I knew I couldn't lose the game. We're taking a round right now. We're coming out of our corner to see what we can get out of Alexis.
Alexis talks too much in the next chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from the penthouse of Cunningham Towers.
Tom Cutts is here. When I'd about given him up and resigned myself to pressing on single-handed, the chap showed up at Sherry Reed's apartment, and by Godfrey at the very instant when he was most in demand. He found a gunman waiting and had to be a bit harsh with him. This was about an hour ago. Then Sherry came on the scene, and I arrived shortly after. We had to face the fact that Huberman and his Nightshade gang have traced us as far as the Newport boathouse, and we also had the problem of coping with Sherry's intruder. What was he? Just an ordinary burglar? Or was he bigger game, planted on the spot to wait for Sherry? Well, the problem solved itself very neatly. The phone went just now. I took the call. It was Huberman asking for Alexis. So our man's not such a problem. In fact, I don't think he's going to be a problem at all.
Major, are you dead sure that was Felix Huberman on the phone?
It was Huberman.
If you could recognize his voice, what about him?
He knows it wasn't Alexis. He hung up like a shot.
It doesn't seem to matter where you go. The blighters are after you and Miss Reed, and no ruddy mistake.
Uh-huh. You got a gun, Cutts?
Yes, sir. Aggie, the old reliable. And if you don't mind me saying so, sir, I wouldn't mind a chance to use her.
You'll get it. Let's consider here and now. If the Nightshade people show up, we'll be able to cope between us, so we can afford to spend some time on Alexis right here in the penthouse. All right with you, Sherry?
Anything you say. But what are you actually going to do to him?
We'll let Alexis decide that for us. Righto, Cutts, get that towel off his face and let's hear what he has to say for himself.
If you have to knock him about, can I go somewhere else?
You'd better go out on the terrace and watch for cars with long aerials sticking up at the back.
Do I untie his hands too, Major?
No.
Now,
There you are, matey. Come on. Sit up here in the chair and be sociable, like. That's right. Now, don't give any cheek, and we'll get along fine.
Right. My move, Cuts. So you're Alexis, eh?
Who says so?
Felix Huberman says so. Now listen, I'm going to read you a lecture. We have very little time and we want some information. We're not nice people and we've had practice. We'll get our information the hard way or the easy way. It's all up to you.
My friend, you are frightening me to death.
What's it going to be?
I'm hard of hearing. I've suddenly become deaf. I cannot hear a word you say.
You get your orders from Felix Huberman. What were they?
Felix Huberman. Who is he? I don't think I've had the pleasure.
Oh, I could take that grin off his dial so easy, Major.
No, Cuts, I just had an idea. Oh, chap, I know how to pass a word along to Huberman himself. I already know a few things I shouldn't have found out. Suppose I tell Huberman I learned them from you.
What can I do but shrug? This, Huberman? I've never heard of him till tonight, here.
All right, let's put it another way. Suppose the Nightshade ring heard that you talked.
Nightshade ring?
Uh-huh. How deaf are you now?
Believe me, I know nothing.
Look up Huberman's number and
wait,
ring it,
wait. What am I to you?
Oh, come along, fella. We won't give you all night. What were your orders, or do we go into our act on the phone?
Suppose I tell you something. What then?
We kick you out and that's it.
Who are you?
I'm asking the questions. Now, who sent you here and why? What were you supposed to do and how were you to do it? And what do you know about the Nightshade ring?
Someone's in Sherry Reed's apartment now, Carlotta, and it's not Alexis.
The police?
Possibly. Just wait a minute. Give me the phone. Hello? Hello, Murray. This is Felix Huberman. I took a chance of finding you at home. Listen, old chap, will you be at Phillip Street in the morning? Oh, good show. I want half an hour with your fingerprint file. I have to check on one or two new arrivals, yes. Good man, I'll see you about 10. Oh, just a minute, don't hang up. How are you going on that chap Rice? Has the Reed gold been any use to you? Yes. Yes, but of course, I'd have been inclined to put someone on her apartment, but you know your own job. Good hunting, anyway. Goodbye, boy.
Well?
It wasn't the police.
Then who?
My guess is Keen. And if it was Keen who answered the phone just now, he could have recognized my voice.
What are you going to do?
Take Mike Gusick and join Stephen outside the Cunningham Towers.
And if Keen has Alexis up there in the penthouse?
Alexis doesn't know a thing. He doesn't even know me.
But you have to risk it tonight.
How right you are.
Keen won't stay in the apartment. He can't possibly. Sooner or later, he has to leave.
I know that, too. We'll have to do it in the street and then take our chances.
Use a smiter. The machine pistol. Make sure, Felix. There won't be another opportunity like this.
We won't need another opportunity like this. There's only one way out of the Cunningham Towers, and we'll be waiting. If the girl comes out with Keen, Gusick can cut her down, too. We'll get rid of them both together. It's too bad. Much as I hate publicity, I don't see how we can avoid another shooting in the street. I'm very much afraid, Carlotta, we're going to be in the headlines again tomorrow morning.
I tell you this, too, every word of it. This man, Stephen, he come to me once before.
For what?
There was a fellow to be pushed around a little. They paid me £20.
All right, get on with it. Your name really is Alexis, and you do odd jobs for Stephen. What next?
Stephen showed me where to come. He gave me some keys. I was to wait for the girl here, Sherry Reed. When she come in, keep her quiet. Then signal Stephen by switching the lights off and on. Stephen was coming up then, and between us we were taking her down by the stairs, not a lift. And when she was in his car, that was all.
Who is Stephen?
Stephen Meyer. That is all I know about him.
And who tells him what to do?
I do not know.
Look, you were prepared to be knocked about. You were prepared to let me tell Felix Huberman you talked. But when I mentioned the Nightshade ring, Alexis, well, where do Stephen's orders come from?
I think the Nightshade ring itself. He's a driver and gunman.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. What do you know about it? What is this ring? What motivates it and what does it do?
If you kill me here now, I cannot tell you.
Then why are you afraid of it?
Others have been killed.
Why?
For saying too much.
Oh, we can get rid of you pretty easily then, can't we?
But we made a bargain.
Have you kept your part of it yet? This fellow Stephen, is he an Australian?
He comes from Gothenburg.
Yeah, that cuts. That's 3 of them. A man called Mike, Stephen, and this chap, all new arrivals, all from the DP camps in Europe. One more thing. Where is Stephen now?
Down in the street.
Come over here to the window. Point his car out to me.
It is a black sedan. There. On the other side. 1, 2, 3 cars forward from the lamppost.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, old chap. Well, that just about concludes your usefulness.
What are you doing now? Above me?
Well, you can get back there in the other room and shut up. Actually, you're on your own.
I can go?
Not yet. After tonight, I think you'll be required to give an account of yourselves to the Nightshade people. But, of course, that's your problem, isn't it? Shut the door on him, Cuts. Now, listen. We 3 are still on thin ice. Cuts, take the window. Watch for another car or anyone joining Stephen down in the street.
All clear at the moment, Major.
Right. Now then, Huberman knows that Alexis slipped. He knows that Sherry is up here with someone else, and 50 to 1 it's me. So I don't think we can risk leaving this building and walking openly down the street to Sherry's car.
Where is it, Keen?
50 yards down to our right and round the corner.
Well, why can't we bolt out and go for our lives?
Because we don't know if Huberman has got a signal to Stephen down in the street. If he has, of course, we'd be sitting shots.
So we're trapped here?
We have been ever since I picked up that phone.
Well, the police...
Sherry, I'm Sammy Rice, remember?
What can we do, then? The main entrance and the garage ramp both face the street, and there's no other way out.
Major, there's a car pulling up with a bloke getting out. He's going over to Stephen. Now the car's backing into park.
Where exactly?
Covering the foyer and the garage ramp.
They have to turn up. I didn't expect Huberman to take so long.
Keen, what are we going to do? If they're really here to shoot you as we go out into the street...
It's all right, Sherry. Don't get scared. Come with me over to the window. Well, what do you think, Cuts?
Huberman has his 2 cars directly across the street. I'm having a shufty at the angles, Major.
Do you think it could be done?
Just.
Without giving yourself away?
Oh, I think so.
Oh, you two, will you stop talking in riddles? And how are we going to get out of here alive?
Well, you better get going, Cuts. We'll give you 10 minutes. And watch yourself.
Well, if the worst comes to the worst, Major, and I have to let fly, who do I go for?
Huberman. He, resembles Dumetrius. You'll know him.
I'll know him. 10 minutes, Major. Leave it to me.
Keen, please. What are you up to?
If I could, Sherry, I'd leave you here, but we both know that's impossible. So in a few minutes' time, I'm taking you down in the lift. We'll attend to Alexis as we go.
Yes, but down in the street...
We're going to run the gauntlet, Sherry. Cuts is going to get a cab. He'll tell the driver to pull up exactly level with Huberman's car to cover us as we run. If the thing comes unstuck and I tell you to go flat on the ground, you go flat.
What will you do?
What can I do? But shoot it out with them. We've 8 minutes to go. I can't leave her, and I can't stay here myself, so the risks are forced on us. It's like the old times. Once again, it's up to Sergeant Cuts. He's never dropped the ball before. It's going to be too bad if he fumbles it this time.
Do Keen and Sherry escape from Cunningham Towers? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a terrace 10 floors above the street in Cunningham Towers.
7 minutes from now, I have to take Sherry Reed down to the foyer of this block and out into the street. We have to do 50 yards to the first corner in her car, while at least 3 gunmen are waiting for us from a black sedan that's parked to cover every exit from the building. They're waiting for us, and we've just one chance. Felix Huberman doesn't know that Tom Cutts arrived in Sydney last night. And he doesn't know Cutts is getting hold of a cab this minute to draw up in front of Huberman's car and screen us as we run. I have to time it to the instant. We don't want to be hanging about downstairs in the foyer. So I'm checking the Luger and watching my second hand creep slowly around the dial.
What are you going to do about Alexis, Keen?
Well, nothing much. What can we do? I'm in no position to hand him over to the police, and you can't afford to hang about here either.
We can't just walk out and leave him sitting in my penthouse.
We're not going to. Wait here, I'll show you. Alexis, come here.
What is it now?
Turn round and walk towards the window. I want to show you something.
If it gives you pleasure.
All right. All right, hold it, chum. This won't hurt much.
Oh! Keen.
Had to do it, Sherry. You'll be all right in half an hour. Now then, quickly. Get your front door open and see if the coast is clear outside. There are 2 lifts, aren't there?
Yes, 2.
We'll get them both up to this floor. Anyone about?
No, all clear.
The lift's on the way up?
Watch the indicators. One's coming. Can we wait for the other?
3 minutes to go. No, we can't. Listen, when it gets up here, hold the door open. I'll drag Alexis in with us and we'll ride down to the 2nd floor. We'll leave him there for anyone to find and take the stairs ourselves to the foyer.
Here it comes, Keen. 8, 9, 10.
We're on our way. Keep your fingers crossed, Cherry, and let's hope that Cutts has found that cab.
Never mind the ramp, Gusey. Keep that schmeiser covering the marquee.
Who opens fire if they come up the garage ramp?
Stephen in the other car, you fool. Now watch it. Someone coming out now.
No, it's not Keen. About Stephen, he's clear about how we get away from here.
He knows the drill. Stop harping on it. It's 100 to 1. Keen and the girl won't come up the garage ramp. They'll use the front entrance for the cover it gives him. We're lucky. No parking in front of the Cunningham Towers. So the minute they appear under the marquee, you'll be able to give them a full magazine.
Yeah, but Mr. Huberman, they're firing a burst with their machine pistol. There's thousands of people trying to stop us.
Do you want me to get out and set up a blackboard? We pull out and go in front. Stephen follows. We stick to narrow streets, and if there's any pursuit, Stephen skids across the road and blocks it.
Then they're knowing Stephen is with us.
Oh. You may be good with a submachine gun, Gusick, but I've seen brighter apes in a zoo. Stephen is Carlotta's chauffeur. He saw the shooting and set out after us, but he couldn't get our number because we've no tail lights. Now, hold it. The main doors are opening. Is that Keen coming out?
Yeah, with the girl close behind him.
Right. I get set. The instant they step outside, let them get well onto the curb and under the lights. Ready? Oh, what the devil? That infernal cab stopped right between us and the pair of them. Get that cab out of the way. Come on, out of the way with it. There they go. Look at them running. Can you get a shot through the back window? Keep that gun out of sight, you fool. You can't shoot through the cab. There they go around the corner. Oh, look, that cursed cab getting out of the way now. Of all the fiendish, devilish luck. Just as they came out of the building. Come on, get this car going.
Yeah.
Get away from here. We've lost them again. I'll find that cab driver if it's the last thing I do, and I'll string him up by his own belt. So
This is Cherry?
Mm-hmm. Corner of Archer and Bowman Street. Cutts cab, you'll know it.
Yeah, it looks like a yellow cab coming up now. Uh-huh, it is. Cutts?
Yes, sir?
Well, didn't you get them? Stand about. So, you made it. Good work, Cutts. You timed it to the second. Best try you ever scored.
No trouble, sir. I pitched the cabbie a yarn, and he swallowed it without chewing once.
Good show. Did you get a glimpse of Huberman?
Oh, he didn't know it. But while you and Miss Reed...
Sherry to you, Cut.
Oh, thank you, miss. Sherry it is. Well, while you and the Major were running down the street like a couple of ruddy hares, Mr. Huberman was sitting up fair on Aggie's front sight, dead centre like a duck in a penny arcade.
Aggie is a Luger Cut's inclined to be deadly with. Huberman was lucky tonight.
Oh, for heaven's sake, weren't we? I'm still shaking like a leaf, and you two characters go on as though you just won a game of darts.
Skittles, we call it, miss. Where are we off to now?
We're heading for an oyster pier on Pittwater. Sherry has a speedboat there. Listen, Sherry, when we get to the pier, I want you to take the boat and press on upriver by yourself. What is it now, 20 to 12, eh?
Just a minute. Where will you and Cuts be?
Oh, we've a job on our hands. Do you think you could have the boat back at the pier by 4:30 in the morning?
Yes, Keen. But why?
After tonight. Cuts, who's still unknown here, will take this car of yours and deliver it to any good garage. He'll tell them to take it to the Cunningham Towers, and we'll forget about it from then on. Got that, Cuts?
Oh, yes, sir.
What's the matter with this car?
Look, Sherry, I've explained before. You can pick it a mile off, and Huberman knows it's yours. Right. Cuts will buy us some ordinary car, and that's when we start driving people crazy. Whenever we come back to the river in future, we come to a different landing, and Sherry picks us up in a speedboat. The car can always be locked and left. Won't attract any attention, because it will never be left at the same landing twice. No one will connect the car with Sherry and me, because it'll be registered to Cuts, and he won't even be using his right name. No one will be able to follow it to whatever landing we use, because only Cuts or I will be driving it, and we've been around too long not to know when we're being tailed. Any holes in that, Cuts?
No, sir.
We'll come and go to our heart's content, and no one will have a chance of finding out where we got to, when, or how. Well, for now, I think that's about the lot.
Not quite Keen, darling.
What have I missed?
You still haven't told me where you and Cuts are going tonight and why you want me back with the speedboat at 4:30.
The less you know about tonight, the better.
Why?
Just leave it to me.
Oh, no, I won't. I'm in up to the neck already. I've been hunted by gangsters, I've been lain in wait for at the boathouse, and tonight I had to charge down the street in front of cars full of men pointing guns. If you think I'm going to take a back seat after that, you're about as wrong as a man can be. And that goes for you too, Tommy Cuts.
Oh, yes, miss.
All right, Sherry, have it your own way. You can see for yourself after tonight. Huberman and his fellows are prepared to hunt us down like wild animals. Well, tonight I'm going after a certain character myself. And if I have to kill him, I will. Are you beginning to get the idea, Sherry?
I think so.
Whatever I do now is in self-defense, but I still want to keep you out of it. Oh, this junction coming up. Do we turn right or carry straight along the highway?
Get me Alexis and bring him here.
Why?
I refuse to believe it, Felix. I have gambled all my life, and I should know something about probability. That cab did not get between you and Keen tonight by luck.
Then who the devil was driving it?
I don't care if the Archangel Gabriel was driving it.
Raving won't help, Carlotta, and neither will smashing that piano to match wood. Keen got away, and that's that. The fellow has more lives than a Siamese cat.
He not only looks after himself, he gets between us and the Reed girl as well. Alexis must have talked. He must have pointed out Stephen's car, and they watched it from the penthouse windows. They saw you join him. They planned the arrival of that cab.
All right, so what? I'm at my wit's end. I cover every loophole, and I still can't run them down.
Well, think of something. Don't just stand there. Think of something. Keen hides somewhere on the Hawkesbury River. He has money. He has means of getting about. Find him.
Do you know how long it is since we traced Keen and Sherry Reed to that Newport boathouse? 23 hours.
It is too long.
In those 23 hours, I bought a fishing boat, found 2 men to man it, and sent them to patrol the Hawkesbury in the Pittwater. They know what to look for. A fast mahogany speedboat. And they know what to do when they find it. They have high-power binoculars and they're armed. Yet all you can do, because Keen slipped through our fingers tonight, is scream and rant and rave like a madwoman.
And I shall continue to do so, till you tell me that Gregory Keen is dead. I cannot sleep. My nerves are screaming like the rest of me. So get out to your men in the fishing boat, Felix. And remember what can happen to us if the police get Keen before we do. Now go. Leave my car and use your own. But see that someone brings me Alexis.
Don't worry about us, Sherry. And see if you can't get a couple of hours sleep.
Oh, if I stuffed myself with Finnerbobs till they came out of my ears, I wouldn't sleep tonight. So long, Keen. I'll be waiting right here with the boat from 4:30 on.
If we're not back by dawn, get home again as hard as you can go and try again at nightfall. Understand?
Mm-hmm. Good luck. Look after him, Cuts.
All set, Major. First stop, Stephen Mayer, the gunman, eh? If we can find him.
No, Cuts. First stop, the Poinsettia Club. It's time you met Evelyn Channel. And it's about time I met Nicholas Barnes. Yes, Barnes is my fellow. If you've given this affair as much thought as I have, you'll agree he's the chap I have to get hold of. He, above all people, knows that he's not me. He of them all should be closest to the Nightshade ring. If I can crack Nicholas Barnes, I'll get Huberman and Carlotta. And who knows? Even Bruno Kesselring himself.
Katz visits the Poinsettia Club in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story as he drives Sherry Reed's car through French's Forest at over 70 miles an hour.
This is one of the times, and there have been quite a few, when I could easily forget that the main objective in this affair is to find what became of Bruno Kesselring. It was only by chance that I stumbled on the organization that's whispered of as the Nightshade Ring, but from one small thing after another, I've learned that the Deadly Nightshade and the disappearance of Bruno Kesselring are much the same mystery. Rip the veil off one and you'll get a good look at the other. So here we are, Katz and I, just after midnight on the 9th day since I arrived in Sydney. We're driving back to town from the Pittwater Oyster Pier, heading for the Club Poinsettia as hard as we can go. Sherry right now is safely on her way upstream in the speedboat. For the moment, the coast is clear. There hasn't been a storm warning since we made that run for it from the Cunningham Towers.
One or two things have got me a bit baffled like, Major. This bloke, Huberman. Haven't you got enough on him to come into the open and hand him to the cops?
You have to get one idea straight in your head, Katz, and you haven't got it yet.
What's that?
As far as the Sydney CIB is concerned, Huberman's above suspicion. And to them, I definitely am Sammy Rice. They're not scratching their heads about it, they're perfectly certain. Huberman is Huberman, an important, unassailable individual. Nicholas Barnes is Major Gregory Keen. I am a deserter who shot a cove called Brett in his own house, and that's that.
Oh, proper rum show, that's all I can call it, sir. Now, what is Deadly Nightshade?
Oh, that's a poisonous plant. In the old days, the Borgias used to distill a venom from it and dish it up to the types they invited to dinner. Nowadays, it's synthesized and known as belladonna.
Belladonna? It sounds like an iodine name.
It means beautiful lady. Belladonna. You know, Katz, that's odd. There actually is a belladonna mixed up in this weird affair.
Evelyn Channel, sir?
No, Katz, not Evelyn Channel. Madame Carlotta Magnani. It's not too preposterous when you think about it. Just suppose Carlotta was the mainspring of the whole organization. It's only natural for them to call their gang something.
Suppose we get along and do our stuff, sir, eh? And go for the lucky dip some other night.
Oh, all right, Katz. We'll keep our feet on the ground. Or, in your case, the dance floor of the Poinsettia Club. Oh, have you got ninepence? The bridge toll. I'd hate to have to stop in the toll gates while the fellow changed to quid. And watch this corner. I'm not going to brake on it.
Not a bad floor show, that. Who's the skirt does that turn with the fans?
Evelyn Channel, sir.
Let's have another one of these.
Tom Collins, sir. Coming right up.
Evelyn Channel, eh? Would a bloke have any chance of taking her home, or what would he have a chance of?
I wouldn't know. We can only try. One Tom Collins, sir.
How much?
5 shillings, sir.
The drink and something else would come to a couple of quid.
Just the 5 shillings, sir. Thank you.
Wouldn't you even like to know?
Okay. What?
Get a word to that Channel piece. Tell her the bloke at the bar wouldn't mind a dance.
Sorry. Try it again when it's my night off.
What is it, chummy? Is she too tender to touch?
Excuse me, I've got to get some more ice.
Yeah?
Hey, boss. There's a fellow here after Evelyn. He offered me a couple of quid to get her over to the bar. He said he wanted to dance.
Okay, Frank. I'll send Benny. He'll be there in a minute.
What's the trouble, mister? Like our girls here, eh?
Who do you think you are?
The name's Benny. I work here. Like to come upstairs and meet the boss?
I'm doing all right here, thanks very much.
But the boss thinks you'd do better upstairs. So do I. So does me offsider right behind you. What's it to be, pal? Do you get down off that stool, or do we go bounce?
No. Just a minute. Take it quiet, like I haven't done nothing.
That's my boy. Nice and easy, does it? Just along here a bit and through the curtains. That's right. We like the customers to enjoy themselves, don't we, Fink? Up the stairs. In this door. Well, come in. Have a seat. How do you like the Poinsettia Club?
I've seen better.
I'm Leo Van Heusen. This is my place. Who are you?
My name's Chaplin.
Charlie?
Percy.
Uh-huh. Did you take in the floor show?
Now, look, mister, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing at all.
What's the matter? Did Benny and Fink scare you some, eh?
Oh, what's the idea? What am I up here for?
Down in the bar, they told me you thought Evelyn was a sweet dish.
I didn't mean anything. I only wanted to dance with her.
Now, shut that off, Benny.
Okay.
Now, where did you get that accent? You don't sound much like an Aussie to me.
I'm off a boat.
What boat?
The SS Chesterfield. She got in today.
Let's see your hands. Mm-hmm. What are you doing, board? Deckhand or engine room?
I'm in the galley. Second cook.
We're slipping, Benny.
Ship's cooks after Evelyn in the Poinsettia Club. Crown me, boss, you can say that again.
Now, what do you think?
This crumb?
Nah. Okay. Now, listen, Percy. The only dames working in this place work for me. And if you ever show here again, you make a play for Evelyn, you won't be seeing Benny and Fink in my office. You'll be seeing them in a back alley. Got that?
Well, go blimey, Mr. Van Heusen.
That's all. Beat it. Take them downstairs, Fink, and out the front door.
Okay, boss. Come on, you.
Will I dial Felix Huberman for you, boss? You know what he said.
Now, for Pete's sake, if we called Huberman every time some creep out of a tanker's galley wants a date with Evelyn...
Well, he said no matter who. If they were after Evelyn, he wanted to know about it.
Now, forget it. Get down and keep your eye on the floor. When ship's cooks start worrying me or Felix Huberman, that'll be the day.
Right, Cuts. We'll hold it here for a few minutes. So, they wouldn't let you near Evelyn Channel, eh?
Well, it's about the size of it, Major. They've got a fence around her 10 feet high.
Any idea what they thought about you?
Oh, I acted scared out of me wits. Chased me on Fanny. I couldn't hardly keep a straight face. 2 bruises and this yank. It was just like the films.
Yes. Don't let's underestimate them, however. The point is, we have to get hold of Evelyn without Huberman knowing it. We have to start working with Evelyn again so she can line up Nick Barnes for us. But we mustn't give her away to Huberman, or we'll be throwing her to the wolves.
It shouldn't be so bloomin' awkward. Isn't she on the phone where she lives?
Oh, yes. I'll lay you a pound to a peach kernel that Huberman has a phone tapped. He can do that sort of thing. You see, Cut, since he rang in the fellow Barnes for me, Evelyn can be left alive only so long as Huberman thinks she's fooled. I mustn't be allowed to get near her. Well, her flat's being watched day and night, I know that.
Looks like it's still up to me. But how? That's one for the ruddy brain trusters.
By Godfrey. Cuts, we're going back to Pittwater to wait for Sherry.
Anything you say, Major. But what about Evelyn Channel tonight?
Evelyn Channel waits till tomorrow. I think I know how we can get you into her flat, and no one will take 2 pence of notice. You'd better drive. First thing tomorrow morning, Cuts, we're going to an electrical goods shop.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Are you the lady of the house?
Yes? What is it?
My name's Chaplin. I represent the Pixie Vacuum Cleaner Company, ma'am, and we'd like to give you a free demonstration of this corking new household cleaner, a boon to housewives, one and all.
I'm sorry. No, thank you.
And no application at all, Miss Channel. The name's really Sergeant Cuts. No housewife ought to be contented with one of those old vacuum cleaners. I'm from Colonel Fentress and Major Keen, not Barnes, the real Major Keen. No obligation whatever, ma'am. If anyone's onto us, keep talking and let me in.
Really, I already have one, and I'm quite satisfied with it. The lift man's watching you.
We've got small deposits to suit every purse, ma'am, and easy terms after that. Now, let's have a look at your carpets. Now, where's the carpet we can give a bit of a run over?
Oh, all right then. You can come in, but I can tell you now that I'm not going to buy one. So you're cut.
Don't say anything. Where shall I get this cleaner going? Where's the plug?
Here. Hurry up and get the cord unwound.
There we are. Now then, miss, we've got a lot of ground to cover and not much time to matter. Is the bloke on the lift one of Huberman's men?
Yes, they work in shifts.
You first, then. How and where can we get hold of Nick Barnes?
He lives with Felix Huberman, but he comes to the Poinsettia Club nearly every night. What he does with himself during the day, I don't know, but you'll have to hurry. He's supposed to be leaving for Singapore the day after tomorrow.
Mr. Huberman, it's Jack Katz here, on the lift at Evelyn Channel's block of flats. A fella just turned up with a vacuum cleaner, but he didn't look like a vacuum cleaner salesman to me. Yeah, she let him in. He's in with her now. Okay. I won't leave her floor till you get here. Okay, Mr. Huberman. 10 minutes.
Nothing wrecks your nerves like waiting. I'm in a car across the road from the entrance to Evelyn's flats, watching her windows, waiting for Katz to come out again. But I'm not only watching Evelyn's windows, I'm watching the street. Huberman and his thugs have come out of the blue before. I'm ready for them if they come out of the blue again this time.
Keen meets Nicholas Barnes in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Major Gregory Keen continues the story from a car parked by the curb in Fenall Street.
The tide of affairs in the search for Bruno Kesselring is beginning to turn. We're still in deep water. We're still groping about in the dark. But since Tom Katz arrived in Sydney, we've been able to go on the offensive. We've a base of operations, Sherry's house on the Hawkesbury. We've unidentifiable transport. Katz bought a good second-hand car this morning. And we're not letting any grass grow. We're going after the fellow Huberman palmed off as me. So far, we know his name is Barnes, Nick Barnes. Last night, I sent Katz into the Poinsettia Club to see how things stood with Evelyn Channel. We drew a blank. As Katz said himself.
They're not letting anyone near her, Major. There's a fence round her 10 feet high.
So we had to pull a rather childish subterfuge out of the hat. On the assumption that Evelyn's flat would be guarded night and day, and Katz would have to get past the guard, we made him a vacuum cleaner salesman. 10 minutes ago, he carted his cleaner into the block from Fenall Street. I just had the signal from her window. He's in with Evelyn Channel now.
The Major's down in the street right now, miss. I could show you from the window.
I'm taking a risk accepting you so quickly, Katz.
Not with me, you're not, Miss Channel. And what's more, we haven't got time to argue about it. Now, tell me, is Felix Huberman still confident about you?
Yes.
He thinks he's got you fooled with this bloke, Nicky Barnes.
I've been breaking my neck with Nicky Barnes. I've had to save my own.
That's what Major Keen said. We had to talk to you without anyone knowing, or your life wouldn't be worth a 10-acre piece.
I can't tell you much more about Barnes, except that he lives with Felix Huberman, and he spends most of his nights at the Poinsettia Club.
That'll be enough.
And what'll you do about him?
We're leaving that up to the Major. But we have to lay our hands on him first, and that's where you come in.
Oh, there's been so much I wanted to know. I've been frantic since I found out about Barnes. What became of Keen?
It's a long story, miss, and we just haven't got the time. If I hang about here too long, that bloke of Huberman's in the lift will be wondering what's up. Here. Take this phone number. It'll get a message to the Major any time of the night or day.
Yes, but where is he? Who's looking after him?
We're giving you just that number and nothing else, miss. If Huberman ever caught on to you and made you talk...
All right, let's have it. Walnut 66. Walnut. That's one of those BO71 exchanges, hmm?
That's right. You dial BO71 and ask for Walnut 66. Is your phone tapped?
Yes, it has been for 5 days. Since Keen escaped from the police on the harbour bridge, I've been watched night and day. Huberman tells me they're his own men. He says it's for my own safety.
Oh, so it is in a way, miss. They can only let you live so long as you think Major Gregory Keen is Sammy Rice. Listen. Hear that? That's the Major.
Signal to you?
Come here to the window, quickly. See that big black sedan pulling in down there?
It's Felix Huberman's car.
Yeah, that bloke on the lift. I thought he was taking a bit too much notice. Huberman's coming in.
Katz, you can't hide here. There's nowhere to put you.
Take it easy, miss. I've still got me vacuum cleaner.
Yes, but you'll run straight into Felix. Dear, the lift man will make sure of it and he'll remember you.
Only if I go down.
But you have to get out of here. Where else can you go?
I can go up. I don't want to cart this ruddy vacuum cleaner around the rest of my days, so we'll just whiz up to the flats over your head and sell it. Let the lift man and Huberman scratch their flaming heads which flat I'm in.
When and where would I hear from you again?
And ring the walnut number tonight.
I'll open the door. He's still there watching my door, Katz. The lift man. No, really, I can't give you any more time, and I've no intention whatever of buying a vacuum cleaner. Now, goodbye.
Please yourself, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good blimey. This is like trying to sell foot warmers in the Belgian flaming Congo. All right, matey. What would you be staring at? Would you like a vacuum cleaner? All right. When you get over it, what about taking us up one? Or would it be too much trouble?
What's become of him?
Next door up.
Did you see which flat he went into?
No.
If he buzzes, you take him right down and let me know. I've Mike Cusick on the entrance. He can't get out till I've had a good look at him. Keep your eyes open.
Sure.
Hello, Evelyn, darling.
Felix, come in.
How are you?
I wish you'd been here 5 minutes ago.
Yeah?
I had the most appalling time trying to get rid of one of those door-to-door characters with a vacuum cleaner. Oh, like a fool, I let him in. Oh, do they cling?
Well, I hope you put him to work.
Oh, he did the lounge carpet, but then he was like a limpet. Only a fiver down, 20 years to pay, all that sort of thing. Never again.
He quite definitely was a salesman, I suppose.
Hmm? Oh, well, if he weren't, heaven keep me safe from the real ones.
If he weren't, it wouldn't be funny, Evelyn.
Oh, really, Felix, sweetheart.
Sammy Rice is still at large, you know.
Yes, but surely you wouldn't try to get me with a vacuum cleaner salesman.
Why not?
It doesn't make sense.
Makes all the sense in the world.
Oh. Felix's character was absolutely harmless. It was written all over him. Darling, how much longer do I have to live with your men breathing down my neck?
Till the police get hold of Sammy Rice, or I get report from Major Keen clearing up the whole affair with Bruno Kesselring.
When's Keen leaving for Singapore?
Well, he was to have gone the day after tomorrow. Yes. But now he looks like hanging on till sometime next week.
Felix, I have an undercut of bread and some mushrooms in the freezer. Could you possibly stay here and let me cook for you?
Oh, how I'd like to. It's too much doing.
Too much doing? By the name of Carlotta Magnani.
Oh, now, Evelyn, not again.
I'm still hearing things.
I thought we had Carlotta threshed out between us. Oh, yes, I still see her from time to time, but you should care less than nothing.
Oh, all right. But, you know, you haven't been near me at the Poinsettia for days and days, Felix.
I'll make up for it as soon as this affair's finished and done with.
Will Gregory Keen be at the club tonight?
Possibly.
What if he insists on bringing me home again?
Oh, well, hang it, surely it's not too much trouble to be pleasant to the fellow.
Just so long as I don't have to entertain him till 4 in the morning.
Oh, well, I'll have a word in his ear. And, Evelyn, next time a hawker knocks at your door, don't let him in. Understand?
I suppose so.
Goodbye, darling. You keep your chin up. Things will straighten themselves out in time.
Yes, I hope so. Goodbye, Felix, sweet. Don't leave me alone too much. He's watching me and he's testing me. Throwing Nicky Barnes at me night after night. And if I make one mistake, if I slip just once, he'll kill me. He'll have to. Have to ring this walnut number tonight. 3071 Walnut.
Well, what about it, Katz?
Well organized, Major. The liftman's working for Huberman, watching everyone who goes in or out of a flat.
Mm-hmm. What about that type hanging about the main entrance?
A real tough one by the look of him.
You know who he is? He's the fellow who shoved the Luger in my back the night I stepped off the flying boat at Rose Bay.
Then I did the right thing coming out of the flats without the ruddy cleaner.
Watch it. There's Huberman. He's talking to the thug. Shaking his head, leaving the thug there alone. Making for his car. Telling him to wait for someone leaving the flats with a vacuum cleaner. I'll bet you anything you like.
Well, he's going to have a long wait. The cleaner's in a cupboard up on the top floor. What do we do now, Major?
We get away from here before Huberman catches sight of us. Start up. Just cruise about till you see a public phone.
Are we going to ring?
Jerry Reed. I want to know where she's meeting us with the speedboat. And I want to know if Evelyn's doing anything for us about Nicky Barnes.
Why don't we go for him bald-headed?
Don't worry, Cuts, old chap, we do. We turn left just along here. If I remember rightly, there's a box a few yards up from the corner.
What's the matter with you tonight, Evelyn? You've got the shakes.
Felix Huberman's the matter with me. He's watching me like a hawk, and he keeps trying me out about you, Barnes.
Call me Keen, can't you? I'm on a tightrope. If Huberman ever heard that I got drunk here in your flat that night and gave myself away... When did you last see him?
This afternoon. Oh, you needn't panic. If I'd put the finger onto you, Felix, the harbour sharks would have had us both hours ago. 500 quid, you let them murder a man and pin it on Gregory Keen. There's still nothing I can do about it and live. It's after 2, Barnes. You'd better hop it.
Who's that tooting out there? Look, the night's a pop. Let's have another slug of that brandy for Pete's sake.
You've been here long enough. Beat it. I only bring you here for the sake of appearances, but that doesn't say you can move in.
Oh, all right, I'm going. Good night. See you tomorrow at the club, if we last that long.
Goodbye, and don't forget that if either of us steps a foot out of line, we're both done for.
As though I'm likely to.
I should be able to see from this window. Unless I made a mistake when that car tooted just now.
Excuse me, Matty.
Got a light? Yes, of course. Here we are.
Thanks. Light one yourself, Mr. Barnes. And look down at my left hand. Get the idea? Now, what would you like to do? Take 3 or 4 slugs in your brisket? Or walk 3 paces ahead of me round the corner?
What happens round the corner?
You step into a green sedan with me right there to keep you company.
Are you one of Huberman's men?
No. I'm going to introduce you to Major Gregory Keen.
We have Nick Barnes, and he'll talk or go back to the Nightshade ring, something the worse for wear. Before tonight's out, I'm going to know the answers to a few questions. I'm going to know what goes on in this underworld jungle of Sydney.
Huberman's men watch a speedboat on Pittwater in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade. Gregory Keen is here to resume with another chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
It's just after 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're heading back to a small landing in Pittwater, not far from Church Point. Cuts, myself, and a third man. The third man is Nicholas Barnes. You know, the chap Huberman's had charging about, calling himself Gregory Keen. It wasn't too difficult getting our hands on the fellow. Evelyn Channel arranged matters so that he walked out of her flat and straight into our hands not 10 minutes ago in Fenwell Street. So it won't be long now.
So you're Gregory Keen. We meet at last.
I hope it doesn't cramp your style too much, old chap. Bend your head forward. What are you doing? Come on, more yet. You're getting a muffler over your eyes. You'd just as soon you didn't see where we're taking you. There we are. That ought to do it.
Look, Keen, how did you happen to be waiting for me in Fenwell Street?
Cuts tried to sell Evelyn Channel a vacuum cleaner this afternoon. She told us you'd be at the Poinsettia Club tonight, and she'd do her best to get you up to her flat. When we arrived outside, we made her a signal, and she kicked you out. It was perfectly simple.
So you can communicate with her now.
That's right.
Look, Barnes, you'd better make up your mind to it. I have a score to settle. Suppose we put you through the ringer till we hear everything you can tell us about Felix Huberman and Carlotta Magnani and the Nightshade ring. What could we do with you then?
I'm trying to tell you. I didn't know what I was in for when I took this thing on.
But you do now. What can we do with you when you've served your purpose, Barnes?
You wouldn't just butcher a chap.
Only if we had to. Quite a problem, isn't it, Katz?
Yes, sir.
That's what I meant when I said you'd had it, old chap. We can cut your throat and tip you into the harbor. Or we can let you go back to Felix with a note on your pinny saying we don't need you anymore.
Oh, you wouldn't do that. Listen, Keen, if they thought I'd talk to you, if they even know about this, my life won't be worth a nickel.
Uh-huh. What was in it for you, Barnes?
Oh, 500 quid?
Well, you'd better start counting. You'd better decide what it's worth to stay alive, because there's just one way out for you. If you'd care to take it, of course. Don't let me push you into anything.
I'm glad someone thinks this is funny. Listen, where we're going, would there be any chance of a drink?
Why not? I expect we're going to a party with you as the guest of honor. We'd better speed it up a bit, Katz. We're overdue, and I don't want Sherry hanging about the point.
Look at these figures, Felix. The ring is paying better than even I expected it to. For the month, £33,600. At this rate, nearly £400,000 a year, and we have barely scratched the surface.
And nothing between us and a tight grip on the city of Sydney but one man.
I am merely quoting these figures to impress it on you. This fellow with the vacuum cleaner who was in Evelyn's flat. I cannot imagine why Guzik did not see him leave the building.
I've told you. You can only assume that he peddled his cleaner and left the flats without it. Guzik was watching for a man with a cleaner, the devil of a chap. I talked to Channel myself.
But you are still no nearer running Gregory Keen to earth.
No? Come and have a look at this map. Now then. Here is Shea Ridge Newport Boathouse. This is the area my fellows in the fishing boat have been patrolling. They've seen a speedboat with a girl and 2 men in it.
2 men?
Yes, 2 men. They've seen it 5 times in the last 48 hours. First time, here, I've marked the area, that's the direction it was going. Less than an hour later, they saw the speedboat with only the girl in it returning. There, second arrow.
At least there's something. They are hiding somewhere upstream from where they passed the fishing boat.
I can do better than that. Last night I ordered the men upstream about 7 miles to here. They cast about, we had some luck. The speedboat went by some distance away. They couldn't see who was in it, but we're assuming it was the same boat. There aren't many fast cruisers running up and down the Hawkesbury in the early hours of the morning.
All right, get on with it.
The point is, last night the speedboat was heading up the river. Not long after, it returned downstream again.
I cannot see the significance.
Well, isn't it obvious? They're using a different landing each night. Their hideout is somewhere between here, where they were first seen on Pittwater, and here, where the boat passed our men twice going in the opposite directions.
How far between the 2 points?
7 miles.
That is still a lot of river. And they could be in a house on either bank.
Wait a minute. Today, the fishing boat made a slow cast up both sides of the river, here and here. They marked every landing. There aren't many on either side. Before very long, Carlotta, we're going to pin down their home landing. Then we'll have them like rats in a trap.
We'd better. 10 days from now, we're getting our second large consignment of narcotics from Hong Kong. And before then, I want Keen disposed of, Nick Barnes out of the country, and our machinery running like a Swiss watch. Where is Barnes tonight?
He left the Poinsettia Club with Eve, and I expect to be back to my place sometime before morning.
You are sure she still has no suspicions about him?
I've told you 100 times, definitely no.
And your friend, Inspector Murray of the police? What progress is he making to catch his murderer, Sammy Rice?
None. He's getting his knuckles wrapped, I believe.
So, we are still ahead on points. Dobie is gone. The police cannot find Keen either. Barnes is playing his part with authority. We did not get rid of Evelyn Channel yet. There is only one outstanding account. The girl, Stella Wilson.
Well, since we're closer to Keen than anyone, can't we ignore her once Keen's dead? What can she do?
I would prefer her out of the way. We cannot be too safe.
We needn't give her any priority. When we find her, all well and good. We'll leave it to Mike Guzik.
You've done well with your fishing boat on the Hawkesbury, Felix. Tonight I am fond of you.
Perhaps it's because Nick Barnes is looking after Evelyn.
I am always prepared to admit I have been wrong about Evelyn. How handsome you are at times, Felix. Go to the cabinet and mix us some brandy and Benedictine. I have a new record of La Campanella, the Campanella of Michel Levitsky. Would you like to hear it? Levitsky plays almost as well as I do.
Car locked up, Cuts?
Yes, sir.
Right. Start up, Sherry, and let's get away from here.
Well, what about him?
I'll look after him. You're in a speedboat, Barnes. If you feel like going over the side, your feet are tied to the anchor and you'll go straight to the bottom and stay there.
I never felt less like swimming. How much longer does this thing stay over my eyes?
Oh, bear up, old chap. About 10 minutes.
Did you have any trouble, Keen?
No. What about you? Any more calls from Evelyn Channel?
Not tonight.
We're making up ground. But we have to be darn careful to cover Evelyn in this thing. That's the big risk we're taking. What's that light up ahead?
Oh, I'd say another of those fishing boats.
That's odd. There always seems to be at least one on the river when we're coming or going.
At this time of the year, you always see them, Keen.
What are they?
They're poachers. They take prawns and so forth out of season.
I must say they're pretty open about it. That light hanging over the side on a pole. I'm hanged if I know.
What is it?
Nothing, just thinking. Might be a good idea to give them a wide berth just the same. We can't be too sure.
That's the lot. Blinds down, doors locked, everything.
All right, Cuts. Take that blindfold off him and let him see where he is.
And about time.
We've treated you with kid gloves so far, Barnes. Now we're coming to it. You're miles from anywhere. The nearest house is well out of earshot if you could yell louder than a fire siren. So what do you say we get down to business?
In the car, you said there was just one way out. You don't have to pound anything in because I'll take it.
But first, there are so many questions. Start at the beginning.
Name it.
How do you come to be able to pass as me?
The time you spent in Felix Huberman's house, every word you said went on a wire recorder.
Mm-hmm.
Huberman briefed me on your background. We took your papers, substituted my photographs for yours, and forged stamps on them. It was quite easy. I'd only one person to fool, Evelyn Channel.
And when she finally caught on, why didn't she go straight to the police?
Oh, she didn't know where she or you or anyone else stood. She didn't know they'd made you Sammy Rice. She's in love with Felix Huberman, so she waited to hear from Milo Fentress in London.
You're telling the truth so far.
You said something about a drink.
It'll keep. After they got me out of the way, how long were you supposed to go on with the impersonation?
No time at all.
What, you were just going to stop being Gregory Keen and suddenly become Nick Barnes again?
In Singapore.
How?
I don't know yet. Huberman has something lined up, but I don't know what it is.
All right, fellow. Now let's press on to something you do know about. What is the Nightshade ring? I must know, and I'm going to, and your life depends on it. What is this deadly Nightshade?
It is nearly 3 o'clock, Felix, and tomorrow I must look my best.
When don't you, Carlotta? And why tomorrow?
There is a diplomatic reception at 66 Gifford Avenue.
Oh, yes, of course. You must definitely be at your best there, my dear. How amusing. Can you imagine the horror of the diplomatic corps if they knew 1 or 2 basic facts about Madame Mia? Yes? Yes. What time? A girl and 3 men, eh? Well done.
Who is ringing you here at this hour?
The skipper of my fishing boat on the Pittwater Patrol. The speedboat passed them twice tonight, coming from a landing near Church Point. And that, Carlotta, almost pins them down. We know to within a mile now just what becomes of Gregory Keen.
It's worked before with Alexis. Now it's working with Nicky Barnes. Threatened to expose their failures to the Nightshade ring, and they can't talk hard enough. While I stand here listening to this terrified imposter, the curtains that have hidden the deadly Nightshade are slowly being drawn aside. And I don't like what I'm beginning to see.
How soon does Huberman arrive at the Riverside house? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen is here to continue the story from the Riverside house where he has taken the impostor, Barnes.
Grim and forbidding as the Nightshade affair has been up to this, with 5 murders and the knowledge of being hunted night and day, we've the odd ray of light to see by now. Between us, that's Cutts and I, we've collared the impostor, Nick Barnes. We wasted no time. From the moment when Cutts let him see the Luger in Fenhall Street, we set out to scare him out of his wits. And we were lucky. It didn't take an awful lot to scare Nicky Barnes. So we're at Cherry Reed's house, and Barnes is doing most of the talking. And gradually the shape and magnitude of the Nightshade ring is coming into focus. We're beginning to get the first inkling of what we're really up against.
They've got dozens of gunmen of every description working for them, Keen, and somehow or other they keep them disciplined.
Name some, Barnes.
Well, there's a fellow called Stephen Meyer.
Oh, yes, we've heard of him, Cutts.
Meyer's a new arrival here. On the face of it, he's Carlotta Magnani's chauffeur. There's a chap called Leo Van Huysen, an American who stayed here after the war. He's a really tough cookie, that one. Runs the Poinsettia Club for Carlotta.
Do you mean she owns it?
With Leo Van Huysen for the front. You'd never connect her with it in law. It's all in Leo's name, but the Poinsettia belongs to Carlotta Magnani, down to the last drop of black market booze in the cellar.
All right, Barnes. Let's hear some more about these hoodlums.
Well, there's Martin Gorser Pole. He worked in Tasmania for a while, then came up and joined the ring.
Mm-hmm.
There's Louis Cortez, a Sicilian. He's been here about a year.
Do you know a cove called Mike someone?
Yeah. Mike Guzik. He's the first lieutenant, Huberman's personal strong-arm man, and when I say strong-arm, I don't mean perhaps. They call on Guzik for the dirty work they have to be careful about, and I'm not sure, but I think if you looked back far enough into that character, you'd come to Auschwitz or Dach or Buchenwald or one of those cozy little places we used to read about a few years ago.
Huberman's job is to screen certain types among the new arrivals into this country. Could it be that he's letting them in to swell his own ranks?
Could it be? Of course he is. He's about the one chap in the country who can do it.
And how big's the thing already?
Well, don't ask me. I only came near them on your account because by trade I'm an actor.
You by trade, old boy, are a jackal, but we'll let that pass. And what I want to know above everything else is this. They've this lineup of European gangsters. They're running about after me as though I really had something big to hit them with, which I haven't. They've fellows guarding people and phones tapped, and yet no one really knows anything about him. The police don't. The thugs I've been mixed up with don't. Now, where does the money come from to make it worthwhile, and what are they really trying to do?
I wish I could tell you.
Barnes, you must know something.
Look, as nearly as I could make out, they're running some sort of an extortion racket. You pay up or you catch it in the neck. You whisper a word and they find you in a back alley too far gone to ever say anything about it again.
And who's you? Who were they extorting from?
Oh, people who can't squawk, that's obvious.
No, there's more to it than that. The Nightshade ring got rid of Bruno Kesselring, who was nothing more and nothing less than a very important scientist. He had special knowledge. He was under security in his work. But you can't tell me a gang of ordinary thugs running a shakedown ramp on the American pattern would be interested in a nuclear physicist. Interested enough to murder 2 men who came after him and have about 20 good tries at the third.
That's you?
That's me.
Look, Keen, I've been talking for hours. I've told you what I know, and I've made some good guesses for you. Now, where does this finish?
You want to know what we're doing with you?
You said there was a way out for me.
Well, we could take you back and drop you off outside Evelyn Chandler's flat. Then you could go home in time for breakfast at Huberman's. Is that what you want?
What's up your sleeve?
Just give me the name of one man they've extorted money from. Just one.
They didn't let me that close. Huberman hasn't told me a thing. I didn't need to know. I had to pass myself off as a major of MI5 to a cop called Murray, Evelyn Channel, and 1 or 2 fellows in Huberman's security department who don't come into it.
You'd better pull your socks up, Barnes. I could throw you out of this house, make one phone call, and you'll be dead in 12 hours.
Don't you think I know that?
When you let yourself down with Evelyn Channel, you couldn't pass that on to Huberman, could you? He'd have fed you to that Alsatian dog of his, bit by bit. Evelyn Channel couldn't do anything about you, either. Or she'd have been done for, too. Now, old chap, you're in even deeper. I don't have to lift a finger to have you assassinated by the Nightshade ring at the drop of a hat.
But I tell you, will you listen to me, Keen? I've done my best.
But it's not good enough. Carlotta Magnani runs the Nightshade ring through Felix Huberman. They've an organization of professional thugs recruited from the DP camps in Europe. They're running a racket that you think is extorting money from people right here in Sydney. That's what your story boils down to, Barnes, and I could have darn near told it to you myself. Now, here's your last chance before I throw you to the wolves. Name me names. Tell me the name of one man you know they're taking tribute from. Or so help me, I'll throw you over Huberman's wall tonight, tied hand and foot, with a note from me to Huberman saying just what he ought to do with you.
Look, I'm trying to think.
Well, come on, out with it.
Hodge. One night I was at Carlotta's. Guzik came in, Mike Guzik. Yes, that's right, it's Hodge.
Who is he and what is he?
Abe Hodge, an SP bookmaker.
So we finally got something out of you.
All right, Cuts, pour in a drink and one for me, too.
What are you going to do now?
Relax.
Keen,
What is it, Cherry?
I've been out on the terrace watching the river. Perhaps you better come and have a look yourself.
Uh-huh. Keep an eye on Laughing Boy here, Cuts.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's worrying you, Sherry?
See that light out there in the river?
Oh, our old friends, the fish poachers.
Yes. But instead of going round and round slowly in circles, they've been cruising steadily up and down.
Have they now? Could they see the speedboat from where they are?
Not unless they came right in. They couldn't even see the landing. That little sort of promontory comes round a bit.
See where the boat is now, the fishing boat.
Mm-hmm.
Have they been in any closer?
Not while I've been watching.
Hmm. Oh, well, I shouldn't worry about them then, not tonight. If they're round again tomorrow, we'll investigate. Why don't you turn in and get some sleep?
Is it all right, really?
Oh, of course it is. Off you go now, sleep tight.
Keen, how much longer does this go on?
Ask me that tomorrow, too.
I thought I could take it, but it's kind of wearing on the nerves.
Have I imposed too much on you?
Don't talk like a fool. You haven't imposed on me at all. I practically dragged you here, don't you remember?
Well, what is it, then?
I'm afraid. When I actually have to see you hacking away at men like that Barnes...
Oh, Barnes doesn't amount to a thing.
But I'm still afraid. For you. The only way you can win is to go after them so. You heard him. They have dozens and dozens of men. You only have to slip once.
Cuts and I are pretty steady on our feet. Now, look, be a good girl. Go upstairs, lock your door, and just forget about us, eh?
Will I be alone at all tonight?
No, Cuts will be here.
That fishing boat. It's all right. But you're not leaving me alone. For the first time, you're not leaving me alone, Keen.
Sherry, will you snap out of it and get upstairs? Look, come on, I'll take you up myself.
Oh, it's all right. Don't have to snarl my head off. Sorry to be a pest. It's just that I'm not used to it yet. A kiss would help, but I know better than that, too. Good night.
Cuts.
Yes, sir.
Here at the double. Barnes will be all right. See that light out there in the river?
Uh-huh.
It's a fishing boat that's not doing any fishing. Grab a thick coat and your luger and get down onto the landing. Keep your ears open. Voices travel over the water. If they should come poking about the landing itself, lie low. If they come ashore, take the crew and hold them right here in the hut. Think you can manage it?
Yep.
Good man. I'm taking Barnes and the speedboat out of here right now. I hope Barnes can row. We won't be using the engine, and I don't want to be seen or heard as we leave. Right, that's all, chap. Just hold it there. Just put the bow into the bank, and I can grab a branch. That'll do.
Oh, I can do with a spell.
You know, you should spend more time in the gym and less draped over the Point City Club bar.
This ruddy speedboat wasn't made to be rowed.
It's done you good. Now listen. I told you there was one way out for you, and I'm offering it to you. If the Nightshade people ever learn about tonight, about you and about me, and the solo you sang to us, what happens?
You should ask me.
Well, I need Evelyn Channel, and I need you. When you get back to town, will you be able to account for your movements to Huberman?
What's the time?
4:45 in the morning.
How long before you can put me in a cab in town?
An hour, unless I lose my way.
I can tell Felix I've been playing baccarat. I've done it before.
You can still see Evelyn Channel as much as you want to.
It's been the main part of my job.
Well, you'll get your instructions in future from her. The moment Huberman tells you you're leaving for Singapore, I want to know about it. Also, I want the names and, if possible, the addresses of every hoodlum working for Huberman. I want details of Carlotta Magnani's arrangements at that North Shore barracks of hers.
What sort of details?
Oh, who are the resident thugs? What sort of protection does she keep on hand, you know?
You wouldn't be planning on getting in there.
Never mind what I'm planning, fellow. Just remember, if you want to come to a sticky end, play me false. If you want to live, keep one thing right there, right in the front of your mind. Never forget it by night or by day.
What's that?
Oh, before I start this motor, you get the blindfold again. You can take it off crossing the harbour bridge. You can't tell Huberman a thing. You don't know where you've been, and you're not going to find out. So, Barnes, old boy, if you want to stay alive, here's what you're going to remember. From now on, you're working for me. 5 minutes ago, I said goodbye to Barnes. He's on his way to face Huberman.
It's a colossal gamble. The Nightshade ring couldn't trust him. Maybe I'm a fool to think I can. But that's not the only gamble I'm taking in the next 12 hours. I'm on my way to the next appointment. I think it's about time I renewed my acquaintance with Detective Inspector Murray of the CIB. There's still more I have to know about the Nightshade ring.
Sergeant Cutts listens to some fishermen in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Here is Gregory Keen to resume with another chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
When we managed to get in touch with Evelyn Channel again, it was only one easy step to lay our hands on Nick Barnes. We took Barnes to our hideout on the Hawkesbury, and as the saying goes, we put him through the ringer. It wasn't hard to scare out of his wits. The Nightshade people picked a weak link when they included him in their scheme of things, so we learned a lot. Well, that was last night. Right now I have to keep moving. I don't like the look of the shape events are taking on the river. We've been seeing rather too much of a certain fishing craft as we've come and gone in Sherry Reed's speedboat. I've left Cutts on the landing, and I've sent Barnes himself back to Felix Huberman. And that's where I'm taking the gamble of a lifetime, because Barnes only has to utter one word out of...
Get that infernal dog away from me, Felix. Can't you control the thing? Mrs. Rose.
Yes, sir.
Have you fed Carlos yet?
No, sir.
Attend to it. Go on, boy. Go on.
Heavens.
Jumpy this morning, Nicky.
Jumpy enough not to want to be eaten alive.
Did you take Evelyn home from the Poinsettia Club last night?
Yes, about 1:30.
Ah. I heard you coming in this morning sometime after 6. I thought I gave you fair warning about Evelyn.
I left her just after 2.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Baccarat.
Oh, how did you fare?
Oh, I lost 15 quid and smoked too many cigarettes.
I can check on you.
Check your head off.
You know, I think you're out of character there. I don't think Major Gregory Keen would hang about till dawn playing baccarat.
Why haven't you said so before?
I'm saying so now.
All right. No more baccarat. Anyway, there won't be that many more opportunities. Aren't I off to Singapore in a few days?
5 days, precisely. Oh,
Hmm?
What's that on your sleeve?
What? Where?
The left elbow. Are you blind?
I can't say it. Looks like oil of some sort.
You were wearing that same jacket yesterday, weren't you?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Well, it's bad enough wearing a blue reefer with brass buttons at the Poinsettia Club without being covered in grease as well. Or did you collect that playing baccarat, too?
I'm hanged if I know. I can't imagine where I picked it up. The taxi home, possibly. I don't know.
Oh, Sydney acts aren't that bad.
They're bad enough.
Which school do you play at, by the way?
Holtz's. You know, up the top end of Shakespeare Street.
Well, I'm leaving you to it. Have a busy day. If anything shows up, bring Carlotta, understand?
What am I, a cretin?
With grease stains on your clothes. Do something about it. Give it to Mrs. Rose.
Filthy luck. Why couldn't I have noticed it? Grease off that speedboat somewhere last night. I have to get out of this before it's too late. I have to get out.
What is it, Felix? You shouldn't cross the bridge this early in the day.
Get Mike Gusick in here. I have a job for him.
Stephen? Is Mike there with you in the garage?
Yeah, Carlotta.
Send him to me on the terrace.
Have you heard any more from the fellows on the fishing boat?
They were on the telephone early this morning. At something after 2 o'clock last night, the speedboat passed them going at high speed upstream within our critical mile of river.
They left it at that, I'll strangle them both.
They did not leave it at that. They examined every landing carefully without inviting suspicion. By 5 o'clock this morning, they had covered both banks of the river, and, Felix, there was no sign of the speedboat.
They must have missed it. Keen and the Reed girl must be in a house somewhere within that mile of the river banks.
But there was no speedboat. There are several houses on the south bank, Several more on the other side. All have landings, all are perched up on the hillsides among the trees. But none show the light, and there was no speedboat.
Well, in that case, they must know we're patrolling the river. Oh, where the devil's Guzik? Oh. Does it take you a month to get up here from the garage? Now, listen to me. You know the Baccarat School at the top end of Shakespeare Street?
Yeah.
Take a car, get in there and talk to Holtz. Find out if Nick Barnes played Baccarat there last night from 2 to 5:30. He was wearing grey slacks, brown suede shoes, plain grey tie, and a blue reefer with brass buttons. Have you got that?
I go now.
Yes, you go now. If Barnes was there, forget it. If he wasn't, pick him up and bring him back here. Now get out.
Okay.
Nicky was home late this morning?
Yes, and he was as jumpy as an alley cat when I left him an hour ago. I don't like it, Carlotta. I don't like it at all.
Nicky would never have the nerve to go against us, never. He knows what happened to the only man who was tried so far, Sammy Rice.
He wouldn't double-cross us, no, but he could be put into the position where he had to.
By whom?
By Gregory Keen. Last night when the speedboat went upstream, there were the girl and 3 men in it. 3 men, Carlotta. If Keen ever laid hands on Nick Barnes, he could make him do anything to save his own hide. Even rat on us.
If Nick Barnes lied to you this morning, if Guzik returns with Nicky, I think you had better leave him to me.
If Nick Barnes lied about last night, we're going to have to do a lot. Not only on Barnes. We have to come into the open. We have to do the very things we've been trying to avoid. There won't be any other way, Carlotta.
Come on, Evelyn. Open up. Open up.
Oh, it's you.
Let me in quickly.
What's the matter with you, Barnes?
Listen, you got me into this. If Felix asks you, I was here in your flat till 5:30 this morning. Have you got that?
It's going to be in trouble. Felix has a one-track mind where I'm concerned.
But they'll cut my throat if he catches on to last night. You'll have to do it, Evelyn. If you don't, I'll give you away to...
I'll cover up for you. But not on your account or mine either.
Keen is to get me out of this. He can hide me out with him and the girl and the other fellow.
There's only one way out for you, Nicky. You have to pull yourself together, sit tight, and do as you're told.
But anything can happen.
You should have thought of that before. Now get out of here. When I have to account for you coming here today, what do you want me to say? We'd better tell the same story, Nicky.
I left my lighter here. That'll do. I dropped in to pick up my lighter.
For your sake, I hope Felix believes you. Now don't hang about. If you let yourself go for the rest of your life, keep your nerve now. I just hate to think what's going to happen to us both if you don't.
C. O. 7. 4 hours to nightfall. Walnut, 6, please. 4 hours to nightfall, and there's too much hanging on Barnes. Hello. Cuts? It's Keen here. I'm ringing from the foyer of the Prince Philip Theatre. Yes, the car's parked. I'm hiding out for the day at the movies. What happened about that fishing boat last night? Oh, they did, eh? All the landings, both sides of the river. Well, that settles that. Huberman's casting the river for us. Yes, good thing I got the speedboat out of the way last night. Now, listen. Your job's to hold the fort there till I get back tonight. Oh, I'll get back. Don't worry about that. But not till I've covered some more ground in town. Well, if the worst comes to the worst, Cuts, make a fight of it. I don't care if Huberman's thugs find the house before I get back. You'll have to shoot it out. Yes, well, good luck, Cuts. You're carrying the ball. And don't let anything happen to Sherry.
Sit him down in that chair, Guzik. That's right. Well, Barnes, I hope you didn't mind Mike picking you up and bringing a prepared call on Carlotta.
I told you, Felix, let me handle this.
Don't be impatient, my dear. You shall. Barnes, I thought you said you played Baccarat last night.
That's right. So I did.
Your move, Guzik. Holt says you weren't there at all. Holt says you haven't been to his school for a week.
Listen, Felix.
We are wasting time. Guzik, take him down to the cellars.
Better make it easy for yourself, Barnes. You didn't play Baccarat, and you didn't lose any 15 pounds. Where were you between 2 and 5:30?
I told you. There was a crowd.
Did you get that grease patch on your sleeve while you were taking a trip in a speedboat?
I don't know what you're talking about. So help me, Flex, I don't.
Last chance, fellow. Where were you last night after you left Evelyn Channel?
All right. I'll tell you. Well, you see, it was her idea, I swear it. She said there was no need to rush off, so I...
She?
Evelyn. Look, it didn't mean a thing, Felix. We just sat about and nattered and...
So you couldn't be told. You've asked for it. You're going to get it. Hand me that glove, Giusy.
Even if he's telling the truth now, Felix?
He knows what this is for.
I thought you didn't care who spent that time with Evelyn General. I thought you kept her on the string of your charm for the use we could make of her.
When I want an account of things from Nick Barnes, I want it straight. After the treatment he's going to get now, we'll have it straight.
Now, take it easy. There was nothing to it, I'm telling you, Huberman. Can't you understand?
Take him down to the cellar, Mike. Carlotta, stay where you are.
Oh, one moment. Yes? Yes, this is Carlotta. I see. You are sure? Very well. Remain there at Newport till you are required.
What was that?
Your patrol on the Pittwater. Through binoculars from the other side of the river, Mannix has seen a girl on the terrace of a house on the south bank. And from your description, he says it is Sherry Reed.
I haven't much time. It's only a matter of hours before the Nightshade ring finds Sherry's house on the river. So I have to get Sherry and Cutts out of there sometime tonight. But first, I'm laying my cards down to a certain detective inspector of police. I'm waiting for him now. I hope I'm not waiting too long.
What does Keen find when he returns to the riverside house? Listen to the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a car parked by the curb in a quiet suburban street.
You know by now how we put pressure on Nick Barnes and how he had to cover himself with Huberman to save his own hide. You know how Huberman's men and their fishing craft have been watching our speedboat passing up and down the river, narrowing our hideout down landing by landing. You know we've only hours left to get out of Sherry Reed's house and find a new base for our operations. Well, here's how I'm using those few hours, and keeping my fingers crossed against my time running out too soon. The police think I'm Sammy Rice. I don't have to tell you that. But I think it's about time Detective Inspector Murray changed his views. So I'm waiting for him now in front of his garage. I've made my reconnaissance. I know he lives here alone. I'm hoping he arrives home alone tonight and... Oh, car coming now. Yes, that's Murray. He's driving straight into the garage. Right. Into the garage after him now.
Cup of tea, then I think I'll turn in.
Sorry to disappoint you, Inspector. No, don't move. Reach forward slowly and switch off. That's about it. Lights off at the back? Uh-huh. Now I'm going to open the rear door and get in. And if you feel anything staring at the back of your neck, it'll be the barrel of this Luger.
Sammy Rice. Where do you think this is going to get you, Sammy?
Keep looking straight ahead. And keep your voice down. Yeah. I know it's not done charging about pointing pistols at you chaps, but I want to make sure you listen. I haven't much time, and I'm gambling my own life and 2 others on you, so here we go. I'm going to tell you a story.
So, they are trapped at last, Felix.
If the fellows in the fishing boat aren't mistaken...
You heard what Wolf Mannix said to me on the telephone? With binoculars from across the river, they could see a girl on the terrace of a house high up on the south bank. They said it was Sherry Reed.
We'll soon know. We're going to see some action. Gusick? Who's here at this house now?
Stephen. He's always here. Martin Corse, Austin and Smith.
When I'm finished, take a car, get into town and pick up Holder, Cortez, and Pigeon. We'll find them at the club in Gregerson Street.
Yeah.
I want them all armed. And the time now is 22 minutes to 11. 1:30 to the dot, you'll meet me at the fishing wharf at Newport. If you're there first, you'll wait in your car till I arrive. Got that?
If I don't find all of the men, I'm making for Newport or what?
Bring those 3 with you if you can, but be waiting at Newport from 1:30.
Yeah.
Now, out from the wharf, you'll see Mannix moored there with his boats. We'll leave Austin here with Carlotta. The rest of us will call Mannix in by signaling with the lights of one of the cars. We'll board the fishing boat and head upstream past Sherry Reed's house. We'll hug the north bank, then cross the river and drift down towards her landing without lights and without the engine.
We're making no noise. We take them by surprise.
We won't go ashore at her landing. We'll drop off one by one to the river banks to see how the land lies.
How many do we find there at the house with the girl?
And at least 2, possibly 3.
You are sure now, Felix, the third man was not Nicky Barnes?
Oh, Barnes would have cracked. No, his story is true. He was with Evelyn Channel last night. All right, Gusick, get moving. They are in an isolated spot. There'll be 7 between us. For the life of me, I don't see how we can miss them tonight.
1:30 at Newport. Okay, Mr. Huberman. I'm waiting for you by the wharf.
Tell the other men nothing. I'll attend to it when I join you.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with them, Felix?
The girl and the other 2 men will dispose of and dump in the river. They'll never be found. You can leave it to me. But, Keen.
Yes, Keen.
Before Keen's dealt with, there's really a lot we should be told. How much he really knows about us, who he's passed it on to. Now, I don't think we can afford to let Keen go so easily.
You bring him here?
Naturally.
We'll offer him hospitality as long as he cares to accept it. Oh, it will be a pleasure. He has caused us so much trouble. And when the time comes, I should like to see Carlo the Alsatian pay his account down in the cellar, as we permitted him to do once before. With summer eyes, Felix, darling.
Yes, Carlo didn't care much for Keen. Send for the men over at Austin. Stephen will drive. And follow that briefing, Carlotta. The staff work has to be good tonight.
That merry old chap is how Bruno Kesselring, Felix Huberman, Carlotta Magnani, and the rest all come together as the Nightshade ring. Now, let's have it. Will you pay my story, or won't you?
You make it kind of hard on an ordinary cop.
You know, I'm going to take a chance on you, Murray.
What have you been doing so far?
I'm going to shove this Luger back under my arm. There. Now, let's hear from you.
I am not sitting here believing you or not believing you. I'm talking to get things clear in my own head. If you weren't armed, I'd do my duty and arrest you, and we'd go on from there.
I have to keep on the move, Murray. I'm not being arrested.
Well, I could be put back on the beat for this, and here goes. This country is going through a sort of transition. For most of our history, there's been a slow but steady expansion, and we've been a quiet colonial society. Things are changing. Started with the war, and it's been accelerating ever since. And Sydney's at the center and focus of the change.
I was talking about the Nightshade ring.
Give me time. In the past, we've had no organized crime to cope with. We've had sensational robberies and cold-blooded murders, but there's never been a combine of criminals with force, scope, or discipline. 50 years ago, there was an enormous influx of immigration into the United States, just as we're getting it now. And with that influx came the genesis of large-scale crime. They made some bad laws, the Volstead Act and Prohibition, and the criminal elements began to thrive on them like midsummer flies. After repeal, the organized gangs looked about for a new field. They've had one ever since in extortion.
Look, Murray, I don't want to hear about the States 50 years ago. I want to hear about this country now.
I'm drawing you the parallel. Of the tens of thousands of people flocking into Australia, all but a minute fraction are the stuff new nations are made of. But those few are bringing in ideas we can never stamp out.
Such as what?
Such as the fundamental criminal conception, as ancient as the old man of the mountains and his assassins, that crime can flourish and protect itself by the unrestricted use of terror. They're able to draw on past experience, and they've the German example of the 30s to take for their methods. They need only victims. And here, ready-made, are large numbers of people making money outside the law, and unable to turn to the law for protection.
The gamblers.
Hundreds and hundreds of SB bookmakers. I want you to understand this is mostly speculation. But the vaguely nebulous outline is there.
I could run you through a list of odd accidents. Accidents we think weren't accidents at all. With one or two things, I could curdle your blood.
It takes curdling.
But, one after another, things have been happening. And always to the SP men. And sometimes not to the chap himself, but to one of his family.
So that's how the Nightshade gang make them pay.
What else can we suppose?
Well, I'm still looking for something bigger. This crowd killed a man in Rome and another in Singapore. Nice, neat murders by remote control.
I have to start somewhere. And suppose we're on the right track. Every known criminal in town shuts up like a clam at the mention of it. We've never had more than the occasional whisper about something called the Nightshade ring. But suppose this is just the infancy of it. If they could sow illegal gambling uptight, what's to stop them branching out? They could take their tribute from all the small shops, the dry cleaners, for instance. They could be forced to cough up their weekly tribute, or one day find all the clothes on their racks eaten away with acid. The pubs could be made to pay, nightclubs, everything that's run by individuals who think their lives are worth a few pounds a week. And one day, when the income from extortions is so big that the gang is untouchable, well, then they really start taking charge. They buy politicians. They bribe witnesses with money and with threats. They even come after fellas like me. And there's always the odd character who'll play. And one day they could be behind every form of commerce in the country, an octopus so big, so powerful, and so shadowy that you'd never root them out.
Yes, based on terror, it could be done. You could build such a structure.
Unless we're both very wrong, it's in the building right now. This man of yours, Kesselring, somehow or other he's linked to it. So the chaps who came after Kesselring have to go.
And so do I. Now.
Where to?
Oh, you'll see me again.
I'm going to spend the next few days checking again on what you've told me about Huberman. And if it adds, I'll want to see you again.
Don't worry, it'll add.
What do you say you are? A major. My boy was a major. The Japs got him at Finchhafen in 43. Good hunting, Keen.
So, I pulled off the hazard with Inspector Murray, but I can't stop running yet. It's 20 to 1, and this car's up to 85. I'm heading back to the river. I can see that fishing boat coming closer to Sherry Reed's landing. We're getting out of there tonight, before it's too late.
Huberman and his men are on their way to the landing. Listen for this next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Here is Gregory Keen to continue with another chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
It's close to 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm taking this car through French's Forest just as hard as it'll go, on the way to the point where the speedboat's moored, and from there to our hideout on the Hawkesbury River. The Nightshade people are closing on us. We've been seeing too much of a certain fishing craft, and last night Sherry and Tom Cutts watched it cruising slowly up one side of the river and then the other, close in, taking in one landing after another, looking for a chromium and mahogany speedboat. So it's only a matter of time. I have to get them away from Sherry's house before Huberman pins us down. Perhaps I've left it too late already. It'll be half an hour before I know whether or not I spent too much time with Inspector Murray of the CIB, convincing him I'm not Sammy Rice, listening to his speculations about the Nightshade ring. That's why I'm keeping this car as close to 90 as it'll go. Thank the Lord there's not much traffic about it now.
Mike Gusick?
Yeah.
All here?
All but Pigeon, Mr. Huberman.
I don't find pigeon in the club at Gregerson Street.
All right. Now listen, the rest of you 5 men. You see that boat 50 yards out from the wharf?
Yeah.
All right, in a couple of minutes, it's taking us round through the Pittwater and 5 or 6 miles up the river. We're going to the landing of a certain house there.
I'm telling them some of it, boss.
Kindly keep quiet, Gusick, unless, of course, you'd like to take charge altogether. We're going to this house to get rid of a girl called Sherry Reed, and 1, perhaps 2 men whose names we don't know. Now get this. Gregory Keen's there, too, but we want him alive. We're taking him alive.
This Keen boy, he's a tough cookie. There's maybe a fight.
Gusick, I won't tell you again. Someone turn those dash lights off. Now, to make sure of Keen, we have to take the house by surprise. So here's the drill. We're going upstream, close to the north bank of the river, until we're well past the house. Then we're crossing over and drifting back down with the current. And the man who utters a sound when we get near the Reed landing will learn to keep quiet later from me. All clear on that? All right. Now, some distance up from the landing, the boat will take us close inshore and we'll jump at the banks. Then we'll close on the house itself and press on from there.
The girl and the other fellows. We're killing them in the house, Mr. Huberman.
Not unless we get mixed up in a fight, and we have to. I want the house left just as we find it. Take them well out to sea later, fix them so that they go straight to the bottom and stay there. Dump them overboard. Now, in case you chaps have any doubts on the subject, I don't want their bodies found. Ever. Any questions?
Yeah. When we're getting Major Keen, what becomes of him?
He'll be Carlotta's guest, and you, Gusick, will be responsible for his, entertainment. He has certain information for us. We must be careful to keep him alive till we have it. Well, I think that's about all. How's the time? 22 minutes to 2. There's no moon. All right, all out of the cars. Stephen?
Yeah?
Headlights. Switch on while you count 3, then off, then on again.
Okay.
Listen to the boat engine. They're supposed to be watching.
There it is, boss.
In they come. Lead the way to the pier, Gusick. We're going fishing, chaps. I think we're in for a good haul. What is it, miss?
Do you hear anything?
Only the water, miss.
Am I imagining it? I thought I could hear something from across the river. A boat engine.
Now, why don't you go back to the house, Miss Sherry? I can keep watch down here on the landing.
No, I don't want to be left by myself. I'd scream. What do you make the time?
Well, it says 10 minutes past 2.
Keen should have been back by this. He's hours overdue. You think he might have lost his way back to the speedboat?
You couldn't lose the Major, miss. Not if you was to strike him blind.
Here it is again. I'll swear I can hear something.
Oh, well, now don't you go letting your nerves get the better of you.
Oh, I'm not scared for myself. I'm worried stiff about Keen. Do you think something might have happened to him?
Look, miss, no Nightshade ring's going to pounce on Major Gregory George Athelston Keen without him having something to say on the subject.
Well, I can only think of here and now. We thought we were safe because no one could get near us unless they came by the river. But if we can't get away by the river, we're trapped.
None of Felix Huberman's blokes step onto this landing while I've got a round left in my old Aggie, miss. And for all we know, that fishing boat's nothing but a fishing boat, and we're getting all of us stirred when we could be up at the house listening to the wireless.
Good old Cuts. Anything to put some backbone into me. Oh, what wouldn't I give for a fag?
There's plenty up at the house.
I've told you, if I go up there alone, it'll take a reefer to slow me down. What was the last thing Keen said to you on the phone tonight?
Don't drink all the whiskey, miss.
Cuts, I'd like to know.
Why shouldn't you? He said, shoot it out with them if you have to. Don't let anything happen to Sherry.
It wasn't just a fishing boat prowling around here, was it, Cuts?
No, miss. It wasn't just a fishing boat.
Listen. I can hear it again. There is a boat over on the other side.
Well, I must be going deaf.
Listen, shh.
Thompson, I think you should be careful.
I'm giving it so, Mr. Huberman. She doesn't show it.
Almost over to the house. We'll be standing waiting for us.
Okay.
Wolf, how much further do we go upstream?
Maybe 5 minutes more.
We're getting close, you fellows. Now, how are your last instructions? When Wolf gives us the word, Guzik will jump ashore first. You, Cortez, and then me, and the rest. We don't know anything about this house yet. There may be a way into it from the rear, but Wolf says there's no sign of a road or even a path.
Yeah, that's right.
We're taking no bets on it. Holder, you get round to the back of the house the minute we step ashore. Corteza, you take the landing itself. The speedboat's there. Rip the plug leads off, but don't smash anything. Then stay on the landing until you're called up to the house. We don't want even one of them swimming for it. Have you got that?
Okay.
The rest of us will take the house. This is what we'd all better remember. None of the people in that house right now must see the night out but Keen. They have to go. There mustn't be a trace of us left behind. They'll see us. They'll know who and what we are. Once we show our hand tonight, there mustn't be anyone left to tell the tale.
I'm taking care of that, Mr. Huberman.
See that your enthusiasm doesn't get the better of you when it comes to Keen. I should hate to be in your shoes tomorrow, Guzik, if you had to tell Carlotta you went too far.
But he gets roughed up a little, that's okay.
That's so long as he can talk. We're passing the river in a moment and shutting off the engine. Once we're drifting down near the bank, no one will make a sound. Not a sound from any of you. Not even a whisper.
+2. Right. Sneak into the speedboat. 12 more minutes from the point to Sherry's Landing, and from there, Keen, old boy, you'd better watch it. 12 minutes downstream with no light and no eye skin for anything that looks like a fishing launch. Yeah. No sign of anyone about? Okay. Right. Down we go. Half an hour to get what we need from the house. Three of us should be away from the river by 4 in the morning. Let's see if Huberman hasn't beaten me to it. Let's if Cups has held the fort. That's unless I've missed my footing somewhere and Huberman's further ahead than I think. Well, we'll soon know.
Now, look, miss. Look at the time.
Don't argue, Cuts. There's a hurry. I'm staying right here on the landing till I hear Keen with the speedboat.
He'll be back. If he's not, there's a good reason for it.
Nothing tears me to pieces like suspense.
Ah, well. Sherry, I want you to go back to the house. Now.
No. No, Cuts. Why?
Just do as I say.
There's nothing on the river. If I was wrong about the boat I thought I heard on the other side, why can't I stay?
Will you get away from the water's edge, miss? Or do I have to leave this land and then carry you to the house?
Tell me, what is it? If I was wrong...
You weren't wrong. I didn't want you to scare, but you weren't wrong. I heard it 5 minutes before you did. A boat went up the other side of the river and then crossed over. I think it's drifting down on us now, and I don't want you here when the trouble starts.
I knew it. I knew it all the time. Listen. Do you hear that? It's Keen in the speedboat coming flat out.
Showing no light either. He's coming straight in. You'd better get down, Sherry, just in case.
Cuts. You're there, Cuts.
Bring her in quickly, Major.
Give me a hand up, Cuts. Right.
Where's Sherry? Is she here?
Oh, Keen, where have you been? I've been frantic worrying about you.
No time for that later, miss. I think they're about somewhere, Major, and I can feel them.
Couldn't be more right about anything, Cuts. There's a boat of some sort about 300 yards upstream, hugging the bank right in by the trees.
What are we going to do, sir? Do we get away from here while we've still got the time?
No, we stay. This is our first real chance to get at them, Cuts. And we're going to take it. I know what I'm doing, and I know how crazy it's going to sound, but we're going to pull it off. Huberman and his Nightshade ring want me dead. They want us all dead. Well, this is the opportunity. In a very short while, the Nightshade ring's going to think we are.
How does Keen outwit Huberman on the reaches of the Hawkesbury River? Listen to the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Major Gregory Keen continues the story from the boat landing beneath the house at Pittwater.
This seems to be my night for taking long chances. The first was in bearding Detective Inspector Murray on his own premises. I laid all my cards but one on the table. I kept back nothing but the location of our hideout. And I don't think his department will be after Sammy Rice much longer. The second chance was in taking so long to get back here for Sherry and Tom Cutts, when I knew the Nightshade gang was closing in. But the chance I'm going to take now is the longest of the lot, and we've no more than 10 minutes to get it going. You see, there's a fair-sized launch drifting downstream towards us this minute. It's showing no lights, and whoever's aboard isn't making a sound. Well, we've no illusions about who's in it or what's likely to happen if we wait. And when I spotted it from the speedboat a few minutes ago, it was only about 300 yards away. So we have to hurry. I've just given Cutts the outline of what I want to do, and for once, Cutts doesn't like it.
Sounds all right, Major. Whatever you say is good enough for me.
But what about Sherry? She'll be safe if she keeps well down, right on the boards, in front of the engine.
Well, maybe.
Look, this is the chance I've been waiting for, Cutts.
Now, you know I don't ever argue the toss, Major. But this time I say we ought to get away from here for our lives, before that boat in the river gets down to the landing.
Cutts, I know what I'm doing.
Now, look, Huberman may have 10 men in that boat that's drifting down towards this landing right now, sir. If anything goes wrong, what chance will we have out there in the middle of the river?
I tell you, Sherry will be safe. Down out of sight in the front of the boat, what could...
The engine will give us some cover, I dare say, sir.
Well, I'll be handling the boat, Cutts. I'll keep the stern towards them when we hail. Actually, you're the chap I'm worrying about. You'll be exposed and taking the biggest risk.
Don't you worry about me, Major. Just so long as we draw their fire and Sherry is safe.
All right. Good man, Cutts. Come on, up to the house after Sherry. We'll give her a hand. By my reckoning, we've still about 7 minutes up our feet.
What did you make of it, Guzik?
The speedboat, Mr. Huberman?
Yes, the speedboat, you fool. You're supposed to have cat's eyes. We're supposed to be able to see in the dark. How many in it when it passed us just now?
Only one.
You're definite?
There's only one man in the speedboat.
I'd like to be sure whether or not we were seen. If we were, we'd need to change our plans.
How's he seeing us? He's going 40, 45 knots without lights. He's looking straight ahead. He doesn't see us here by the bank close to the trees.
Yes, you're probably right.
We're going ahead the same, then.
Yes, we'll make no changes.
Hold her to the back. Luis Cortez to the landing. You and me and the others to the house.
Guzik and you others, remember, there's to be no shooting if we can avoid it. It's lonely enough here, but the less noise, the better.
Okay.
And the house is to be left with no signs of a fight. Keen and the others are to be taken quickly and disposed of when they're in the boat. We don't want to have to spend hours cleaning the place up.
But Keen, he's coming with us to Carlotta.
I'm glad that's finally penetrated. Again, if you want to say anything, say it now. We're getting close. Now in absolute silence. Well, all clear on what to do?
Yeah.
Good. If everything goes according to plan, by morning we'll have presented the local gendarmes with a completely insoluble mystery. 2 men and a girl in a speedboat are about to vanish from an isolated house. No one but we 6 will ever know when, how, or why. And if the tale were ever told, they'd say, oh, no.
Well, by my guess, we're not much more than 100 yards away now. And they're counting on taking us by surprise. No engine, no lights. Are we all set? Sherry?
I've all I can take. The house is locked up.
Cutts?
Ready when you are, Major.
Into the boat, then. You first, Cutts. Give Sherry a hand.
Go on, Cutts. I want to talk to Keen, just for a second.
Right you are, miss.
Look, we're pressed for time, Sherry.
Keen, do we have to do this? Couldn't we just go straight to Newport and not take this ghastly risk?
It's not as bad as it sounds. We'll be all right.
I will, but what about you and Cutts?
Well, it's worth it 100 times. Surely you can see that. I want them to think we're dead.
You're making sure they'll be right. Well, come on. Let's get going.
Right.
Just one more thing.
We haven't time.
No, I don't expect we have. I don't expect we ever will have.
What is it, Sherry?
I was only going to say that I loved you. Give me a hand, Katz. We mustn't make the Major late for his appointment with Felix Huberman, must we?
Boss, Mr. Huberman, listen. They're using the motorboat again.
Oh, keep quiet. Yes, I hope you're right. Can you see it, Guzik?
He's coming out from the landing. Coming well out. Stern first. I don't see good. Boat's turning. Which way, I don't know yet.
I can't see a thing.
Wait. Yeah. He's coming this way, straight for us.
Wolf, get your engine going.
But we don't catch them in this tub.
Get the engine going. If we're all in the boat, we can cope right here on the river. Get this barge up the stream. We'll take them off. Come on, get going, you fool. Get this thing moving. They'll be past us. In trouble?
Yeah, sitting there not seeing us. Having trouble with the engine. Like ducks, yeah, Mr. Huberman.
Sitting ducks. All right, Wolf. We've got something working over to them. Now listen, all of you. Down below the gunwales, out of sight. If we can grab the boat, all well and good. But if they're suspicious and show fight, open up and let them have it.
They're drifting this way. Maybe we don't need any engine.
Hold it, Wolf. Hold it a minute.
Yeah, there's two. No, three. There's two in front, one at the stern.
Oh, this gets better and better.
Now there's one in front disappeared. Only one left in front at the wheel. Closer. And closer they're coming.
With no idea. Like lambs to the slaughter. Guzik, get the Schmeisser ready. We've never heard a submachine gun on the Hawkesbury before. Let Keen catch on to us, and they will tonight.
They're close enough for a burst already, Mr. Huberman. I'm giving them a burst. I'm making sure.
Wait till you can be sure of them. Keep quiet.
Hey there! Is that a boat in there? By the trees, is that a boat? Hey there!
That's Keen.
Is there anyone on board over there? We need a hand.
Keep quiet. Hasn't the faintest idea it's us.
Hello there. What's your trouble?
Our motor's conked out. Could you give us a tow back to the landing?
Can't you get started again?
No show at all. We're only back a few hundred yards. Could you give us a tow?
Okay, mate. You'll be right. Hang on till I get me engine going.
All right, hold it, Wolf. Let them drift over. Guzik.
Now? With the Schmeisser, I get them from here. I'm not missing.
Hold your fire. I can still get Keen alive, and I want the cruiser sunk, too. Only open up if they try to make a run for it.
With no engine, how are they making a run for it?
There they come. They get set. Cortez and Gorse get set to go over the side and into their boat when they're right alongside us. In a few minutes now. There they come. About 20 yards away and drifting all the time.
All right down there, Sherry?
Uh-huh.
Katz. How many can you see?
Only two of them, Major.
Mm-hmm. One's Huberman.
Keep the stern to them, can you, Major? Gives me a better shot.
Sorry, can't without the motor. Just have to do your best.
Well, we're getting close.
I want to make sure.
If they were going to open up, they would have by now.
What do you make it?
No more than 18, 20 yards.
He's not going to start his engine. He's going to let us drift right up. That's good. Can you stand another 30 seconds of it?
The hairs on the back of my neck will never lie down again.
Neither will mine, but we're going in closer.
We're in a current. It's no more than 15 yards now, sir.
Right. I'm going to count to 10. First thing, Sherry?
Yes.
Roll yourself up tight. Get your knees up under your chin and keep right in the center of the floor. The engine will protect you because I'll head directly away from them.
14 yards, Major.
I'm going to count 10. If they haven't cut loose by then, I'm going to start the motor. And when I do, duck.
That flaming motor'd better start, Major.
Yes, hadn't it? Cross your fingers, Katz. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gorse, ready? Cortez? All right, they're inside 15 yards. If either of them make a move, Guzik, open up. You can't miss.
Not with this Schmeisser. 10 slugs each they're getting. What's that?
It's a starter motor.
Yeah. I'm open fire.
If their engine starts.
Now! Let them have it, Guzik, now!
Yes, I know what you think about it. But that's what I wanted and planned for. They have to believe what they're going to read in the papers tomorrow morning. I want them to be certain, with no doubts or reservations or hesitancies, that the three of us were killed by the fire of their submachine gun tonight. I want them to relax. I want them to send Nick Barnes off to Singapore to finish his impersonation of me. I want them to open a chink in their armor, because when they do, I'll be there with the long knife, waiting.
Keen meets Inspector Murray again in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Major Gregory Keen resumes the story from Sherry Reed's speedboat on the river.
From about the third day of this affair of the Nightshade ring, it seemed to me that I'd never trace Bruno Kesselring while I was spending 4/5 of my time trying to stay alive. I've been rushing about in circles, dodging the police, Huberman's thugs, and assorted types who've been interested for assorted reasons. So tonight, when I saw the chance to alter the whole course of events, I took it. We were at Sherry's house on the river, Sherry, Cutts, and myself. A few 100 yards upstream were Huberman and his chaps, in a fishing launch drifting down towards our landing in silence. We could have made for Newport in the speedboat and left them to it, but the opportunity was too good to miss. So I turned a deaf ear to Cutts, took the speedboat abreast of Huberman's launch on the river, faked engine trouble, and pretended to have no idea who they were or what they were there for. I let the boat drift closer and closer, waiting for them to open fire, and knowing they would the instant I started the engine. Then, when I pressed the button, I got the shock of my life. Huberman's thugs had a machine gun in their launch and fired at us point blank.
Did you get the music?
Yeah.
The boat's still going. Listen to it.
There's 30 slugs in him, I'm telling you. They're dead in the boat. Keen's dead in it.
Joshua, we can't be sure. We could have missed. They could be hit, but still alive.
No one's alive in that boat, and soon she's sinking. Smicer slugs make big holes.
Wolf, start up. We have to get away from here. Yusek, for the last time, are you sure you got them all?
Yeah. You say yourself, Herr Huberman, at that range I don't miss. God, Himmel, you think I've never seen a Smicer before? No one's alive in that boat. No one's living with 4, 5, 6 slugs dead center. Dead center.
All right. Now, as hard as you can go, Wolf. Someone must have heard the shooting. Not that we'll be stopped. We make for Carlotta's.
Are you all right, Sherry?
Yes. Don't talk to me till I get a grip. If you network me now, Keen, I'll be hysterical.
Cutts, all right? The boat's taking water, Major. There must be 20 holes back here.
What about you?
They're connected twice.
Take over, Sherry.
I can't.
I said take over and handle this boat. Keep it headed the way we're going. Stay close inshore and make for the point. And keep the thing wide open. Well, come on. That's more like it. Slide over as I go back. That's the idea.
It's all right, sir. Stay there.
Shut up. Let's have a look.
They're only nicks. I didn't get over the engine cover to the front quick enough.
Yes, and I didn't count on them using a submachine gun either. This one on your shoulder's shallow, but it just clipped you. But you're losing blood from the one through your arm.
It's me left.
Pollyanna. How does it feel?
Oh, I can work my fingers and they missed the bone.
Are you really all right, Cutts?
Well, don't you worry your head, miss. You could get knocked about worse than this playing darts.
Oh, you're not human. Neither of you. You're not human. You sat up there in full view of those people for an eternity.
It was no more than 3 minutes.
It was an eternity. Waiting for them to shoot at you, wanting them to shoot at you, determined to make them. You have to let me go, Keen. I couldn't stand anything like this again.
You won't have to, Sherry.
But where do we go from here? Where are we going to live, and how long before they hunt us down again?
We'll cope. After tonight, there won't be any hunt. That's what it was for.
The boat's getting sluggish. We're too low in the water.
Yeah. Anything I can bail with?
Not a thing.
Well, stay in as close to the bank as you can. Perhaps won't be swimming far with the bullets through one arm. How far to the point?
Another 2 miles.
Well, we'll have to stay afloat long enough to make it to the point. Pick up the car and get Cutts to a doctor.
What doctor's going to attend to him at 4 in the morning for a bullet wound?
How about that chum of yours, Eugene Collins? Yes, he's going to attend to him if I have to jam the Luger down his throat to make him do it.
He'll go straight to the police.
Let him. Press hard on the artery, Tom. You're still losing a lot.
Anyone would think you were worried, Major.
So I am. It's a bad show, Tom. I really thought we could pull it off for free. This is one I owe you.
You think back a few years. You don't owe me nothing, nor ever will.
Look, while you two are being heroes back there, we're going lower and lower in the water. I don't think we're going to make it, Keen.
And run aground at the last minute and we'll walk to the car.
Anything you say.
What happened to the hysteria, Sherry?
Doesn't suit me. I was out of character. And you two may be a pair of certifiable lunatics, but you're infectious.
But wouldn't it be interesting right now to tune into friend Huberman, eh? Yes, that's what I'd like to know. Do they think they've skittled us? Or what do they think? It's all going to depend on Detective Inspector Murray of the CIB.
Picture it, Carlotta. We were drifting down to their landing when we heard the speedboat coming out.
And you thought, once again, we're letting them slip through our fingers.
I admit the thought did cross my mind. But then, Carlotta, my dear, fortune smiled on us, if you'll forgive the expression.
For so early in the morning, Felix, you're almost too gay.
Well, why not? We've hunted that fellow for 10 days.
Tell me what happened.
Well, they were abreast of us. Their engine cut out. There they were, clay pigeons. Guzik, of course, wanted to open on them at once. I wanted Keen alive, so we let them drift closer and closer. And they managed to get started again.
How far from Guzik was the speedboat then?
15 yards at the outside.
And it was almost dark.
Well, Guzik has eyes like a lynx. He could see them perfectly. But once their engine was going, we had to lose them altogether or we had to open fire.
So you did, darling.
So we did.
And the last you saw of them, they were tearing upstream at 45 miles an hour.
Well, not actually.
But for all you know, not one of them was even hit.
With Guzik handling the Schmeisser at 15 yards? Oh, no. Guzik declares no one could stay alive in that speedboat after his 2 long bursts, and I believe him.
I wish I could share your confidence.
Well, Guzik's here now. Do you want to talk to him?
At 4 o'clock in the morning, I would as soon talk to a boa constrictor.
Well, you disappoint me. I thought you'd be delighted.
There must have been no shooting at all. Blazing away with submachine guns in the middle of the night. Next to be using Guzik and his Schmeiser at the corner of Pitt Street and Martin Place.
The time will come, my dear, when we'll even do that, if we see fit.
Oh, you prefer violence. But I've told you again and again, our weapons are subtlety, omniscience, and terror. I have no wish to turn this city into another Chicago.
What should we have done when Keen started that speedboat and turned it away from us? Waved our hankies at him?
You are not obliged to bare your teeth at me, Felix. I'm at my best at this hour. Though I expect you did as well as you could. What did you do with the men?
We dropped them off at an isolated pier with all the guns.
Were you seen?
No. There was no one waiting at Newport. Stephen and I took one car and came directly here. Guzik took the second car, picked up the others at the pier, and arrived here 10 minutes ago. You heard them put the car away. Oh. Now, you tell me, Carlotta, how could we be connected with the shooting on the reaches of the Hawkesbury River tonight?
By one of the people in the speedboat surviving long enough to broadcast.
Oh, for heaven's sake, have a drink and cheer yourself up. They're all dead, I tell you. Keen, the girl, and whoever they had with them.
I'll open champagne 12 hours from now, Felix, and you'll drink it with me. If the afternoon papers have an account of 3 dead bodies being found in a speedboat on the Hawkesbury. Now you can sleep in the terrace room and have breakfast here or go home whichever you like. I am going back to sleep.
Sherry, sorry about your speedboat.
Oh, it can be fixed. I can buy another one. Who cares? Well, we made it nearly to the car. It's only in shallow water. We're here, even if we are wet, and we didn't have far to walk. Oh, boy, what aren't I going to do to Gene Collins' scotch?
When we get to his place. Where is he, by the way?
Bellevue Hill.
When we get there, do you mind ringing his bell while Cuts and I stand to one side of the door?
Why?
He, mightn't want to let us in. We do look a mess, and I'm having Cuts fixed and doing the arguing later. How do you feel, Cuts?
Good as gold, Major.
Well, old Cuts, it won't be so long now.
No, it won't be long now. See out if I'm taking these corners too fast. I don't want to throw you about.
I'll keep it going. Chase me on Fanny round the bomb crate. Does anyone think of that near shot?
You hear anyone stirring, Sherry?
Yes, I think so. He has a housekeeper in by day, but he's alone at night. If he's still faithful to me, of course. Oh, here he comes now, I think. Jean.
Good Lord, Sherry. What the devil are you doing here? What's the matter with you? Have you been swimming in somebody's fish pond?
No, Pittwater, old chap. Mind if we come in? That's the stuff. We'll close your door, too.
You again. I remember you, Sammy Rice.
Oh, you're miles behind. You should keep up with the times. We need you again, Dr. Collins. What do you like on TNT bullet wounds?
Oh, I'm an expert. I treat them with 2 phone calls. One to the casualty ward at St. Vincent's Hospital, one to police headquarters.
But this one you'll treat in your surgery. Lead the way.
Not tonight, fellow. Stand away from my telephone, will you?
Collins, I want this man treated, and I want him treated now. Don't let's have a thing, not at 4:30 in the morning.
I'm not one of your gangster pals, Rice. I'm a doctor of medicine, and no one pushes me around under my own roof. There are laws about it.
You think I wanted for murder, don't you?
I've heard it around.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that case, there's not much extra they can do to me for getting tough with a pompous physician. Where's your surgery?
There are a lot of things you don't know about Jean. You'd better do as he says.
Very well. But the moment your backs are turned, I'm going to the police.
We understand, dear. You did once before. Didn't you?
It was my duty, and I was only trying to protect you.
Look, old chap, I can save you the trouble and take a load off your mind.
Save me the trouble of what?
Being noble and protecting Sherry. You see, as soon as you stop puffing yourself up and do your stuff as a doctor, we're going to the police. Together. And so we are. I'm going to sit round a table with Murray and some senior officers of the 4th. They're going to listen. And when I tell them how to pull down the Nightshade ring, they're going to do it my way, because we still haven't a shred of real evidence against Huberman. Or Carlotta Magnani.
Carlotta studies the newspaper headlines in the next chapter of this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from the house of Eugene Collins at Bellevue Hill.
It's getting on towards 5 in the morning. Oh, what's it like? I wanted to get a night's sleep. Oh, well, I've told you what happened up there on the river a couple of hours ago. We drew Huberman's fire at point-blank range. Cutts was shot twice, but not seriously. The speedboat was punched full of holes, and we had to beach it a quarter of a mile from where we'd left the car. We pressed on back to town to get some attention for Cutts. Sherry's ex-chum, Dr. Eugene Collins, was elected, and Cutts is in the surgery with him now. I know what I have to do next, but I'm still not sure of the best way to go about it. And Sherry has something on her mind. I've an idea she thinks I'm some sort of a heel. I don't know.
He's taking a long time with Cutts. Give me a cigarette, will you?
Last 2, Sherry.
It must be worse than we thought. The one that went through his left arm.
Oh, they always probe about. Make sure there's nothing in the wound. Don't worry, Cutts is as healthy as an ox.
You take a lot for granted, don't you, Keen?
I don't know, do I? From whom?
People.
Come on, what people?
Cutts? Me? What do you ever give in return?
Whatever I have.
And poverty must be written on your heart.
You know, I'm sure you could make this a lot simpler, Sherry.
There's a funny old word for women. Forward. Do you think I'm forward?
Not particularly.
50 years ago, women went into declines and swooned all over the place and waited for men to go down on one knee after asking for their hand in a session with the old man in the library. Well, I think things are a lot healthier and a lot more honest in 1952. If you like someone, why the devil shouldn't you come right out and say so? And if you like them well enough to go after them bald-headed, why shouldn't you do that, too?
Is that what girls do these days?
Oh, don't open your eyes at me like that, Keen. I just happen to have enough sense to put it into words. As though you didn't know. Would you have liked me better if I'd simpered?
You're asking too much of my imagination.
All right, I didn't simper at you. I went for your hook, line, and the blonde streak in my hair, and I didn't waste any time letting you know it.
The squirm is to show I'm embarrassed. Some other time, Sherry.
You're embarrassed. Well, how do you think I feel?
What have I done now?
There's nothing that makes you cringe Like heaving yourself at someone who couldn't care less.
Oh, what the deuce makes you think I don't care about you?
Tonight. 2.5 hours ago.
Look, I didn't organize that show on the river for the fun of it.
No, but it didn't matter tuppence to you if I got killed, or if Cuts got killed, and all you can say now is, don't worry, Cuts is as healthy as an ox. Cuts doesn't come from your background, he just happens to think that
Don't
you're...
talk to me about Cuts. You don't know what you're saying, you're a female. What do you expect me to do because Cuts got bold tonight? Cover myself with ashes and have a wake?
But you don't care, Keen. Cuts would have got between you and that machine gun tonight. I'm fool enough to adore you. But as far as you were concerned, we could both be cut to ribbons or drowned or eaten by sharks. Just so as you could have the honor and glory of breaking the Nightshade ring. Look, Keen, I know all about you.
You don't know a thing.
Cuts has told me. Your girl was shot dead in front of you, and Cuts got a knife in his back, and you thought it was all your fault.
And so it was.
Well, I don't care a tinker's benediction whose fault it was. It shouldn't have turned you into some sort of a robot. Your life's your own to throw away if you want to. I've seen the maniacal risks you take with it, but you've got no right to throw other people's away, too, just because you're incapable of feeling any sort of human emotion but your own kind of acid humor.
Is that how I look to people?
That's exactly how you look to people.
Confound it, I didn't ask you to get mixed up in this rat race. Up in your flat that night, I damn near crawled round the floor to keep you out of it.
But I did stick.
I know that. Without you, I'd have been sunk without trace. And I still didn't think I was going on like some sort of intellectual grapefruit, without heart or blood or warmth or anything else.
Well, it was time somebody told you.
There won't be any more stunts like tonight, I can promise you that. And if there are, you won't be in them. In fact, after today, you're staying completely clear.
Am I?
Oh, here comes Cuts and the doctor.
Thanks, Doctor.
No sling on his arm, that's always a good sign. You can use your phone for the police any time you like now, Collins. We'll be seeing them before you will. Come on, Cuts.
Right with you, Major. Where do now?
Well, what's the clock, eh? Oh, just on 5. Well, it can't be helped. Detective Inspector Murray will have to put up with an early breakfast. We can't waste any time, so let's get moving. Half an hour from now, we'll know whether Murray can make last night's effort worth it or not. So there you have it, Murray. That's how we spent the time between 1 o'clock and when I left you last night and now.
Miss Reed, is this true?
Every syllable of it.
So that's where you've been hiding out. And you mean to tell me that you deliberately sat there in a speedboat till the chaps on the other boat opened up on you?
We didn't expect a machine gun.
What the dickens did you expect? Pea shooters?
But look at the moves we've set up. There was no other way out. It simply had to be done. I've had the idea for days how it would simplify things if the Nightshade gang thought I was done for.
It could have been arranged better than that.
No, it could not. If we'd staged a car accident or a drowning or any one of a dozen ways for Huberman to hear that Sammy Rice had been found dead, do you think he'd have been taken in?
Why not? If it was done right.
Huberman's not such a fool, that's why not. He's one of the toughest propositions I've ever come up against. And don't forget there's another brain behind him, and that's Carlotta Magnani. And here's something else that no one's taken into account, not even you, Sherry. Just getting me out of the way isn't enough anymore. Sherry and Tom Cuts had to be killed, too. They know too much. Would you expect Huberman and Carlotta to believe the three of us were knocked off all neatly together in a staged accident? No, we had to be done in under their eyes, as it took place a few hours ago, risk or no risk. And the job's not finished yet. That's why we simply have to get your help, or the effort will be wasted.
You've definitely got something. How long were those bursts from the submarine machine gun?
Oh, the best part of a whole magazine.
What sort of a gun?
Oh, well, from the rate of fire, a German Schmeisser, sir. But you can never tell for sure. It could have been a Sten gun, Owen Thompson, well, any of them.
Well, if it's any satisfaction to you, you have the distinction of being the second lot of people to be shot at with a machine gun in this country.
Put out more flags.
A year or so back, some fellas cut loose with a Tommy gun outside the Melbourne cricket ground. 3 minutes from the heart of the city. That's beside the point. The thing I'd like to know is, will they assume you were all killed, as matters stand at the moment?
No. They couldn't possibly take it for granted.
So, you want me to feed a story to the afternoon papers?
You have to.
You want the Nightshade gang to read about 3 bodies being found in a waterlogged speedboat on the river. One a girl, one identified as Sammy Rice, and one unknown.
You see, it'll give Cuts and me some room to move about in, and it'll get Sherry out of danger. 3 birds, 1 stone, and all depending on you.
You overestimate me. I'm only an inspector. This would have to go right to the top.
Oh, then take it to the top, man. Take it to the commissioner if you have to.
Why don't you just give us every detail of the thing as you know it and bow out? Leave the whole affair to us.
Because I was sent out here to find what became of Bruno Kesselring. Because I can't see you getting far with the Nightshade ring. You've never get anyone to talk. And because you still haven't got a shred of real evidence against Felix Huberman, and much less Carlotta Magnani.
Make a strong case.
Yes. So what about it, Murray? What are you going to do?
I'm going to brew some coffee.
Where's your kitchen? I'll get it.
Through to your left, Miss Reed. Look, Keen, I can't promise you anything. 6 hours ago, as far as I was concerned, you were Samuel James Rice, and we were after you. Now I'm sold, and I think you've uncovered a criminal conspiracy that's going to be hard to smash. But I haven't even talked to my superintendent about you yet. You have to give me time.
But there isn't any time. The story has to be in this afternoon's late editions or tomorrow morning's.
I can't see the chief till 9. That gives us about 5 hours to make the afternoon papers.
Well, it could be done.
Knowing I can promise you nothing, would you take the chance of walking into Phillip Street headquarters at 10 o'clock this morning?
Yes.
Knowing I might be shoved back on a beat and you arrested as Sammy Rice?
Yes.
That'll do me. Right. Now then. Have you three had a look at yourselves lately?
Why?
One of you is shot. You all look like dawn on New Year's Day. Where are you going to feed and clean yourselves up?
Yes, it's rather a problem.
Well, if you can stick your neck out, so can I. You gang back to Miss Reed's apartment. I'll phone and make all the necessary arrangements.
Cuts and still no word from Keen.
And nothing about us in the afternoon editions yet.
Oh, keep your fingers crossed. There's still one to come.
We should have heard from him. 10 o'clock this morning he went to Phillip Street, and now it's 6. What's the matter with these blokes? Can't they tell a man like that from a pack of flaming gangsters?
Cuts, if there's nothing in the last editions, will it look very black?
It'll mean he's under arrest for murder, miss. It'll mean they wouldn't believe him, and they're sitting on the fence till they made a million ruddy inquiries. We'll soon know. The boy ought to be up with another paper any minute.
I'll go. This is it, Cuts. Quickly, give it to me. Here's 2, Bob. Keep it.
Front page, miss. Well?
Oh, wait a minute.
What does it say?
It says nothing. There's nothing in the paper at all.
But we're not done for yet. I've never worked so hard in my life as I have to make every point tell. Hour after hour here at police headquarters, back and forth, over it and over it again, from the moment of stepping off the Singapore plane to leaving Murray's house this morning. You can't read the faces of men like these. I've been here 8 hours, and the course of events to come is still in the balance.
Is Keen reported dead or alive? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Major Gregory Keen resumes the story from a room of police headquarters in Phillip Street.
It's 13 hours since I left Inspector Murray's house early this morning, and the men in his radio car took us into the Cunningham Towers by the garage ramp. Cuts, Sherry, and myself. It's 8.5 hours since I left Sherry's apartment and came here to Phillip Street Police Headquarters. And for 8 of those hours I've been arguing my case in front of Murray and 5 very wise, very hard, very knowledgeable officers of the Sydney Police. I've had to make 3 main points. 1, that despite my fingerprints and the perfect frame-up Huberman hang around my neck, I'm not Sammy Rice. 2, that Huberman and Carlotta Magnani are organizing a huge criminal conspiracy called the Nightshade Ring. And 3, there has to be a report in tomorrow morning's papers about a speedboat being found on the Hawkesbury with 3 bodies in it. Mine, Sherry's, and another so far unidentified. Well, I've done my best. I can't tell what these fellows round the table are thinking. They learned not to give anything away many, many years ago. Inspector Murray's carrying the ball at the moment, and I'm glad there's one of them on my side. Superintendent Roberts certainly isn't.
Here's the way I see it, sir. We've got a perfect case against this man. We've got his fingerprints filed as Sammy Rice. We've got the gun he shot Charlie Brett with. We've seen and talked to a fellow calling himself Major Keen. And we've examined this Keen's papers. We've proved beyond any possible shadow of doubt that he is Sammy Rice. And he did shoot Brett. But at the same time, I personally believe what he's been telling us since 10 o'clock this morning.
Get a radio teletype off. Get MI5 in London without it going through Huberman. Tell them to radio us a picture of Gregory Keen.
Well, why the devil couldn't you have done that 10 days ago?
Make another signal to Scotland Yard. Tell them we want the fingerprints of the man they have down as Sammy Rice.
And that, too.
Look, old chap, when we have a case sewn up as neatly as yours, we don't pester people on the other side of the world. Get that idea once and for all.
All right. But what about this story I want planted in the newspapers? Inspector Murray here is satisfied.
But I won't be till we hear from London. Not while my name's Roberts and I'm superintendent of the CIB.
But you won't get an answer from London for 5 or 6 hours. By that time, man, it'll be too late. We can't afford to lose this opportunity. It won't come again.
You're setting us quite a problem. Elliot, wait outside with this fellow, will you? We'll call you.
Yeah. Well, whatever you do, Roberts, make up your mind quickly.
Just wait outside, will you?
Okay.
Well, what about it, Super? What do you think?
I think we'd better wait till we get that dope from London.
But what Keen says is so. We can't afford to wait. Why don't we plant this story for him? If London says he's Sammy Rice, well, there's not much harm done. All we have to do is let the story die. But this Nightshade business is bigger than we thought. We can't get away from it.
No, I'm with you there.
That's why I say we should let Keen have his head and go after them under cover.
If he is Keen.
He's snarling at us for not checking with London in the first place, isn't he? He walked in here this morning of his own accord. There's a speedboat in 5 feet of water exactly where he said it'd be, shot full of bullet holes. He told us he was beaten up by Stella Wilson and Artie Fegan, and that Dr. Eugene Collins told us he fixed him up in the Reed girl's apartment. Too much of it comes together in a perfect fit.
What I can't accept are his tales about Felix Huberman.
Neither could I. But when you come right down to it, who else could run such a thing but Huberman? Who else could get the types into the country they need? The fellows who'll do the sort of things you have to do to make an extortion racket work.
Okay, suppose it's true. How do we get at Huberman? Or this Magnani woman? Confound it, Murray, it's too much to accept. Carlotta Magnani is a wealthy, well-born gentlewoman right in the public eye. You can see her at vice-regal receptions and all that sort of thing. It's altogether too much to swallow.
The idea of somebody organizing crime in this country on the American pattern is a lot to swallow. But someone is.
Well, we'll have to come to a decision. What are we going to do now, right now?
Give the newspapers the story. We've everything to gain and nothing to lose.
The rest of you fellows, what do you say? Do you agree with Murray?
Yes. Nothing to lose.
All right, then. Here we go. But by jingo, Murray, if you've talked us into this and we get the wrong dope from London, I wouldn't like to be in your boots. Not me.
That's the risk I'll take. Right. Let's have Keen back in here. He can set down the story he wants in print. It ought to get decent headlines, too, if I'm any judge.
So at last we can breathe freely again. Gregory Keen is dead.
Here, read it yourself. I told you Mike Gusick couldn't miss with that schmizer of his.
Read it for me, Felix.
It will be a pleasure. They've given it a 2-column spread on page 1.
Mm-hmm.
3 found dead on Hawkesbury. The subhead, mysterious river shooting. Police late yesterday recovered 3 bodies from a bullet-riddled speedboat beached on the river's south bank between Chapel Head and Castle Crag. One of the bodies has been identified as that of Samuel James Rice, 34, who recently escaped from custody in a multiple crash on the Harbour Bridge. Rice was under arrest for the murder of Charles Brett on November the 14th. The bodies of a young woman and a second man have not yet been identified. Senior police officers expect early developments and arrest within the next few days. Here.
Go on.
Residents living near the Hawkesbury state that in the early hours of yesterday morning, shots were heard on or near the river. One detective said it was believed a machine gun had been fired, as the close grouping of bullet holes in the speedboat could be accounted for in no other way.
Mm-hmm. Who is in charge of the inquiries?
Just a minute. Here we are. Detective Inspector Henry Murray, C.I.B.
Well, the affair could not have arranged itself better. You'll be able to get all the details you want from him yourself.
I might even be able to arrange to get a quick glimpse of the bodies in the morgue. I'd like to know who that third chap turns out to be.
Oh, possibly some friend of Sherry Reed's. Keen was quite alone here, we know that.
I'll find out.
Take care not to show too much interest. You have done well, Felix. We could not be connected with the incident in 100 years. What are our next moves to tie the loose threads?
We press on with Operation Barnes. Barnes leaves the country as Keen, disappears on his way from Singapore to Hong Kong on the trail of Bruno Kesselring. That's the last we'll ever hear of MI5 prying into the Nightshade ring.
What if they try to clear up the disappearance of Gregory Keen?
Well, they naturally will, but they'll take up the trail in Singapore. They'll always assume that Keen was alive when he left Singapore for Hong Kong. That's the beauty of our arrangement.
Mm-hmm. And what happens to Nicky Barnes when he gets back to Sydney?
I suggest you ask him here to dinner on the night of his arrival. We'll send Guzik to meet him. You, don't suggest we should leave Nicky alive, do you, Carlotta?
Poor Nicky. Such a nice-looking young man. Isn't it a pity, Felix?
No, that's frightful. But when the time comes, he can console himself with the thought that it was all in a good cause. With Keen gone, with Kesselring's trail leading from Singapore and not from Sydney, Barnes out of the way and MI5 off our necks, there's nothing to stop us. We're going to own this city, Carlotta. We're going to hold it tight in our clenched fists, like that. With you and I in the background unsuspected, getting stronger and stronger as every month goes by. Now that Gregory Keen is dead.
Good show, Murray. Without you, I'd never have pulled it off.
I left him at Phillip Street, poring over the radio pictograms of you and Sammy Rice's fingerprints.
Red in the face?
Kind of. What are our moves, Keen?
Our moves?
I'm detached for special duty to work with you. You're the skipper.
Well, things are looking up. First of all, can Sherry Reed, Tom Cutts, and myself go on living here in the Cunningham Towers?
Providing you show no lights at night and never answer the phone.
What about our comings and goings?
Take ordinary precautions and you'll be as safe as a house. Huberman thinks the three of you are dead. He won't be interested any more in the penthouse at the top of Cunningham Towers.
Yes, but does he think we're dead?
Yes. I've been busy. There's no tap on Evelyn Channel's phone anymore. Huberman told the post office to take it off 3 hours ago.
You know, it's amazing how that chap can contrive things out in the open.
Well, of course he can. He's chief of one of the security bureaus. They can tap any phone they like, and they don't have to give an account of themselves.
But there's still not a charge of any description you can lay against Huberman or Carlotta Magnani.
All I want to know is our main line of attack.
Well, with me out of the way, they'll come more into the open. They get on with their expansion. They won't be satisfied taking insurance premiums from illegal bookmakers, and that's where we come in.
But how?
We've already got one man inside the ring, Nick Barnes, and we can keep in contact with him through Evelyn Channel. But that's not all.
They're recruiting their goon squads from new arrivals exclusively. Criminals on whom we've no records. We're never going to get another man in among them.
But we are.
I'm trying to tell you, Keen, this gang won't look at any of our local hoodlums. Won't touch them with a 40-foot pole.
This chap is not a local hoodlum. He's a new arrival. And you can soon make him a criminal you've no record on.
All right. Who is he? And where is he?
He's a fellow the Nightshade ring don't know and never heard of. There he is, over there on the window seat. Tom Cutts. For the first time in this affair, we're safe. We're safe because they think they've destroyed us. But very soon now, when we've laid our mines all round them, when we've evidence on Huberman and Carlotta they can't buy or terrorize or murder their way out of, then we'll strike. And when we've pulled the Nightshade ring to pieces, perhaps then we'll learn what they did with Bruno Kesselring. And why.
Nick Barnes is ordered to Singapore in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. From the penthouse apartment of the Cunningham Towers, Gregory Keen continues with a further development in the Nightshade affair.
Our fortunes in this duel with the Nightshade ring have seen some changes in the last 12 hours, and as far as I can tell at the moment, for the better. Our gamble with Huberman on the river came off. The story's in all the newspapers, and Huberman thinks the three of us were killed in the shooting. We're reasonably sure of that because he's taken the tap off Evelyn Channel's phone. So for the first time, we can communicate with her without having to run the gauntlet of the Nightshade gunman or the Poinsettia Club guard. We're based on Sherry's apartment again, with a permanent police watch on the garage entrance and the penthouse door, keeping under cover by day, of course, and showing no lights at night. And we're laying the groundwork for what could be the winning move. Check and checkmate. You see, the Nightshade gang don't know cuts. We're going to get him inside the ring itself, working for them, and I'm waiting now on the CIB fellow Murray. Well, it's just on 9. All the curtains are drawn. But you can't draw a curtain between yourself and your personal ghosts. Where's Murray?
Keen, honey. Can't you slow down even for 5 minutes?
Sherry, I've hardly moved a muscle for an hour.
Only to wear a track up and down the carpet, smoke a dozen cigarettes, and work your way through half a bottle of Squareface.
Well, we're marking time. Murray was due 10 minutes ago.
Have you forgotten who else we're expecting tonight?
Dr. Eugene Collins. Yes, he's due to have a look at Cut's arm. No, I haven't forgotten.
You don't like him, do you?
Not a great deal. You see, he's the sort that'd spy on you, because it was his duty to protect you from yourself. He'd be high-handed and give you lectures about the chap you danced twice with at the yacht squadron. And last thing at night, he'd natter about the sanctity of marriage in the home.
Would you care if I did marry the guy?
I find the idea perfectly appalling.
He's the sort of person who generally gets what he goes after. And you're standing right in his way.
I'll be happy to meet him at dawn.
Keen, honey, listen to me. I'm not trying to be dramatic. But Gene Collins has wanted to marry me for a long time. He takes it for granted.
And what do you expect him to do? Shoot at me from behind the potted palms?
I don't know. Maybe I'm making a fool of myself again.
You're not. But you can relax. I'm miles ahead of you. That could be Murray. Listen. Lights out, Cuts. That's the idea. Switch on. Well, hello, Murray. How's our blackout drill?
Sorry I'm late, Keen. I've been collecting this great screed of stuff. Evening, Miss Reed. Can I put it on here?
Yes, of course.
It's a dossier on Felix Huberman and Carlotta Magnani.
Yeah? And what does it tell you?
Nothing. Except that they're two people of impeccable background and good repute, but
running the Nightshade ring.
We're going to have our work cut out, I can tell you that. Huberman can sail pretty close to the wind whenever he wants to. And he can always cover his tracks 2 ways.
Mm-hmm.
Murderers' witnesses, run up an armor-plated alibi.
And an alibi would serve very nicely for the other night.
So, here's what I've cooked up for Tom Cutts. Cutts, we've called you Fenner. You were suspected in London of robbery with assault. They couldn't prove anything. They came out here with an assisted passage, and Scotland Yard's warned us to keep an eye on you.
Has he been to quad yet?
Twice. Once in the army, striking an officer. Again in 49, carrying a lethal weapon with intent to commit assault. A knife.
Blimey. Nice bloke.
We've made this Fenner just the sort of chap the Nightshade gang are recruiting for the dirty work. A thug will bash someone about for a tenner and ask no questions.
And how are you going to get the file under Huberman's nose?
You leave that to me. Now then, Nick Barnes gave you the names of half a dozen new arrivals who are working for the Nightshade gang.
Mm-hmm.
Music, Stephen Meyer, Martin Gorse, Jaime Pigeon, Cortez, and so on. Well, these types spend their social life at a place called Jake's in Gregerson Street.
Yes, I've been there, as Sammy Rice.
We don't close it because it's the best criminal hangout in town. They're easy to keep track on when they flock together.
Cut should be quite at home.
How soon can he pay his first call and introduce himself as Tom Fenner?
Oh, this will be Dr. Eugene Collins. Hang on there, Sherry. I'll open the door. Hello, Collins. Don't stand about. Come on in. I think you know everyone. Cut's your patient here. Inspector Murray, you met not long ago in Phillip Street, only he wasn't to tell anyone.
Hello, Sherry.
Hi. Where do you want to look at Cuts? Will his room do?
Perfectly, thanks.
Have you any more calls tonight, Doctor?
No. Why?
Major Keen and I want to take up some of your time before you leave.
I have an appointment.
You'll be late for it. There's always the telephone.
Look here, don't badger me. It'll have to wait. Tonight's extremely inconvenient.
I'm all sympathy, Doctor, but we must talk to you, so don't argue. There's a good chap. See to Sergeant Cuts. If you're in such a hurry, you're wasting time.
In here, Jean.
Sherry, if I'm going to be stuck here, I'd like a word with you, too, in private.
Why not? Just look after Cuts first.
All right, Cuts, lead the way. We'll have the dressings off first. And if it's healing well, we'll apply something lighter. You're lucky it's not much worse than a deep cut.
Well, here we are, Jean. No Inspector Murray, no Gregory Keen, no Cuts. What's in your mind?
You are.
Well, come on.
How long before you come to your senses, girl? How long before you stop ruining your life and throw those two out of the house?
You still want to protect me.
I want to protect you from your own headstrong impulses, girl. Look what you're letting them get you mixed up in. And it's not right. Oh, Sherry, when I think of you and Keen at that river house, I could strangle him in front of you.
If I weren't a big girl, Collins, you'd get this gin in your face.
I don't know, Sherry. I try to say the right thing, and all I can do is shove my foot in it. We used to get along. If this other fellow hadn't shown up, we'd have been married this year. What's happened to you?
You know what happened. Keen came through my door.
Well, I seem to be flogging a dead horse, don't I? But do get the idea, Sherry. I'm terribly fond of you. I always will be. Tell me. I'm crawling on the floor a bit, but tell me. If this infatuation with Keen comes to nothing, if it doesn't go too far, what about us then?
Ask me if and when.
So long as we're not washed up completely.
What do you want me to say? That I'll marry you if I can't get Keen?
Would you?
You might have a show. You'd have me on the bunch if that was any good to you. Look, Jean, this soul-searching is quite revolting, and they're waiting for you. Could we call it a day?
Yes, we'll call it a day. And now that I'm a little wiser, I'm sorry I went to the police. But I thought Keen was Rice the murderer. I couldn't keep quiet.
We'll let that go. Just so long as you keep your motives straight, chum. Come on, let's get in with the others. I'll pour you a drink.
For a man with an appointment, Collins, you seem to have lashings of time.
Now you're deciding who Sherry talks to and for how long.
All right, gentlemen. Seconds back in the ring. Dr. Collins, have you been reading the papers?
Who hasn't?
Then I don't have to explain that Sammy Rice and the two other dead bodies found in the speedboat on the Hawkesbury are Major Keen here, Tom Cutts, and Miss Reed.
Who's playing charades with whom?
We're playing charades with the Nightshade ring.
What? No black hand?
It's not funny. We've gone to a lot of trouble to make certain people believe Major Keen and the others are dead. They have to go on thinking it.
And where do I come in?
Outside some senior officers of the force and myself, no one knows Keen's actually alive but you. And they're prepared to do literally anything to butcher Keen. He's only safe while they think they've already got him out of the way.
So I'm to keep quiet, eh?
You're to keep quiet.
They don't only want me, Collins. If you let what you know get around, you can be sure of one thing. You'll pick up your paper one morning and read that Sherry's been murdered. Only this time it'll be true.
You can rely on me. But I would like to know, who in particular mustn't learn you're alive?
The man at the top of the Nightshade ring. The man who's building the most dangerous criminal organization we've ever had in this country. A security chap by the name of Felix Huberman.
Never heard of him, and I hope I never do. I don't want to be mixed up in this sort of thing. It's out of my line. And, is that the lot?
Yes, Dr. Collins, that's the lot.
I'll let you out.
Good night, Sherry. Don't forget what I said.
I won't. Good night.
So long, Keen.
So long, Collins.
So the Nightshade ring will do anything to kill Gregory Keen. And the name's Felix Huberman. That's all I want to know.
So we've closed all the loopholes and we're set to go underground. We'll know what they're doing about Nick Barnes through Evelyn Channel. We have tomcats scouting behind their lines. Yes, it shouldn't be long now before we pull them apart. Unless the Nightshade ring learns that I'm still alive.
Why is Dr. Collins interested in Huberman? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen is here to continue with another chapter of the story.
There are times in every engagement when you have to sit tight and wait for the enemy to make the next move. And we've come to such a moment. But we've two very good strings to our bow. The authorities here in Sydney aren't after me as Sammy Rice anymore. And Huberman, thanks to some strenuous efforts on my part, thinks that I'm dead. And he's never heard of Tom Cutts. So while we're more or less marking time, Inspector Murray and the CIB have cooked up a file on a fictitious hoodlum called Tom Fenner. We're providing Cutts with some well-cleated boots to step into, and when the time comes, we're moving him, as Fenner, into the ring itself. And it won't be long now. As the hours tick by, I'm waiting on news of Nick Barnes. They have to get Barnes off the stage, and I have to know how and when. It's pleasant enough up here in Sherry's penthouse apartment, but I'd give my left arm to know what Huberman and Carlotta Magnani are working on now.
There is an impertinence about you, Barnes, that at times I find insufferable.
What's the matter?
Kindly don't report her all over me. Take a towel.
I'm so sorry, Carlotta, darling. But on a day like this, with a swimming pool like yours, how the devil could you expect a chap to stay out of it?
Your instructions were to wait in the house till Felix and I came back from town.
Well, I'm waiting, aren't I? Are we going inside, or can we natter here by the pool?
Do you want to go in, Felix?
Not if you have drinks sent out.
Well, I'll change and see to it. Wait for me. I might even have a swim myself.
Just because you two are stirring the town's gangsters up tight, you don't have to go on like a screw in a detention camp. For Pete's sake, Felix.
Oh, be quiet and listen. Move that umbrella over a bit. Sit down. I've been looking up ship sailings from Singapore and getting a screed off to MI5 in London. Things are moving.
It's about time. Keen's been dead nearly 48 hours.
Well, for you, things are cut and dried. Now get this. MI5 won't send any more men to Sydney after Bruno Kesselring if they're certain of two things. That Kesselring went from here straight to Singapore, and Major Gregory Keen went to Singapore on his trail.
So I go to Singapore as Keen?
Correct. You leave by BOAC early the day after tomorrow. That's simple. It's after you arrive in Singapore that the operation goes into effect. Now, today's the 14th of the month. On the 21st, the liner leaves Singapore for Hong Kong.
What the deuce do I have to go to Hong Kong for?
If you'll shut up long enough, I'll tell you. You'll be booked into Raffles Hotel from here as Major Gregory Keen. Have you got that?
Mm-hmm.
But you'll take your own passport and some extra luggage. At least 2 bags. When you arrive in Singapore, you'll go straight into the shipping offices and book a passage to Hong Kong first class for Major Keen. Then you'll go to Cook's or any other travel agency and book a passage for yourself as Nick Barnes on the same boat but tourist class. See now if you don't follow.
I make 2 bookings. One for Keen first, one for myself tourist.
That's right. Now, on the day of sailing, go on board about half an hour before the boat sails, when the wharf will be crowded, the gangways full of people coming and going. Go on board first as Keen, get your cabin, tip your steward, go through the motions of settling in, then go ashore again. Change your appearance with heavy glasses and so on. I'm supposed to be an actor, I'm leaving it to you. When you board the ship the second time, you'll be Nick Barnes, and down you'll go to your cabin in the tourist decks.
I'm beginning to get the idea.
Now, your job's to be one man on board playing 2 separate characters. The first night out, you'll dine in the first saloon. You'll be Keen. Sometime that evening, pick up your first-class steward, tell him you're a bad sailor, tell him to leave you alone in the morning, you won't want breakfast, don't want to be disturbed. From then on, you'll cease to be Gregory Keen. The second day out, take your meals in the tourist saloon as Nick Barnes. Don't go near any first-class decks or Keen's first-class cabin. In fact, forget you were ever Keen at all. The last man to see him alive will be your first-class steward. We'll let the ship's officers and MI5 beat their brains out, wondering just when and why Major Gregory Keen jumped overboard 12 hours out from Singapore. Well, any holes in it?
It's a tall order, Felix. Supposing I'm remembered by the same chap, once as Keen and once as Barnes.
Watch yourself and it's foolproof.
I'll have to watch it when I'm going from one class to the other.
You'll only have to do it twice. Once after you've boarded the ship, the second time. You'll come up from the tourist deck and dine in the saloon as Keen. And then again, after you've told Keen's steward you don't want to be disturbed in the morning. You'll go back down to tourist class to be yourself the rest of the voyage.
Keen just vanishes.
Completely.
MI5 will always think he left Singapore for Hong Kong.
Well, they certainly won't hunt for him in Sydney.
And they'll go after Kesselring from Singapore.
A few hours from now, Colonel Miley Fentress in London will be reading a report from Keen. You know, Keen's done well in Australia. He's found that Kesselring headed for the Iron Curtain via Singapore, Hong Kong, and Red China. That's all rather neat. I think the staff work would be hard to improve on. What the devil's Carlotta doing about Jenks?
Hey, Felix. What happens to me if the whole thing comes unstuck?
Well, you're Nick Barnes. You've your passport properly visaed. You never heard of Gregory Keen. Your passage was booked and paid for. How can you possibly come unstuck?
What do I do in Hong Kong?
Barclays Bank will have a BOAC ticket for you, first plane south to Sydney.
And supposing I like Hong Kong? Supposing I'd like to be paid my $500 before I leave and kiss you all goodbye?
I suppose we'll do precisely as you're told, Barnes, old chap. You'll get paid the day you arrive back here in Sydney. You even get your bills paid at the Poinsettia Club. And you'll be there again tonight.
What for?
To say goodbye to Evelyn Channel, of course. Tell her just so much and no more. All right, Guzik, put the tray down here. You want the ice to melt before we get one decent drink.
Evelyn, I was trying to catch your eye while you were on the floor. Look, can we talk here at the table? Sit down.
We'll go up to my dressing room in a minute. Where's Felix Huberman?
I was told to come here for your benefit. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow.
Barnes, I'm frantic. Now that they've killed Keen, everything's up to me, and I don't know what to do.
There's nothing you can do.
If only they'd give me some orders from London.
I don't want any orders from London. I'm going to pull out in Singapore while I've still got the chance.
You heel. You go scot-free, and I can't even stop you without orders. Keen wanted you left with the ring, and now he's dead. It'll start all over again, and they'll send another man out from MI5, and I'll have to get back on the tightrope.
And that's your problem. But I've had it. While Keen was alive, I had to play ball with him to save my own hide. Not anymore.
Barnes. Who's that man at the bar? In the white dinner jacket. He was staring at us just now.
I don't know. Never seen him before.
Well, I'm going upstairs. You follow me in a moment. Things are getting pretty grim when it gives me the jitters to be stared at. If I don't get out of this soon, I'll finish up in the snake pit.
Hold it, Katz. Wait for it. I think this is it. Yeah, Inspector Murray. I'll take it. Murray? Yes, it's Keen here. Well, how's the time? Just on 2:30. Yes, she'll be leaving soon. Right. Do your stuff.
What's happening?
Well, that's it. Nick Barnes is with Evelyn Channel at the Poinsettia Club.
Felix, darling, I think I'll have lights installed beneath the surface of the pool. From the terrace here at night, the effect will be enchanting.
I'm thinking about Nick Barnes. The Singapore and Hong Kong thing is giving him a lot of rope, perhaps too much.
Nicky Barnes will carry out his orders. He wants his 500 pounds of blood money. In the meantime, I say we should proceed with the second stage of our operations.
Well, I say we should wait, Carlotta.
It is not like you to be timid.
Don't confuse timidity with good sense.
Listen to me, Felix. We have already taken control of illegal gambling in Sydney. The bookmakers and the baccarat schools have learned they must pay their insurance, and they have learned they must not talk. Now is the time to expand.
To organize the cab drivers, we need more men.
Then recruit more men. The methods we found effective against the bookmakers we use again. A few beatings, a few burnt cabs, maybe a killing or two, and one by one they'll come under our sway.
Yes, for £1 a week, there shouldn't be too many willing to risk their lives.
And for those who are, we are quite happy to take their lives. How simple to exact tribute from a great city, Felix. One has only to be ruthless. Ruthless.
How you love the conception of power.
Without it, I should have remained what I was born, a nameless brat in the slums of Scutari. What is the time? 2:45. Come with me down to the pool, Felix. I want to tell you more about the lights. I thought perhaps we might arrange them.
Good night, Benny.
Good night, Miss General.
Where'd you leave the car, Barnes?
Oh, Felix is using it. We have to get a cab.
Why didn't you tell me? Benny could have got us one.
Oh, never mind. Here's one coming in now. Hey, taxi!
Where to, Digger?
66 Fenwell Street, and don't call me Digger. Evelyn, I mightn't be seeing much more of her.
Oh, shut up. What are you stopping for?
The chap on the corner wants a cab. Can't you ever get one to yourself in this town?
Where to, mate?
Fenwell Street.
Okay.
Good evening, Barnes.
Who the devil are you?
You should know. Gregory Keen, and I'm very much alive. When Barnes read the papers the day before yesterday and saw that I was dead, he probably took a deep breath and told himself he was off the hook. He was never more wrong about anything. I'm tying a noose. It's going to hang Felix Huberman, and Nicky Barnes is right in the center of it.
What are Keen's plans for Nicky Barnes? Listen to the next chapter in this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a taxi on the way to Fenwell Street.
Half an hour ago, Inspector Murray made the signal I'd been waiting for, up there in the penthouse of the Cunningham Towers. You see, until we get Tom Cutts into the Nightshade ring as Fenner the hoodlum, Nick Barnes is our only line of attack. We had to approach him from the flanks. I don't have to tell you how important it is for the Nightshade people to go on thinking I'm out of the way. So when Murray's chaps saw Barnes and Evelyn Channel together at the Poinsettia Club, we went into action. It was rather rough on Evelyn when I stepped into the cab just now. Like all the rest, she's been under the impression I was shot dead on Pittwater 2 days ago.
But the papers distinctly said Keen. Sammy Rice was found dead with 2 others in a speedboat.
Well, I'm quite obviously not dead, and I've no time to give either of you chapter and verse.
How do you come to be right here in this cab? Don't tell me it just happened, Keen.
It certainly didn't, and this is no ordinary cab. The chap driving is a plainclothes man from the CIB, and it's their car.
Keen, if that shooting was a put-up job, I should have known about it.
We couldn't risk you knowing it, Evelyn, till we could get at Barnes here. That's why you haven't heard from London. I'm running the show, and they know exactly what's going on. Barnes, this is for your benefit. Now Huberman thinks I'm out of the way. What are his moves?
I'm leaving for Singapore the day after tomorrow.
Flying?
BOAC.
What's the drill in Singapore?
I booked 2 cabins on a ship for Hong Kong. One in your name, one in my own. I board the ship twice and occupy both cabins. The second day out, I stop being you and finish the voyage as myself only. The assumption's to be that you went overboard.
Then you come back here to Sydney.
I'm due back on the 2nd of next month.
Huberman has a polished technique.
Look here, Keen. Where do I stand now? You said if I came in with you, you'd get me out of this mess.
Well, stay with me and you might. Before long, we'll have this Nightshade ring up against the wall. We'd better not be on our list when the time comes. What are they doing apart from you?
They're expanding. Carlotta was talking about it last night, but I was told to get out.
Expanding into what?
I don't know. I've kept my ears open, but they play their cards too close to the table.
Haven't they included you at all?
Never. I was taken on to become you, Keen. Nothing more, nothing less. When they have a council out at that great place of Carlotta's, they call in Mike Guzik, Stephen, Cortez, and sometimes Martin Gorse, but never me.
Too bad.
What do you want me to do about Singapore and Hong Kong?
Go through with it. Go through with it in every detail and come back to Sydney on time.
Keen, he told me tonight he's going to make a run for it from Singapore.
Why, Barnes? Don't you want to get paid?
The way Carlotta pays off? No, I don't. I only want to get as far away from the Nightshade ring as I possibly can.
So, you have enough sense to know what they want you back in Sydney for.
What have I missed? Why do they want him?
To cut his throat, of course. They need him to make my trail and Kessel rings away from Sydney. They need him so that I'll have been alive a day out from Singapore, on the way to Hong Kong, and MI5 will pick up the thread there, not in Australia. But when friend Barnes has pulled that nut out of the fire for them, do you think they'd be crazy enough to leave him around?
They're going to cut my throat, but you still want me to come back here from Hong Kong.
And you're going to.
You can't hand me over to the cops now without giving yourself away and putting Huberman's guard up. I'm out of this thing, Keen, out. Can you understand that?
Look, you'll take that tour, Barnes, if I have to arrange an escort for every inch of the way. Because if you don't, chum, I'll really throw you to the wolves. You'll go on the ticker tape to every police force in the world. And when they hang Felix Huberman for the murder of Charlie Brett and Angus Doby, I'll personally see that you hang too.
And I got in this for 500 quid and free drinks at the Poinsettia Club. Why do I have to come back here?
Because Huberman must continue to think everything's going according to plan. That gang get an inkling of what's going on underneath them, they'll call their operations to a halt, and we'll never break them up. We won't get them for the 5 murders so far, and we'll never find out what they did with Bruno Kessel.
Okay. I catch it either way, from you or Huberman.
You do if you don't change sides and stay changed. I told you before, your only chance is to take orders from me.
I haven't got a chance.
Look, what do you want? Sympathy? Oh, don't worry, Barnes. You're valuable to us. You'll be looked after when you get back here. Oh, pull up around the corner, will you, Taylor?
Okay.
Well, you get off here, Barnes. Evelyn doesn't want you to see her right home tonight. And just remember, don't be tempted to be shrewd. If you felt like telling Huberman I was alive, he'd have to cover his tracks the best way he could, and you'd be the first to go. You'd have to go. You spent the last 10 days running about saying you were Gregory Keen. Catch on?
I don't need a diagram.
What you'll need if you slip is life insurance. The handle pulls down to open. All right, Taylor, get going.
You think you can trust him, Keen?
Only while he's afraid.
You know, I can't follow some of your reasoning. If Barnes told him about seeing you alive tonight, why would they have to kill him?
Because of those newspaper stories about Sammy Rice being dead. If I'm alive, those stories tell Huberman I'm working with the police, and they don't think I murdered Charlie Brett anymore. His whole structure for disposing of me falls to pieces, and that's something that Barnes knows too much about. When are you seeing Huberman again?
I don't know.
No idea at all?
He comes to the club, he comes to my flat. I never know when.
This is hard on you, Evelyn. You, let your head go with Felix, didn't you?
Yes.
You realize the things that apply to Barnes apply to you, too?
Oh, you needn't worry about me telling Felix Huberman you're alive.
I'm thinking about you. It can't be very pleasant, knowing that a man you've been in love with would kill you without pity or remorse.
It isn't.
Then be careful, Evelyn. I can guard you against everything but yourself. So watch it when he's with you, and watch yourself like a hawk. Stop around here somewhere, Taylor. We'll find another cab from this channel. Wouldn't do to drive into Fenhall Street in this one.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah, Mr. Huberman?
When I sit on a stool at the Poinsettia Club bar, what do you think I do it for? Well, come on, let's see some action. Brandon Spar.
Hello, Felix.
Barnes.
Drinking kind of late, aren't you? I thought you were over on the North Shore with Carlotta.
You should see Evelyn back to her flat.
I didn't go in. The last time I stayed too late and you took a poor view. Remember?
Brandy and Spar, Mr. Huberman.
What are you having, old chap?
Oh, a scotch.
Scotch and soda for Major Keen, Frank.
Yes, sir.
This can be your last for the night, Barnes. Place is closing in half an hour.
Suits me. Oh, for Pete's sake, here comes Leo. Every time I walk into the place, either you or Leo or one of those muscle-bound pugs of his starts breathing down my neck, to see that I don't drink too much.
Try going on the wagon.
Oh, hi, hello, Mr. Huberman. Hey, we haven't been seeing you around.
Well, take a good look now.
How are you, Major Keen?
You asked me that 2 hours ago.
What do you want, Leo? Don't tell me you're going to put the bite on us for a slug of your own slivovitch.
Well, no. I was wondering, Mr. Human, do you have the time to run up to my office for a minute? There's something I'd like to show you.
If there's any brandy in it, I shall be delighted. Lead the way. If you'd like to wait here for me, Keen, I'll run you home. Now then, what is it, Leo?
It's this fella, Major Keen.
Yes, what about him?
Well, it's kind of queer, and I thought maybe I'd better pass it on to you.
Well, pass it on.
Well, I was just going to call Carlotta when I see you at the bar.
Will you get to the point?
Well, it's about an hour ago. This Major Keen guy, he's just leaving with Evelyn Channel. Benny's on the door, and Evelyn walks in the front out of the Major.
Well, it's customary.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So out they go. Benny's kind of sharp when he hears them talking on the curb. The girl says, "Where's the car?" Major Keen says, "You're using it. They'll have to take a cab." Evelyn says, "Well, why didn't he say so? Benny could have got them one." And up comes a hack, and off they go.
That's a fascinating recital. Carlotta would have loved answering the phone just to hear it.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. All the time, Evelyn's calling the guy Barnes.
What?
I'm telling you. You can ask Benny yourself. There she is out on the curb with Major Keen calling him Barnes. Well, I figure maybe they're putting something over on you.
Oh, forget it, Leo. Good show letting me know, but it's perfectly all right.
Hey, what is he? A guy with 2 names?
Look, just forget it. You don't think Evelyn would put anything over me, do you?
Well, dames, you know. With a dame, you never can tell. That's all they ever taught me.
That's because you don't watch your weight and you're losing your hair. You needn't come down. I'm leaving with Keen right now. Good night. Drink that up, Barnes. We're on our way.
What did Leo want?
Just something for Carlotta.
Look, if you're going back to the North Shore tonight, I'll get a cab to your place and save you going out of the way.
Oh, that's kind of you. But as it happens, we're both going to the North Shore.
Since when?
Since now.
Any particular reason?
A very particular reason.
What's up, Felix?
That's what we're going to find out. After you.
When I left Evelyn tonight, I came back here to the penthouse. And I can't sleep. It's after 4 in the morning, and the sky is beginning to lighten while I lie here, staring at the ceiling. Yes. I'm sending Tom Cutts into the Nightshade ring. I'm asking Evelyn to walk the razor's edge for a murderer she's still in love with. There's Sherry Reed. And there's Nicholas Barnes. In the hour before the dawn, I'm asking myself, am I putting too many lives in pawn?
What is happening at Carlotta's house on the North Shore? Listen to the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen resumes with another chapter of the Nightshade story.
It's after 4:30 in the morning, and the sky is beginning to lighten, while I lie here in the penthouse awake. A handful of nembitals wouldn't put me under. The Nightshade affair's going through and through my head. The strands cross and recross, but the pattern's always the same. A fabric of murder and intrigue, and death in the sunshine. While against Felix Huberman and Carlotta, we have nothing. For some reason, they caused Bruno Kesselring to vanish. Their organization is an octopus whose tentacles are stretching out day by day, but always in the shadows, always out of our reach. And the course of events has been such that at least 2 lives hang by a thread. The life of Nick Barnes, a handsome degenerate, and Evelyn Channel, a girl whose heart is too warm for her own good. Soon a 3rd life will hang by a gossamer wisp, and that's what keeps me awake. Tom Cutts is going into the Nightshade ring as a hoodlum called Fenner, and I'm sending him there. We have to get something concrete on these people. We have to.
Want a cup of tea, Major?
You're up early, aren't you, Katz?
I thought a cup of tea and a natter might put you off.
What are you, psychic or something?
I couldn't sleep myself, sir.
I hope you didn't wake Sherry.
What's on your mind, Major?
What do you think?
Nick Barnes might give us away.
That, among other things.
I wouldn't fret about me if I was you, Major. I'm looking forward to being this bloke, fella.
Well, you won't have long to wait. Murray said he'd have the ground prepared by tomorrow.
You mean today?
No, that's right, today. Barnes takes off for Singapore tomorrow.
Can you count on him not making a bolt for it? If I was in Nick Barnes' shoes, I'd be off like a blooming rabbit.
Barnes is cornered. He might think he could get away from the Nightshade ring, but he knows he could never get away from us. He'll go to Singapore and Hong Kong, and he'll come back here. He darn well has to. Huberman must be made to think he's taken every trick, so he'll come more and more into the open where we can get at him.
Just so long as nothing happens between now and when Barnes takes off tomorrow.
And altogether too many things could. We're not in command, Katz. We're relying too much on people we can't control.
We're not running the show from the embankment in London now.
As though I didn't know. Our hands are tied till we get you into the ring. And you know, they never sleep, Katz. They've been ahead of us from the start. We're getting no nearer to Bruno Kesselring. For all we know, they're getting ahead of us again, and all we can do is mark time and chafe and wait for them to make the next move and the next...
It's only the lull before the storm, Major. We'll get at them.
We will. If nothing happens to you.
Nothing's going to happen to me. The bloke we have to worry about is Barnes. When I think what depends on him, and what could be happening to him right now if he's dropped the ball is nobody's business.
Oh, look at the time, Felix. Did you have to telephone and get me up at this hour?
Have you roused Guzik?
He's waiting till he is called.
We may have a job for him before dawn.
Where did you leave Nick Barnes?
Downstairs. Carlotta.
You don't have to tell me. There is trouble.
The poinsettia tonight, Benny heard Evelyn calling him Barnes instead of Gregory Keen.
Benny? Where?
The curb, waiting for a cab. Benny was on the door.
There is no mistake?
There's no shadow of doubt.
Does Barnes know why he was brought here?
Not yet.
So I have been right. For days and days now, Felix, I have been right.
About what?
Evelyn Channel should have been disposed of. I was insane to listen to you.
The damage is done. We have to face the fact that Evelyn Channel knows Barnes is an imposter, and we have to find out what else she knows before she gets a chance to pass it on.
If she has not done so already.
She hasn't.
How do you know?
Barnes is still in circulation.
That does not make it certain.
Yes, but this does. If she'd gone to the CIB here, Inspector Henry Murray would have come straight to me. And if she'd managed to get a signal to MI5 in London, they'd have flashed back an order for Barnes' immediate arrest. I keep my finger on the pulse of things, Carlotta, and for some reason, Evelyn has told no one what she knows.
Not even you?
Not even me.
Why?
It doesn't matter tuppence why.
Perhaps she has told you.
What do you mean by that?
Time after time you have insisted on keeping her alive. How can you insist now, Felix?
If I were protecting her, I'd have kept it up. Use your head.
I am using it. Keen is dead. Barnes we own, and he too will soon be dead. The only weak link, the only flaw in the perfection of Gregory Keen's disappearance is Evelyn Chendall, and the fact that she is alive.
You're going to ask me to take care of her. At once. Without subtlety and without planning. Before a moment is lost.
Am I?
Well?
In most things I can trust you. With this, who knows? Would the temptation be too much for you, Felix?
The temptation to what? Put my neck in a noose?
To balance the memory of her kisses against the risk of keeping her alive.
I told you, Carlotta, not once, but 100 times.
And I have not believed a syllable of it.
Well, all right, get Guzik in here and give him your orders yourself. Girl has to go get it over and done.
This is an occasion when we have a better instrument than Mike Guzik. A man we'd not even pay for his trouble.
Huh? Who?
First, let us talk to Guzik and Stephen. They have been idle since the night before last. Let them earn some of their wages. We'll get them some instructions about Evelyn and dear Nicky. I should be very annoyed if Nicky decided to be rebellious at this hour of the morning. Felix, will you have them brought in to me immediately, and I'll give them their instructions.
Yeah. We've an early caller, Katz. I'll go.
Morning, Keen.
What the deuce are you doing, Murray? Bringing the milk? Come on in.
Morning, Cuts.
Morning, Inspector.
I've a busy day ahead, so I decided to get you two over first and dig you out of bed if I had to. The decks are cleared for you, Cuts. You can make yourself known at Jake's in Gregerson Street today as Tom Fenner, the hoodlum.
What's the drill, Murray?
I'd like him to go in there sometime this afternoon. Place opens about 2 to 6 or so. They don't do much but hang about the bar and play cards.
Poker, sir?
Poker, blackjack, pontoon, sometimes fantan.
Sounds all right. Chap might win himself a few quid.
You watch out you don't win yourself a knife in the back. This is no joke.
Oh, I've already had one knife in me back. And that was about enough.
And you know what I mean. Now, today, just poke about. Don't have too much to say, and if any of the types start asking questions, you know what sort of an impression to give. You're a bad character, and you've been in stir. You don't like cops. In fact, you hate their tripes. And you're looking for work. Particular sort of work.
Has he ever heard of the Nightshade ring?
Not on your life. You'll notice a few girls hanging about the place, Cuts, and I suggest you have nothing to do with them. We don't want you drawing too much attention to yourself. We just want you to look and act like a recruit for the Nightshade ring's goon squad. The rest will come later.
How much later, Murray?
Tonight?
Well, Cuts will be on hand. I hope you make your part of it look good.
Don't you worry about me.
I only wish I could come out in the open and take a hand.
Your turn will come, Keen. You can be sure of that. Right now, you're dead. See that you stay there.
Well, I can't do much else, confound it.
You could do something for me right now, if you'd care to.
Name it.
Brew a pot of coffee. And while it's brewing, I'll describe to Cuts a few of the chaps you'll run into at Gregerson Street.
Vance?
What's going on, Carlotta? Felix wouldn't tell me a thing. Since 5 o'clock this morning, I've had to sit and stare at Mike Guzik.
Now you can stare at me. Nicky, what does Evelyn Channel call you?
Gregory Keen, of course. What do you think?
At 2 o'clock this morning, while you were waiting for a cab outside the Poinsettia Club, what was she calling you then?
Who told you?
Benny on the door. We warned you, Nicky. We warned you so often.
What are you going to do?
Make a little deal with you.
A deal? What do I have to put in?
Your life, Nicky. We haven't been altogether happy about sending you to Singapore. Felix thinks we might be giving you too much rope.
Yes, far too much rope, Barnes.
Nicky, dear, are you very fond of Evelyn Channel?
Look, for Pete's sake, Carlotta, what are you trying to do to me? All right, I got tight that night in a flat and gave myself away.
I wish you'd answer my question, Nicky. Are you very fond of Evelyn Channel?
I don't know how I feel. Oh, all right, yes, I am.
Isn't it a shame, Felix?
Frightful.
Listen, you two. You can't hang a chap on a hook like this. What are you getting at?
We're just thinking what a terrible pity it is. Here you are, Nicky, fond of a pretty girl who's just about your type. But once you gave yourself away to her. Well, you might just as well have strangled her then and there.
You're going to kill her.
We're not, Nicky. You see, we have to make sure of you, and poor little Evelyn, we simply can't leave her running about. We just can't. So we thought how neat and tidy it would be if we could get a good grip on you and say goodbye to Evelyn at the same time.
It's not possible. You couldn't force a chap to...
What's it to be, Vance? Your life or hers?
I won't do it.
But you will. And for my records, you'll sign a statement before you leave this house. The arrangements are made. If you want to leave another 24 hours and go to Singapore and come back to Australia for your reward, you get rid of Evelyn Channel for us. As we say, tonight.
In a duel to the death, like this affair of the Nightshade ring, you have to get into position before you can strike. Step by step and move by move, we're getting into that position. But it's still a duel in the dark, and we don't know where they'll strike next.
Sergeant Cuts meets a gangster in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen resumes with another chapter of the story from Sherry Reed's penthouse in Cunningham Tower.
It's all I can do. Wait. 24 hours from now, Nick Barnes is leaving for Singapore, and I'll be able to breathe freely again. I don't have to tell you that if Barnes makes that one infinitesimal mistake before he gets out of the country, his own life and Evelyn Channel's won't be worth a bus ticket between them. To break up the criminal conspiracy they call the Nightshade Ring, we have either to force them or beguile them into the open. They've murdered 5 people we know of, and they've taken control of illegal gambling in this city by ruthlessness and terror. They've platoons of thugs from the DP camps of Europe, and they've international connections. But from top to bottom, there's not a charge we could lay against any one of them. So I have to work undercover, too, through Henry Murray of the CIB and Tom Cutts. Murray's here now. It's up to him to give whatever protection we can to Evelyn Channel.
If we could detach 20 men for the job, Keen, we could guarantee her safety. I can only spare 2.
Look, Felix Schuberman has cooked up the perfect drill to get me off the scene. If he stumbled on the fact that Evelyn knows Barnes is an imposter, that would be the one loophole, and he'd have to plug it up. The one way.
Well, I'm doing all I can. The man on duty outside her flat, and we keep an eye on her when she leaves it. Confound it, you can't shoot people down in the streets, and they wouldn't be clumsy enough to cut her down at the Poinsettia Club. You've warned her to watch out.
Well, I suppose she'll be all right, Murray. And it's only till Barnes gets on that plane tomorrow morning.
Barnes is safe. He couldn't utter a word without throwing his own hideaway, too. Relax.
I'll relax when Cutts gets something on Felix Huberman that we can pin him down with.
Well, Rome wasn't built in a day. I have to be making a move. How's the time?
You're just on 3.
We'd better get Cutts off to Gregerson Street. I want to give him plenty of time there before I do my stuff.
Just you see that it looks good, that's all.
You don't like being left out, do you, Keen?
No.
Well, I'll be in again later tonight.
Good luck. Cutts.
Right with you, Major.
Do I look the part?
Well, you look like a spiv if that's what you want to. Where the devil did Murray dig up that tie?
According to Inspector Murray, sir, the local tough boys go for the Windsor knot and the flash tie. Just like the films.
He should know. Well, good hunting. You're off now. Did you say cheerio to Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Watch yourself, Tom.
I'll watch myself, Major. The name's Fenner, and I'm on the make.
Don't bite off more than you can chew. If the show looks like coming apart, you run for cover. And that's an order.
Yes, sir.
All right, then, quick march. Go out by the garage ramp and get well away from here before you collar yourself a cab.
You're going to look, you're going to drop. What do you say, Jake? 2 pair.
Yeah?
Queens. That's me, Mike Music. When I play with you boys, I'm playing too good, huh? My deal.
I'm blind.
The bloke next to you is blind.
Who are you? I'm playing poker. I don't like fellows looking over my shoulder. You're beating it, huh?
No, I'm done, mate.
I'm telling you to move, fellow. Move!
I like it right here, mate.
I don't tell you again. You don't stand behind when I play cards.
Who would you be, matey? You wouldn't be paying rent on this bit of floor, would you?
Okay, boys. We play some more in a little while. Any of you knowing this guy?
No.
We don't know you, mister. You got a name?
The name's Fenner. And if you're looking for trouble, just start some.
Fenner. We're not seeing you around here before. Where you come from, mister?
Last stop, London. Hope you don't mind, matey.
Limey, huh? You're hanging around here since about 4 o'clock. What you're wanting, Limey?
What would anyone want in a hole like this?
Who's telling you to come here?
It's raining outside, and there's a sign on the door.
This place, we're calling it a club. Some fellows coming here, that's okay. Some fellows, that's not okay. That's you, Limey.
I told you my name, matey.
It's Fenner. Tom Fenner. Not Limey.
You walking out of here, Limey, or maybe we get someone to carry you?
Oh. Your move, matey.
Okay, you want it this way.
Bring in the music! Cops!
Yeah, that's a cop I know. He's Inspector Murray. Get your money off the table.
Hello, boys. Just a friendly little game? Oh, it's all right. You can leave your money there. When it's a raid, we'll do it better than this. Hello, Guzik. You're taking a lot of time off from your watchmaking these days?
Yeah.
You there. You with the tie.
What's the trouble, copper?
Your name Fenner?
What if it is?
I'll have to trouble you to come along with me.
You've got nothing on me.
Well, we'll decide that at Phillip Street. Come on, lead the way.
Coppers. Cool, blimey. You wouldn't think a bloke could get away from coppers if he come 10,000 miles, would you?
Come along, get moving. Without the repartee as we go. You there, Goosey. I'll get you to have a look at this watch of mine sometime. It's losing. You have seen a watch before, haven't you?
That one, he thinks he's smart, maybe. He's not so smart. One night we catch him in a dark street.
Hey, where you going, Mike?
I'm using the telephone in Jake's office. I think maybe I'm talking to the boss.
This is Carlotta Magnani speaking.
Hey, Carlotta. This is Mike Guzik.
Yes?
Is Mr. Huberman there?
No. What is it?
He's telling me, watch out for new fellows. Well, I'm at Jake's in Gregerson Street.
See that you stay there with the others till you are given the all clear on Evelyn Channel.
Yeah, I'm staying. But there's a fellow called Fenner. A limey we don't see here before. He's acting tough. He's talking tough.
You've never seen him there before?
No one's seeing him. And just now there's cops coming to take him away. I'm thinking maybe you're needing
What do you mean they took him away? Was he arrested?
They're just taking him to Phillip Street.
What name?
Tom Fenner.
Felix will look into him. That is all.
How long do we stay here? About Evelyn Channel.
I have told you until Felix give you the word. Just stay in sight there and see you don't leave. Not for 5 minutes. Our arrangements are made. You must all be accounted for. That's all.
Who is that?
Guzik. Now, Barnes, listen to me. It is now 5 minutes to 8. In a few minutes you'll be driven to the Poinsettia Club. You'll be there before Evelyn Chendler. When she arrives, you know what to do. When you leave the club, you will be followed, and the man will have his orders. Later, you will be driven to Felix Huberman's house and left there. Mrs. Rose will give you your alibi. You will not be seen. There will be no shred of evidence to implicate you. Do you understand fully and clearly what will happen to you if you do not go through with this?
Yes.
Then keep it clearly before you until you get to Felix's house tonight. Your choice is clear, and you are not of the stuff heroes are made of. You will obey the instinct of self-preservation, Nicky, and you will leave for Singapore on the plane in the morning. Listen. There is the car for you. I shall not be there. Felix will not be there. But just the same, Nicky, you will do what you have to do at the Poinsettia Club tonight.
Here they are, right on time. I thought so. Come on in. Well, what's the news, Cutts?
It went off like clockwork, Major. I was just picking my fight with Mike Guzik when in walked the inspector to save his bacon.
That's about the size of it, Keen. Cut said the luck to run into Mike Guzik after he'd been in the club only 2 hours.
Good show, Murray.
And what's more, 6 or 7 of the others were there, too.
What, fellows you know work for the Nightshade people?
Oh, Louis Cortez, Martin Gorse, that Italian chap Tony Rico. Matter of fact, there's quite a collection of them, all sitting round in Jake's, like whist night in the parish hall.
Generally, they don't hang about much together, do they?
It's the first time I've struck them in a bunch. Why?
Well, I don't know. What about Evelyn Channel? Any word from your fellows?
She left her flat about half an hour ago. Took a cab and went straight to the Poinsettia Club.
Did she have to share the cab according to the quaint Sydney custom?
My fellow didn't say. But she arrived, Went inside, and by now she should be putting on a dinner show.
Well, we're still afloat. We've only 12 hours to go before Barnes get out of the country.
I think you're concerning yourself about the Channel girl too much. They've no earthly reason to get rid of her. They wouldn't be fools enough. They couldn't possibly pull it off if they tried. I'll take that. Detective Inspector Murray? Yeah? Yes, get up there at once. I'll be with you in 10 minutes.
What is it, Murray?
Leo Van Huysen of the Poinsettia Club just came out on the floor and apologized for the non-appearance of Miss Evelyn Channel.
I don't like that.
Neither do I.
It could be anything. There could be 50 reasons why Evelyn shouldn't go on the Poinsettia Club floor tonight. But something seems to tell me that this is the 51st. And if it is the worst, if Nick Barnes is cracked and this is the result, I'll watch Felix Huberman hang if it's the last thing I do.
Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
I hope you enjoyed episode number 27 through 52 of Deadly Nightshade. Even though each episode is only about 13 minutes long, there's a minimal amount of music. Very short intro, very short outro, very few music clips in the middle, and no commercials. So you dive right into the story, and the story moves along through each episode with very little distractions. I will be posting the next 26 episodes of Deadly Nightshade in an upcoming video in the next week or two. So be looking for that. If you could, please hit that like button if you enjoyed what you heard, and let me know what you think of this serial so far in the comments. And if you haven't already, I hope you'll subscribe to the channel. Thanks very much for watching.